Welcome to Novel Love Hearing. Get ready for heart-pounding action, thrilling adventures with fresh and unique elements, a touch of romance, and a dash of harem. Everything you're craving is right here. We're excited to have you join us on this journey. So come along to Novel Love Hearing, we're waiting for you. As a small favor, please consider sharing Novel Love Hearing with your friends, family, in YouTube comments, on Discord, Reddit, or anywhere else you hang out online. Happy listening, and enjoy the ride. The golden ore crystals embedded in the rock walls were shattering one by one. Golden scorpions the size of a fist were breaking free from the crystals and crawling towards the Scorpion King. Is this your last struggle? What use are these newly born scorpions? You think they can save you? A mocking laughter came from the cloak. These newborn golden scorpions launched themselves off the walls at the black cloak. As they entered attacking range, they exploded like grenades one after another. There seemed to be special defense energy around the black cloak. With the explosion of the golden scorpions, a light gray energy shield appeared around the cloak and began to ripple. Is this your trump card, Beggs? Ha ha ha. The transparent soul body stretched its arms wide as if it didn't take the impending suicide soldiers seriously. Rings of black energy emanated from its body and spread around. Song Jian, standing at the entrance of the passage, felt the explosive power of the golden scorpions. The level of explosion could match his high explosive hand grenades and self-destructing robot. But the numerous suicide attacks of the golden scorpions couldn't even break the opponent's defense. While Song Jian was astonished, he also became cautious with his breathing, fearing to be detected by the transparent spirit body. The strength of this guy must surpass a level 30 elite boss. It might even possess first-tier combat power. Song Jian observed the miserable state of the level 30 elite boss Scorpion King, and looked at the black cloak with extra caution. Rings of black aura were being emitted from the cloak, as if a door to hell was opening, with black flow turning into screaming faces. The cave, which had been radiant with warm golden light, was quickly covered in a layer of pale gray, as if dust had settled on its surface. Eventually, all creatures will succumb to the abyss. A long sigh came from the black cloak. With a swish, it flew towards Beggs and grabbed him by the neck with a translucent soul hand, lifting the massive creature. Submit to me, otherwise, I will extract your soul and roast it on the abyssal flame for 10,000 years. The soul body within the black cloak let out a roar. Just then, a system prompt suddenly appeared before Song Jian. System, Niam, the Abyss Demon General, is the final boss of this instance. Killing it will clear the instance. Warning, if Niam extracts the soul of the Holy Sun Scorpion King, its power will massively increase. Shit, why didn't you say it earlier? Song Jian glared upwards to see a translucent soul almost completely extracted from the Scorpion King's body by Niam. In at most 10 seconds, the soul of Scorpion King Beggs would be completely extracted by Niam. According to the system hint, if Niam completely extracts the Scorpion King's soul, its power would undergo a drastic change. Considering that Niam's current strength already amazed Song Jian, any further enhancement might make Song Jian lose his confidence in completing the instance. With a leap, Song Jian swung his sword and struck at the soul body in midair. Light strike. With a shout, a dazzling golden sword chi lit up the entire cave. The sacred sword chi hurt Niam before it even got close, creating countless black auras that crazily emanated from the black cloak, forming a shield in midair. The power of holy light, this disgusting aura. Niam interrupted the soul extraction, which was already halfway done, and tossed Scorpion King Beggs away. Turning around, 8 lines of dark aura surged from behind Niam, eventually solidifying into 8 spider leg-like weapons, trembling slightly as they cut through the sword chi of light strike. Despite saying he held it in contempt, Niam's actions showed his fear of holy power. Bang, bang, bang. The 8 spider leg-like black auras kept slashing on the golden sword chi of light strike, creating repeated explosions. Every explosion shattered a spider leg and depleted a portion of the golden sword chi. All 8 spider legs disappeared. The sword chi of light strike had shrunk to half of its size. The remaining sword chi still fiercely shattered the black shield and slashed at Niam. Boom. The black cloak shook vigorously, and damage of over 300 points floated above Niam's head. Then a golden sword chi suddenly appeared out of nowhere and struck Niam. This blow caught even Niam by surprise. Being hit by this heavy blow, even Niam let out a painful roar. Chapter 460, Seizing the Body. Song Jian rushed forward, finally experiencing just how strong Niam was. Even though he hasn't reached the first rank in terms of combat power, it probably isn't far off, Song Jian thought to himself. Sword Silk Flash Thunder Strike, sweeping sword style spiritual sword control technique. Even without wielding the golden demon slaying sword, Song Jian's offensive power significantly surpassed the other players. When he merged with the golden demon slaying sword, His other attributes weren't as remarkable, however, when it came to attack damage, he could fully contend with a level 30 Lord-level boss. Each attack greatly disrupted the protective force around Niam's body. Like ripples in water, its frequency and amplitude were increasing. Under Song Jian's continuous assault, Niam's protective force finally produced a sound suggestive of shattering under the strain. Crack! Countless transparent crystal shards splashed around Niam. His defense significantly weakened momentarily, allowing Song Jian to inflict over 500 points of damage with only a standard attack. Once Niam's defenses were broken, his vitality points plummeted drastically. However, due to high-end healing potions, Song Jian managed to maintain his vitality points around 1,000 marks. When you gaze into the abyss gazes back at you. Niam, perhaps foreseeing his own downfall, suddenly emitted a ring of dark aura that repelled Song Jian. His blood-red eyes emerged from his cloak and stared at Song Jian as he spoke in a low voice. Abyssal land, hey, I will visit someday. Song Jian stabilized himself and lightly laughed while looking at Niam. Niam had less than 30% of his vitality points left. In under 10 minutes, Song Jian could vanquish him. His gaze at Niam also grew strange, as though he was looking at a bundle of equipment. The final bosses of dungeons like this often dropped high-quality items. Song Jian estimated that at least one golden tier equipment piece could be obtained this time. Maybe because Song Jian's gaze had enraged Niam, Niam roared loudly and his black aura surged out like a tidal wave, transforming the surrounding tens of meters into an area engulfed in swirling thick black mist. Heart-wrenching screams emanated from the black mist, causing the entire cave to faintly tremble, with pebbles starting to fall from above. In the center of this black mist, a black spatial rift slightly wider than a finger suddenly appeared. It was as if an eerie eye had suddenly opened within the black mist. At that moment, Niam's roar became even more frantic. Song Jian cautiously looked up, staring at the rolling black mist at a distance. He did not want to be caught off guard by any unexpected big moves from Niam, so he unconsciously prepared the starting move of Sacred Parry. At this moment, all the black mist suddenly surged towards the barely alive Beggs, just like a tide. The black mist swarmed into Beggs through its facial features. Beggs, who was on the brink of death and had nearly had its soul extracted, had no capacity to resist and could only passively accept it. Its massive body slowly began to float. The black mist entered Beggs like a multitude of snakes through its eyes, mouth, and ears. Beggs's body was constantly trembling, seeming to be in extreme pain, but it could not even utter a single groan. Song Jian stood aghast, preparing to step forward and attack. However, a system message blocked his attempt, saying unable to lock onto attack target. This left him with no choice but to stand by and watch. Quickly, all the black mist from Niam's transformation entered Beggs's body. The once golden and shining Emperor Scorpion had now transformed into a pitch-black hue. Even its broken scorpion tail had regrown. However, the new tail was flashing with a black metallic luster, distinctly different from the rest of Beggs's body. Boom! The Emperor Scorpion's eyes abruptly snapped open. Their original azure blue color had shifted to a blood red, as a surge of hot black flame ascended around its body. The abyss is watching you. Beggs said slowly, his tone and rhythm exactly like Niam's. At that point, Song Jian noticed a spatial rift, about as long as a finger, appearing not far from Beggs. The rift was unfathomably deep and pitch black, continuously emitting black mist. These black mists were as if they possessed a consciousness. As they emerged from the spatial rift, they furiously surged towards the surrounding cavern walls. In no time, the originally golden glowing cave was covered in black and began to emit a black glow. It's recreating its environment. Song Jian suddenly had this realization. Only in the abyss can you truly understand its greatness. Beggs waved its two giant pincers around as if embracing something. There was an intoxicated expression on its face. In an abyssal environment, except for abyss creatures, all attributes would forcibly be reduced by more than 30%. This was the abyss's suppression of other creatures and could not be mitigated. If it weren't for you, I wouldn't need to resort to taking over this waste. Beggs, with blood-red eyes fixed on Song Jian, had an angry countenance. If looks could kill, the fire in Niam's eyes would have long burned Song Jian to ashes. Niam, who was originally just a soul body, could have greatly increased its strength by seizing a stronger physique. Maybe it could even break through the first rank of combat power. However, it reluctantly had to take over Beggs's body on the brink of death. In Niam's eyes, the level 30 Lord-level Beggs was merely a good mount and pet. But now, it could only occupy a pet's body, completely destroying its future potential, taking away all hope of returning to the abyss for competition. You blocked my path of advancement, I will let you know the consequence of becoming an enemy of the abyss. After briefly adjusting to Beggs's physique, Niam launched a fierce attack on Song Jian. In its perspective, Song Jian, who had had all his attributes reduced by 30%, was no longer its match. Even with only 30% vitality left, it could still suppress its opponent. But after engaging in combat, Niam discovered to its horror that Song Jian's strength had unexpectedly increased, not decreased. Initially, it had a slight advantage, but now it was being completely overwhelmed. This can't be, what happened? Niam roared with a panic-stricken face, looking completely lost. Boom. Song Jian smiled faintly, a surge of black flame ascended around his body as well. This flame held a higher temperature than the flame on Niam's body and looked even more profound. Chapter 461, Black Fog State. Seeing the black flames rising on Song Jian's body, Niam's face revealed a look of shock, and he continuously backed off. This is the aura of the abyss. How is this possible, you? Song Jian let out a cold chuckle, and with a thought, the rising abyssal raging flame instantly transformed into a set of black armor, covering his body. Immortal Sword Body, activate. A dazzling golden light enveloped the armor and 8 long sword shadows began to rotate tirelessly around him. With the enhancement of the Immortal Sword Body and the Abyssal Demon Armor, Song Jian moved faster than Niam could track. A shadow flickered past, leaving only a black mark on the surface of Niam's eyeball. By the time Niam noticed, he suddenly felt a pain in his chest. Lowering his head, he saw a dark red sword blade buried in his chest. As he reached out to grasp the blade, it suddenly disappeared, followed by a plume of blood spurting from Niam's chest. With a sharp scream, the scorpion tail behind Niam started to whip wildly, and the shadow of the tail filled an area of 3 to 4 meters. The sharpness of the tail's poison hook was as deadly as any weapon. The overlapping sounds of cutting air resonated as it sliced through, as if it were even cutting through the air itself. Song Jian was accidentally hit on his left arm, causing a brilliant light to explode. The 8 sword shadows surrounding him disappeared one by one. An injury number of over 300 floated above Song Jian's head, while a dark green mark started to spread from the wound on his shoulder. The sword shadows around Song Jian's body could lessen the damage he received 8 times, but they couldn't completely immunize him, especially against harmful effects like toxins. However, the Immortal Sword Body couldn't resist such damage, but Song Jian's unique skill Thick Skin could. The max-level Thick Skin had a very high resistance to toxin damage and various negative effects. In addition to the resistance of the Immortal Sword Body and Abyssal Demon Armor, the dark green poison on Song Jian's arm only spread less than an inch before it gradually disappeared. Although the attack from Niam was aimless, it nonetheless interrupted Song Jian's offense. Upon noticing that Song Jian was exposed, Niam exploded with fury. His 6 legs moved quickly, instantaneously arriving in front of Song Jian, bringing down his giant pincer. Song Jian raised his sword to block. In front of Niam's pincer, Song Jian's long sword seemed as insignificant as a toothpick. But this toothpick managed to fend off Niam's pincer, utterly disregarding Niam's powerful strength. But just as Song Jian fended off the gigantic pincer above him, he was caught off guard by a shadow blindsiding him. Another pincer from Niam was already clamping towards Song Jian's waist. Boom. 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 Another round of fierce explosions. The 7 remaining sword shadows on Song Jian shattered almost simultaneously. Even the Abyssal Demon Armor on the surface of Song Jian's body started to crack, with some weak areas even beginning to break and deform. An injury number of over 600 popped up above Song Jian's head. His vitality points, which were already down to 1,000, plummeted even further after this hit. Startled, Song Jian quickly activated the Morphing into Dark Cloud skill to break free from Niam's pincer, enveloping Niam entirely within the dark cloud. Inside the dark cloud, Niam suddenly felt separated from the surrounding abyssal environment, gradually becoming weak. At the same time, damage kept inundating him from all sides. His vitality points dropped rapidly, but he couldn't find any source of attack. Damn it, get the hell out, get out. Niam wildly swung his pincers and tail, carving marks within the rolling dark cloud, but they were quickly covered by the cloud again. These actions from Niam were just physical attacks. After Song Jian had morphed into the dark cloud, he was completely immune to physical damage, which could not harm him at all. While Niam's attack contained damage from abyssal power, for Song Jian who had also mastered abyssal power, damage from the same property was negligible and he could afford to disregard it. Taking advantage of his state as the dark cloud, Song Jian consumed an advanced healing potion, increasing his vitality points that had fallen to 100-something. This allowed him to breathe a little easier. The attack from Niam had caught him off guard. Niam was indeed formidable with power rivaling a first-class combatant. A slight lapse in concentration could have cost his life. The dark cloud state could last 15 minutes. It could cause almost 600 points of damage to Niam, during which Song Jian could recover some vitality points. 600 points of damage was a heavy hit for Niam at this point. Originally, he had less than 1/3 of his vitality points left, but after 15 minutes, they fell below the 20% mark. 21:06 Just as Song Jian was recovering from the state of the dark cloud, a dazzling golden sword chi slashed towards Niam. Light strike. By this point, Niam had been tormented by the dark cloud until he was utterly exhausted, no longer showing the agility he possessed as a spirit creature. Despite this, when the dazzling golden sword chi slashed towards him, Niam still instinctively raised his two giant pincers in defense. Crack! The golden sword chi passed by as if encountering no resistance, leaving a mark on Niam's body. The sound of bones breaking came from inside Niam's massive body. Crack! The two giant pincers fell to the ground, and Niam's lifeless eyes stared ahead. A deep hey breath escaped from his mouth and a stream of dark green blood spurted from his body. His body split into two, sliding sidewards. An injury number of over 1,000 points floated above Niam's head. Niam, whose vitality points were now at 0, did not even leave a complete body behind. Song Jian took a few quick breaths. The energy required to maintain the dark cloud was substantial. After using a few skills, Song Jian didn't have much mental strength left. After morphing into the dark cloud, his mental strength was nearly depleted. After executing the light strike, Song Jian could barely stand. It seems, I must acquire some potions or recipes for quick mental strength recovery, Song Jian thought to himself. It should be known, potions for mental strength recovery are 10 times more valuable than those for vitality recovery. Although Song Jian had the ability to make advanced healing potions, he couldn't even make a novice-level mental strength recovery potion. Thud. A series of sparks exploded like fireworks from Niam's large body. Items of various colors traced clear marks in the air, then quickly fell around Niam's dead body. Song Jian's eyes lit up, and he quickly rushed towards Niam's corpse. Chapter 462, Sudden Update Gold Quality. Song Jian's eyes lit up, staring at the firework in midair, blooming with golden light. Song Jian leaped, catching the item in hand before it fell, and carefully examined it. Abyssal Shadow, Gold, Cloak, Equipment Level 30, Equipment Effects, Damage Increase by 15%, All Attributes +1, Attack Speed +10, Special Effect 1, Ignore Monster Level +10, 50% chance to deal 2x damage when hitting targets, Special Effect 2, All Skill Levels +1, Special Effect 3, Abyssal Phantom, Active, using Abyssal Power, instantly creates a doppelganger illusion with 70% of the user's attributes and all skills, duration 1 minute, cooldown 10 minutes, Special Effect 4, Equipment Requirements -5, Equipment Requirement, Level 25. Can this item be taken out of the game? No. An item with a level of 30 that only requires level 25 to be equipped, and can be equipped at level 20 with its gold quality? Song Jian looked at the entirely black cloak held in his hand, the corner of his mouth revealing an excited smile. This was the first time Song Jian obtained back equipment, and he immediately equipped it on himself as he met the requirements. Quickly, a heavily worn black cloak, almost decayed and about to crumple, appeared on Song Jian's back, completely wrapping around his body. If other players saw this cloak, they would definitely think it was a great quality item, but no one would have guessed that it was actually a level 30 gold piece of equipment. After wearing it, Song Jian immediately felt a significant increase in his strength, as just the 15% increase in damage alone added nearly 40 points to the damage dealt. The effect would increase more as Song Jian's power improved. The bonus of +1 to all attributes delighted Song Jian, who initially thought it only added 6 points to all attributes. To his surprise, though, his luck and willpower attributes, which had already manifested, also increased by a point, bringing Song Jian unexpected joy. Attack speed is an attribute that can never have too much. An increase of 10 points meant that Song Jian would always have an extra attack every 5 or 6 when compared to other players. None of the special effects were garbage properties, and there was even an active skill that could create an abyssal phantom. It was almost like having a doppelganger, even though it lasted only a minute, whether for attacking or escaping. This skill would provide unexpected effects. This might be the first pack equipment to appear in the game. Song Jian touched the silk-like fabric, thinking secretly. At least, he had never seen other players wearing similar equipment before. Most of the remaining items were level 30 blue-green equipment, which many players probably couldn't wear at this stage. Song Jian could directly sell these in the City of Him Starfire shop, as the game's NPCs would eagerly bid for these items. Oh, there's even a magic source stone this big. Song Jian looked at the unique glowing crystal on the ground, his face showing a joyful expression. The reason he entered this dungeon was for the magic source stone. He had already collected around 800 grams of it and needed about 200 more grams to build a magic tower. He didn't expect that the last boss would actually drop a magic source stone. After this stone merged completely with the previous ones, Songjian obtained a total of 1,067 grams of magic source stones, which was enough for building a magic tower. As Songjian looked at the enormous body of the Scorpion King, then back at the magic source stone in his hand, a bizarre thought crossed his mind. Could it be that there are magic source stones in the stomachs of these golden scorpions? Like weeds, this thought rapidly grew in Songjian's mind. Just as he was hesitating whether to return to the stone forest and dissect a few golden scorpion corpses, the entire cave began to shake violently. Originally, the spatial rift in midair suddenly extended from the length of a finger to nearly a meter long. Crack, 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 crack. Countless tiny cracks spread from the rift, like tentacles probing the space in all directions. All players in the game suddenly received a red game alert. System, dear players, the game's new version of Abyssal Shadow will be launched soon. For your safety in the game, please secure your belongings within 10 seconds, and find a safe place for your game character to avoid accidents. 10, 9, 8, 7. Songjian was dumbfounded, as the entire cave began to shake violently. Huge rocks fell from above as he felt like he was on a rocking boat, barely able to stand. At that moment, a pale blue teleport gate appeared in front of Songjian. Seeing the countdown had less than 5 seconds left, Songjian dashed towards the gate without hesitation. The instant Songjian's silhouette disappeared into the gate, all the online players were simultaneously kicked out of the game and returned to the real world. As Songjian opened his eyes, he found himself lying on the hard bed in his rented room. The window seemed not to be properly closed, and the wind kept blowing in with a whoosh. It seemed to be late at night, around 4 or 5 o'clock. Songjian's head felt a little messy as he sat up, and it took him a while to recall the recent memory fragments. The game suddenly kicked all players offline, and it seems to be related to the suddenly appearing spatial rift in the dungeon. Songjian murmured to himself, that spatial rift seemed to be filled with the aura of the abyss. In fact, Songjian guessed correctly. The game had kicked all the players out because more and more abyssal rifts had appeared, not only in dungeons but also in many places in the game. Similar rifts had appeared everywhere. Just a few seconds before Songjian went offline, those rifts suddenly exploded. The areas that were originally just tiny cracks suddenly expanded to several dozen centimeters or even 1 or 2 meters long, nearly causing the entire world to collapse. He picked up his phone and saw that the game icon had turned gray again. After a few taps, there was still no response, so it seemed that he wouldn't be able to enter the game again today. Just as Songjian was about to put down his phone, the communication app suddenly sent out a series of urgent beeps, as if a dozen messages had arrived at once. Songjian opened his phone to find that all the groups in the app were frantically forwarding a message. Do you believe in a game where people can die? If you die in the game, you will also disappear in the real world, leaving no trace. It's terrifying. There was also a link below the message. Songjian casually clicked on it, and his phone screen immediately turned black. An abandoned city slowly emerged from the center of the screen. Clicking on the abandoned city again, Songjian entered the web page where the header read Doomsday City in large characters. Chapter 463, Website. Songjian opened a website that was quite straightforward in content. On the homepage, there was an article on the apocalyptic theory, detailing the existence of the game Doomsday City, followed by a series of videos. The content of these videos was quite startling, akin to supernatural phenomena. For instance, there was a teenager walking down a dark alley, accompanied by a skeletal arm that seemed to follow him like a servant. After a few steps, the teenager seemed to sense someone watching him. He turned around, his crimson eyes causing the camera to shake violently. There was another video of a female student vanishing in the middle of a street while carrying her backpack, only to reappear in a spot 10 meters away after some time, an occurrence that was quite eerie. Yet another set of videos took place overseas, with two sides armed with guns, engaged in a shootout on the street. Suddenly, a soldier stood up from a cove, raised his hands, and a huge fireball appeared above his palms. He then launched the fireball towards the adversaries, turning an armored vehicle into pieces, although the soldier was soon riddled with bullets from multiple submachine guns. It appears as if all these are skills obtained from the game. After viewing a few more videos, Songjian put his phone away. This game was beginning to impact the real world. Although Songjian has always been prepared for this, upon the actual arrival of the day, he felt rather complicated. There were people from the military appearing in the game, and the police were conducting door-to-door investigations in the real world. The number of new players entering the game every day probably exceeded 10,000, and a good deal of players died within the game. Though these numbers were minuscule in comparison with the total population of over 7 billion, traces would still be left behind, which could attract attention from the observant. Currently, the power of players in the real world, without the bonus of game equipment, was still incapable of resisting powerful weaponry. Intelligent players would try their utmost to conceal their player identities and not exhibit any abnormalities before the might of the government. Song Jian did not know what would happen to those who revealed their player identities, but losing some freedom was inevitable. There might even be the establishment of a unique department specifically for recruiting players in the future. However, for many players, absolute freedom was still more important. Players yearning for actual freedom would, at least, need to have the capability to face powerful weaponry head-on even when stripped of their game equipment bonuses. However, with the continuous upgrade of player levels and the increasing obtainment of treasures within the game, such circumstance should seem inevitable. Eventually, the real world might be thrown into chaos. Whatever, as long as I am living well. Song Jian murmured to himself, looking out of the window at the bright moonlight. He then sat cross-legged on his bed, absorbing the moon's essence to enhance his physical body. With Song Jian's current physical quality, he could ignore small-caliber handguns even without the equipment bonuses. However, for more powerful weapons, he was still apprehensive. The next day, early in the morning, Song Jian left his rented house and walked to a real estate agency. Through the agency, Song Jian selected a villa in a scenic area. After paying the deposit, he also reserved a car that cost more than 300,000. He then headed back to his rental. He now had several million cash in hand and, at most, another 20 million incoming in 3 months. It was almost like a dream, getting rich overnight and suddenly becoming a millionaire. After settling the house and car issues, Song Jian felt a sense of loss. He didn't know what to do next. When Song Jian returned to his rented apartment community, he noticed 2 police cars were parked at the entrance. Song Jian immediately went on high alert. Instead of entering his community, he walked to a nearby store across the street. After purchasing a pack of Zhonghua cigarettes, he took one out and offered it to the shop owner. Nodding towards the police cars at the entrance of the community, he asked, "Hey, buddy, what's the situation over there? Why are there cops?" "Well, who knows? Maybe they are here because of that super-powered person from yesterday," the retailer replied nonchalantly, accepting the cigarette with obvious pleasure. "The super-powered person from yesterday? Haven't they caught him yet?" Song Jian raised an eyebrow and asked. "Is it that easy to catch him? The guy can run on walls, how could anyone catch him?" The shop owner looked around and whispered, "Those 2 police cars have been there since the morning, and haven't left. I reckon they are conducting door-to-door investigations. I don't know what's going on these days, it feels like all manner of bizarre things are happening." After smoking a cigarette with the store owner, Song Jian took one glance at the 2 police cars at the entrance of the community and left for a narrow path nearby. Whether these cops were here for him or not, Song Jian did not want to interact with them this early. Although he knew that it was inevitable that they would find him, given his strength was not strong and his player identity could be possibly exposed extremely late in the game, it would be better. By the evening, Song Jian arrived at the scenic villa he bought earlier in the day. It was a fully furnished terraced house covering more than 300 square meters, with 2 floors. In Coastal City, it would only be considered mediocre at best. Yet, this house almost exhausted all the cash Song Jian had, leaving him with only around 10,000 yuan in his account. As for the car that cost more than 300,000, it would take about 10 days before he could pick it up, as there was no existing stock in the 4S shop. After arriving back at the villa, Song Jian tried to open the link released last night on his phone, but found the site to be inaccessible. It seemed to be blocked. The game also seemed to be in maintenance. Song Jian waited until midnight when the game icon on his phone finally turned from gray to color. Phew, it's finally okay again. I thought I won't be able to enter the game today. Song Jian let out a sigh of relief, his anxiety finally eased. He constantly felt like a giant the net was closing in on him. Even without the game equipment, Song Jian's actual strength was less than a third of what it was in the game, but his keen intuition for danger made him feel incredibly insecure. It seemed that he would only feel safe when he was inside the game. Upon clicking the icon, a huge skeletal arm emerged from the phone screen, grabbing hold of Song Jian and pulling him inside the game. Damn, it's like this every time. Chapter 464, Game Update. Returning to the game once again, Song Jian felt an inexplicable sense of security. Standing under the dazzling stars, he stared wide-eyed at the game updates that flowed like a waterfall before his eyes. What on earth happened within just one day? Song Jian looked at the update content in surprise, checking every detail carefully, fearing he might miss a single word. System: the new version of the game, Abyssal Shadows, has been updated. Players can now choose their own Abyss faction. Note: there is no unique method to choose the Abyss faction, players can explore it themselves. Warning: once a faction is changed, it cannot be reverted. Players' previous game experiences will cause significant changes. System: the game time has been altered from the real-time scenario. Where 4.8 hours in the game world would be equivalent to 1 hour in the real world, players can exist for a maximum of 8 hours in the real world. If the time is exceeded, they will be forcefully kicked out of the game. System: the player's safe house will now have an occupation mode. During territorial expansion wars, players can opt to flee in advance. System: the cooldown time for territorial expansion wars will be reduced from 1 month in game time to 8 hours. Song Jian carefully read through the multitude of updates. It took him almost half an hour to read all of them. This game is getting more and more realistic. Song Jian felt a sudden sense of heaviness in his heart, unsure why he felt this way. It seemed as if the game was actually another real world. Bang! A crisp sound shattered the starry expanse beneath Song Jian's feet, turning it into countless fragments. He plunged downwards, the feeling of weightlessness making him panic slightly, but all his skills were rendered useless. Both morphing into dark cloud and steel wings lost their effects, as if he had suddenly reverted to an ordinary person. Ah! Song Jian broke into a cold sweat, sitting up abruptly in bed. Where is this? Song Jian looked around in a daze, finally recognizing the space he was in. This is my manor castle's bedroom. Could everything that just happened have been a dream? Song Jian shook his head, summoning his attribute menu, and carefully observed it. Suddenly, a light bulb seemed to flash in his mind, and he appeared to remember something. No, I was just entering the game before. Shock spread across Song Jian's face as he momentarily believed that the virtual game was the real world. The existence of the safe house, personal attribute menu, skill bar, task bar, and inventory seemed like genuine parts of that world with no inconsistencies. What's wrong with me? Why did I treat this game as the real world? Song Jian lifted the covers and walked to the window, gazing into the distance. The lush farmland, the overlapping medieval buildings, and the passing NPCs finally made Song Jian aware of the game's presence. At this moment, Song Jian's eyebrows furrowed as he noticed thick black smoke rising from distant abandoned skyscrapers. There were at least a dozen such instances in sight. In the center of the city, where once a television tower stood as the tallest building, a dark pyramid now stood in its place. The pyramid reached a height of almost 2 meters, and even from where Song Jian was, he could see it clearly. A dense black aura enveloped the surface of the dark pyramid, the smoke-like blackness rising into the air and forming a fiendish demon face with 2 horns on its forehead. The face wore a sly smile, and despite being suspended in midair, it seemed incredibly tangible. Song Jian couldn't help but feel an instinctive sense of dread as he looked at the monstrous, grinning visage. However, this feeling was soon dissipated by a wave of chill. Is this the new Abyss Demon Cave instance in the new version? Song Jian murmured to himself. With this game update, more game content was revealed. In the new version, numerous Abyss Demon Cave instances had appeared throughout the world. These instances were categorized as Level 5, Level 10, Level 20, Level 30, and the final Abyss Territory instance, within Doomsday City. The towering black smoke signified the presence of Abyss Demon Caves, while the black pyramid at the center of the city represented the final Abyss Territory instance. Moreover, the entry requirement for the Abyss Territory instance was to reach Tier 1 combat power. Only players who passed the test and reached Tier 1 combat power were eligible to enter the Abyss Territory instance. The Abyss Territory instance holds clues to advanced professions. It is a place that every player must enter after reaching level 30. Song Jian muttered as he gazed at the distant black pyramid. At that moment, Song Jian's bedroom door was suddenly pushed open with a bang. Bloodline Wizard Wallace floated in excitedly, fell to one knee before Song Jian, and said in an uncontrollable, excited tone, "Honorable Master, my research has finally succeeded. I have created a perfect black dragon bloodline body. In the near future, you will have the most powerful bloodline wizard at your disposal, the Dragon Wizard." Wallace's sudden entry took Song Jian by surprise, and he frowned, about to rebuke him. However, upon hearing Wallace's explanation, Song Jian's face broke into a smile. "Wallace, have you succeeded? Have you created a real body for yourself?" Song Jian asked. "Yes, Master, I have succeeded." Wallace lifted his head and looked at Song Jian with gratitude, saying, "I would like to invite my master to witness my resurrection ceremony." For Wallace, the soul-body fusion resurrection ceremony was crucial, equivalent to a new birth. If the ceremony failed, not only would the newly created body be destroyed, but Wallace's soul body would also suffer a severe blow, perhaps losing any chance of regaining a body in the future. Therefore, most bloodline wizards would hold the resurrection ceremony in the most secluded places, never inviting any friends to watch. During the resurrection ceremony, Wallace was even more helpless than a newborn baby. Even an ordinary adult man could easily disrupt the ceremony. Song Jian was unaware of the importance of the resurrection ceremony for Wallace and thought it was similar to the harvest festival. He smiled and nodded, saying, "Of course, my friend, after your true resurrection, I will hold a large celebration for you. Also, I will build you a magic tower." Wallace was taken aback, and even his soul body seemed unstable. Stuttering, he asked, Master, are you serious? Are you really willing to build a magic tower for me? It's just. Sorry, I forgot to update today. Apologies. Chapter 465, Resurrection Ceremony for a Major Wizard. Owning a magic tower is something they dream about. Even though Wallace once had the power of a first-order bloodline wizard, he never had a magic tower of his own. When Songjian said he was willing to build a magic tower for him, it made Wallace excited and grateful, raising his appreciation to a new level. System, you promised to build a magic tower for follower bloodline wizard Wallace. His favorability towards you greatly increases, and the relationship between you and follower bloodline wizard Wallace is elevated to admiration. Just by making a promise, I can greatly increase the favorability of my followers. Songjian laughed and thought to himself, that's so simple. Maybe this is a loophole, a way to quickly increase favorability for followers or even NPCs. However, Songjian also knew that this promise, over time, would lose its effect very quickly if it was not realized. The favorability would drop even faster and more than how much it had increased, perhaps eventually turning the relationship with a follower into hatred and ultimately leading to betrayal. This shortcut, though fast, had more severe consequences if not handled with confidence, especially when making promises to NPCs or one's followers. Alright, let's go and check out your resurrection ceremony first. Songjian stood up and said with a smile. Master, I have one more request. Wallace knelt on one knee, his head bowed low. What is it? As long as it's not too much, I will agree, Songjian said. Master, I know there's a blood pool in the basement of the manor castle. Wallace said nervously, if the body I am going to fuse with my soul can be soaked in the blood pool for some time, it would help me recover my strength greatly. Blood pool? Songjian furrowed his brows and asked after a moment of contemplation, how did you know there's a blood pool in the basement? The basement was a forbidden area, which Songjian used as a safekeeping place for items from his inventory that he didn't need at the time. Even the butler George didn't know about the basement, let alone Wallace. In the entire manor castle, apart from Songjian, the only other entity that possibly knew about the existence of the blood pool was the blood-chilling shadow tree Alex. However, Alex was usually in a dormant state and would only wake up when enemies invaded the manor castle. Moreover, Alex couldn't communicate with anyone else. So how did Wallace learn about the blood pool? Did he sneak into the basement when Songjian wasn't looking? With his thought, Songjian's expression became stern, and he stared intently at Wallace, waiting for an explanation. Master, after I created the body with the Black Dragon bloodline, I tried to fuse with it once. Although the effect wasn't great, I suddenly gained a special ability when I entered the body, Wallace said quietly. I seem to be able to sense the existence of the blood slaves on the territory, and I can also communicate with the blood wolves. What, you can sense the existence of blood slaves? Songjian's face showed a surprised expression. The blood crows that served as scouts and the blood zombies and blood wolves that served as guardians were thought to be Songjian's summons, and others didn't know about the existence of the blood pool. Moreover, these blood slaves would only obey one person's command, the person who built the blood pool. And since mastering the blood pool summoning skill, Songjian had grown deeper with these blood slaves. In the depths of their souls, Songjian's mark had been engraved, allowing him to annihilate the blood slaves with a single thought, preventing them from being resurrected. Can you order them to do things? Songjian asked seriously. No, I can't, Wallace said nervously. Right now, I can only communicate with the blood wolves, while I can only vaguely sense the existence of the blood crows and blood zombies due to their low intelligence and inability to communicate. So, it was the blood wolves that told you about the blood pool? Songjian asked in a deep voice. Yes, Master. I was curious about the blood wolves with red fur, and I accidentally asked one of them about their origin, which is how I learned about the blood pool. Wallace lowered his head even more, his soul body trembling slightly. Alright, I understand. You have my permission to use the blood pool. Songjian contemplated for a long time and decided to observe for a while longer. After all, Wallace was once a first-order bloodline wizard, and both his strength and knowledge were something that Songjian longed for. Songjian was now at level 22, and reaching level 30 wasn't that far away for him. Once he reached level 30, Songjian would have to undergo the test to reach the first-order combat power, and Wallace's experience in this area would be of great help to him. Thank you, my master. Wallace was so excited that he knee-walked a few steps and gently kissed Songjian's boot. Let's go take a look at your laboratory first. I presume your resurrection ceremony will be held there? Songjian glanced at Wallace and asked. Yes, master, it's there. Wallace replied. With a thought, Songjian's figure vanished and reappeared inside Wallace's laboratory. As he entered Wallace's laboratory, Songjian felt a sense of resistance, as if some mysterious force was trying to prevent his entry. In this lab, Songjian had complete control over the entire manor castle and all its surrounding territories. After entering the lab, he frowned and looked around. At this point, Wallace's lab seemed to be enveloped by a semi-transparent shield of energy. On the surrounding walls, there were hundreds of complex golden runes with pulsing lights, like breathing, connecting them mysteriously. "Is this a magic defense array?" Songjian exclaimed in surprise. Although he could see that this was a magic defense array set up by Wallace, he didn't know specifically what kind of defense array it was. He was still severely lacking in knowledge about magic, he could only recognize one or two of the golden runes on the walls. After waiting in the laboratory for a while, Wallace's soul body passed through the wall. Upon seeing Songjian, Wallace greeted him nervously. "I am sorry, Master, I forgot to turn off the magic defense array," Wallace said nervously. Chapter 466, Black Dragon Essence Blood. In reality, it wasn't that Wallace forgot to close the door, but rather that Songjian had come too quickly, not even giving Wallace a chance to close the door, let alone explain in advance. However, Wallace knew clearly that within Manor Castle, no matter how formidable the defense array was, it couldn't stop Songjian from entering. Songjian waved his hand, indicating he didn't mind. His gaze swept over the lab, finally resting on a nutritive tank in the middle of the lab. This was a tank similar to a glass coffin, filled with light green liquid. Suspended within the liquid was a human body, with tentacles reminiscent of arthropod joints spreading out from the interior wall of the tank, intermingling with various parts of the body, providing the nutrients the body needed. Songjian examined this human body carefully. Pale skin, tightly closed eyes, a somewhat thin body with not much muscle, and a quite handsome face. He judged the age to be between 20 and 30. "Master, this is how I looked when I was young." Wallace glanced at the human body in the nutrient tank. A smile appeared at the corner of his mouth. "Very good. Are you sure you can fully fuse with this body?" Songjian nodded. If Wallace truly could recover to a first-grade combat power, it would be of great assistance to him. "Of course, no problem, but Master, I still need a drop of Black Dragon Essence blood to serve as the fuse for integration," Wallace said nervously. Wallace had conducted dozens of experiments before, but every time after entering a body, it wouldn't be long before his soul would be automatically rejected by the body. After extensive research, Wallace finally found the cause. The body he had created possesses the Black Dragon bloodline, but his soul had no trace of the Black Dragon bloodline, naturally, making a complete fusion impossible. This was why he had been hesitant to merge with the body. He had to absorb a drop of Black Dragon Essence blood during the complete fusion process. At this moment, Songjian seemed to hear a roar of anger from the Black Dragon hatchling inside the pet space. The dragon hatchling despised the soul who wanted its essence blood and wished it could swallow it whole. The reason why Songjian hadn't summoned the Black Dragon hatchling to assist in battle was because it had lost a considerable amount of blood due to Wallace's previous experiments, causing it to remain weak. It was unable to level up. Now, they were asking for another drop of the Black Dragon hatchling's essence blood. Songjian worried that this might cause fundamental damage to the hatchling. If that were the case, Songjian would rather Wallace not fully fuse and resurrect. After all, in terms of potential, the potential of the Black Dragon hatchling outstripped Wallace by a long shot. "Wallace, my battle partner, this Black Dragon is still in its juvenile period. Would taking a drop of blood essence cause fundamental harm to it? Would it affect its future growth potential?" Songjian asked, staring seriously at Wallace. "Master, I swear upon my soul that it won't irreversibly harm your battle pet. At most, it will prolong its time of weakness. And it will not affect the hatchling's potential for growth," Wallace solemnly stated. "Moreover, Master, if I can perfectly fuse with this body, my strength will recover quickly. I pledge to you that as soon as I regain first-grade combat power, I will find a stalk of Dragon Crystal Blood Rage Grass for your battle pet to enhance its capabilities." Dragon Crystal Blood Rage Grass? This was the first time Songjian had heard of this medicinal herb. He closed his eyes slightly, his consciousness entering the pet space. The Black Dragon hatchling had a pure lineage. The heritage of the Dragon clan depended on their bloodline genes. With the increase in age, the knowledge contained within their bloodline would gradually be released. Although the Black Dragon hatchling was only at level 15 and not yet mature, the inheritance of thousands of years had opened a door for it. Songjian believed that if the Dragon Crystal Blood Rage Grass could truly help the Dragon clan, the Black Dragon hatchling would certainly gain the related knowledge. Upon hearing the words Dragon Crystal Blood Rage Grass in the pet space, the Black Dragon hatchling suddenly paused. Then, a look of intense excitement crossed its face. It began jumping around continuously in its space, reflecting the ecstatic feeling in its heart. Clearly, it was highly desirous of the Dragon Crystal Blood Rage Grass. For the Dragon Crystal Blood Rage Grass, the Black Dragon hatchling agreed readily after only a slight hesitation, despite it cost a drop of its essence blood. Seeing the Black Dragon hatchling agree, Songjian didn't quite understand the usage of Dragon Crystal Blood Rage Grass, but he knew that it must have a special significance to the Dragon Clan. Very well, remember your promise. Songjian nodded at Wallace. Wallace wore an excited look. It was only after losing his power that he realized how valuable it was. Now having a second chance, he certainly didn't want to let it go. He had to seize it firmly. With a thought from Songjian, a drop of essence blood from the Black Dragon hatchling floated up from the pet space. The Black Dragon hatchling, having lost some essence blood, immediately fell into a deep sleep. It seemed like it would be a long time before it could be summoned for battle again. This drop of essence blood, looking like a ruby, even exuded a flickering energy aura, as if it were a flame. Thank you, Master. Excitement filled Wallace's eyes. After such a long period of experimenting, he was finally at the last step. This drop of Black Dragon essence blood could completely change his future. As a bloodline wizard possessing the Black Dragon bloodline, he had the potential to become the strongest. Wallace walked to the control panel and began to feed a series of precious synthesis drugs into the nutrient tank, continuously injecting them into the human body lying inside. This was Wallace's final enhancement to the quality of this human body. He didn't want to resurrect as a weakling. The human body inside the nutrient tank, which had been lying quietly in the green nutrient fluid, suddenly began to shake unnaturally, as if it had come alive. Its thin frame, as if blown up by a balloon, began to swell rapidly, the muscles bulging, the stature growing at a visible speed. Wallace stared nervously at the body inside the nutrient tank. This was the most crucial step. He had tested all the other steps before, but he couldn't test this step. After all, those precious drugs weren't easy to come by. He had no control over what might happen at the last moment. He could only pray silently in his heart for the final step to be successful. Boom. The lid of the nutrient tank was suddenly kicked up by a powerful force. The nutrient fluid inside splashed all over the place. But Wallace's soul body was so excited that it seemed about to leap up. Now is the time. Wallace exclaimed involuntarily, his soul body pouncing towards the human body in the nutrient tank. Chapter 467, Constructing the Magic Tower. The moment Wallace's soul body plunged into the nutrient tank, the originally violently struggling body suddenly stiffened and then slowly sank, becoming quiet. Under Wallace's skin, merged with her soul, strings of energy were constantly flowing as if they were like little snakes crawling everywhere. Is this a success? Songjian glanced at the Black Dragon essence blood still floating in midair and then at Wallace in the nutrient tank, seemingly sleeping, and thought to himself. Just then, the body in the nutrient tank began to tremble. Wallace's soul was being pushed out by a force of rejection. Wallace's soul struggled desperately not to leave his body. But the speed of being pushed away was slow and steady. At this rate, within a minute, Wallace's soul would have completely left his body. At this moment, the Black Dragon's essence blood floating in midair suddenly dropped down and landed right on Wallace's forehead. A shrill scream burst out from the body in the tank. A burning sound was heard from the forehead, and a wisp of green smoke began to waft from his body. Songjian saw that the drop of Black Dragon's essence blood, as soon as it touched the skin on the forehead, seemed to possess consciousness as it dug into the body. Numerous filaments finer than hair tendrils also extended from the essence blood, spreading all around. In no time, this Black Dragon's essence blood was like a red gem embedded in the body's forehead. Around this red gem, numerous thin tendrils were deeply imprinted into the skin. Wallace suddenly opened his eyes. He could feel the intense pain from the Black Dragon's essence blood on his forehead, but he could also feel that not only pain but also an endless power was nourishing his body and soul. Due to the nourishment offered by the Black Dragon's essence blood, this body began to accept Wallace's soul. However, to achieve a full fusion, it would require a lot more time. Success, I have finally succeeded. Wallace exclaimed enthusiastically. In his emotional upheaval, his eyes suddenly changed into a pair of golden vertical pupils, just like the eyes of a black dragon. Damn it, the body has mutated. Wallace was immediately anxious. Bloodline wizards were prone to ancestral regression, a partial mutation in their bodies. This mutation could grant the bloodline wizards a portion of their ancestors' power, but it could also change the wizards' personalities drastically and without warning. In severe cases, they would even lose their sense of self and turn into a crazy, raging monster. This was the thing bloodline wizards were most afraid of. Boom! With a loud bang, the nutrient tank suddenly shattered. The lab was swept up as if in a violent storm, with a gust tearing up everything into pieces. In the instant the explosion struck, Songjian, with a thought, left Wallace's lab immediately. As a defensive array was arranged in advance, the explosion was contained within the lab. After a while, A tense-faced Wallace, wrapped in a half-sheet, came out of the lab. Seeing Song Jian standing at the lab's doorway, he quickly knelt before him. "Master, my apologies. While the resurrection ritual was successful, there are still many side effects. I wish to request to recover in the blood pool immediately," Wallace said hastily. The sudden surge of bloodline power had temporarily been suppressed using a clarity potion, but if the situation continues without remedy, even the clarity potion would lose its effect on him. "Go ahead, I hope you can recover your former power soon." Song Jian nodded. Wallace's figure suddenly crumbled like yellow sand, a strange breeze blew and the sand pile instantly vanished completely. But Song Jian, with his senses, could clearly see that Wallace had already entered the basement and had laid down impatiently in the blood pool. The blood pool was where the blood slaves were born. Once a blood slave has died, he would be resurrected in the blood pool. As all of the blood slaves were in their territories now, the blood pool had been idle. As soon as Wallace entered the blood pool, the blood water inside began to boil, just like boiling water, bubbling continuously. But Wallace, lying in the blood pool only with his head showing, demonstrated a relaxed expression on his face and even emitted a moan of relaxation. Song Jian glanced at the ruined lab, shook his head, stepped out of the castle ignoring Wallace. Now, Song Jian had decent equipment, and his skills were more numerous than that of the average player. Not only was he ranked first in level, but his power also greatly surpassed other players. As he walked out of Manor Castle, he looked at the Black Pyramid in the distance, his eyes full of ambition. The Black Pyramid situated in the middle of the city must be the highest level instance dungeon in the city. Currently, players couldn't even get near to the dungeon, let alone pioneer it. That is, at least, the instance dungeon you need to possess first-order combat power to enter. Song Jian looked at the Black Pyramid and sighed. Just then, a tremor came from afar, and a red beam of light shot into the sky. The light then began to slowly expand outwards. A loud voice resounded in the ears of all the players in Doomsday City. Song Jian looked at the red beam of light in the distance, murmured to himself, the territorial expansion campaign, the cooldown time changed from a month to 8 hours. This should be a strategy by the game developers to expedite the growth of the war alliances, choosing the strongest war alliance as quickly as possible, and then focusing all their efforts on the Abyss Demon clan's invasion. Song Jian couldn't confirm his speculation, however, the territorial expansion campaign had inevitably unfolded among the city's war alliances. Song Jian glanced at his own alliance's territorial expansion campaign cooldown time, which had already expired, gave a slight smile, and immediately chose to launch the territorial expansion campaign. The territory, which was initially several hundred meters in scale, once again spread out all around. Some of the weaker players, watching the spreading red light, then looked at Song Jian's manor castle in the distance, had no choice but to abandon their safe houses and flee. This time, to Song Jian, the territorial expansion campaign encountered no worthy resistance. His territory spanned a radius of 500 meters now, but due to the absence of the magic tower, all new buildings within the alliance couldn't be constructed. "Master, the manor castle must be upgraded to level 4. Only then can all the new buildings be unlocked," said Butler George, looking somewhat helpless. Within his territory, Butler George had already reserved a spot for the construction of the magic tower. Song Jian walked into the empty space and took out a magic source stone the size of a human head from his backpack. He instructed George, start constructing the magic tower." Chapter 468, Shadow Circus Troupe with the most critical material, the magic source stone. The construction of the magic tower became smooth and seamless. More than a dozen construction NPCs pushed various building materials to the open space. In just a short while, a rough foundation was built. "Master, because we don't have special building blueprints, we can only build the most basic magic tower. Its effects may not be very significant," the housekeeper George said nervously. "Building blueprints for the magic tower?" Song Jian was taken aback for a moment, but he quickly shook his head. There were various types of building blueprints in the game with many ways to obtain them. Furthermore, many blueprints were unique, so many players' territories had a variety of styles. One notable example was Luotaniu's military camp. Song Jian believed that Luotaniu's safe house was built into a military camp model because he acquired a special building blueprint. "As long as it doesn't affect the upgrade of Manor Castle, it's fine," Song Jian said indifferently. The magic tower was a special building in the territory, and the material, the magic source stone, was incredibly precious. Song Jian knew that a single magic tower could make players trying to upgrade their safe houses desperate. As for the special building blueprints of the magic tower, they were rare treasures. Even if they appeared in the auction house, Song Jian wouldn't be able to afford them, let alone other players. Even if someone had a special building blueprint for the magic tower, constructing it would probably be very difficult, At least 10 times harder than building an ordinary magic tower. If it slowed down the safe house upgrade, Song Jian would rather not go through the trouble. Hearing that Song Jian had no complaints, George finally breathed a sigh of relief. In his heart, the safe house upgrade was the top priority, so he immediately began building the magic tower after Song Jian took out the magic source stone. Master, the magic tower will take 3 working days to build. Once it's completed, should we upgrade the manor castle immediately? Housekeeper George asked. Upgrade it right away. Song Jian nodded in agreement. Song Jian delegated many safe house authorities to George, but George still sought Song Jian's opinion on important matters. George nodded and left. Song Jian glanced at the new media library and then at the Book of the Abyss in his hand, letting out a sigh. The task of the Cecilia priest had been hanging on him and had never shown failure, but Song Jian couldn't return the Book of the Abyss to the library as a task item anymore. After all, the Book of the Abyss was now a dark gold quality equipment. Cecilia would not be generous enough to give Song Jian the dark gold quality equipment as a task reward. I wonder how my follower Ya is doing now. Song Jian glanced at the follower interface, where both Ya and Wallace were in an unsummonable state. Song Jian looked at his level and then at a black pillar of smoke in the distance. If I can't fight large abyss territories, can I still fight small abyss demon caves? Song Jian thought to himself. As Song Jian was about to head towards the nearest abyss demon cave, a noisy sound suddenly erupted from the edge of his territory. Song Jian frowned and looked in that direction, only to see a team of dozens of people slowly approaching his territory. This team was composed of more than 10 large caravans pulled by huge, but gentle Kodo beasts. The drivers of the caravans had weather-beaten faces and exhaustion written all over them. A few performers dressed as clowns were playing with rattle drums, making pleasant music while singing and dancing, attracting a crowd of onlookers. It seems like a circus troupe. Song Jian's eyes narrowed as he noticed large cages at the back of the caravan, holding tigers, lions, bears, and other beasts. These animals had lost their ferocity and lay lazily in their cages. Even when poked by children with sticks, they would just lazily brush them away without getting angry. The team stopped at the edge of Song Jian's territory, where a large area was just grassland without any buildings. As soon as the caravan stopped, several people jumped off and began unloading things and setting up tents. Are they crazy? In this apocalyptic-themed game, there's a circus troupe wandering around performing shows? Aren't they afraid of being swallowed by monsters in the wild? Song Jian was dumbfounded, feeling like everything happening in front of him was like an illusion. All he could confirm now was that everyone in the circus troupe was an NPC in the game, and there were no players present. At that moment, a beastman with a full-faced beard jumped off one of the caravans. This beastman seemed very old, with a wrinkled face and a broken tusk protruding from his mouth. Song Jian couldn't sense any aggressive aura from this beastman, who seemed harmless with a friendly smile on his face. However, Song Jian didn't dare to underestimate him, because this beastman was at a higher level than him. Level 30,1 Wonder if he's passed the first-class combat power assessment, Song Jian thought to himself. When Song Jian looked at the members of the circus troupe again, he was even more shocked. Over half of them had reached level 30. Several performers painted as clowns and making funny expressions were putting on a show for the oncoming crowd. These clowns were actually first-class thieves by profession. These people. They all have the ability to level my territory. Beads of sweat formed on Song Jian's forehead. Seeing Song Jian, the elderly beastman's eyes lit up, and he quickly approached. He took off his worn-out cowboy hat and bowed respectfully to Song Jian, saying, "Honorable Lord, I am Hyuga Stanley from the Northern Wastelands, offering my sincerest blessings to you." Song Jian stared at the beastman in front of him and asked, "Who are you and why have you came to my territory?" "Honorable Lord." The beastman Hyuga had a flattering smile on his face, not looking down on Song Jian even though his level was much lower, and his tone was humble. "We are a wandering circus troupe, the Shadow Circus Troupe, originally planning to perform in the City of Sin, but as we passed by, we wanted to rest here for a while and provide some interesting shows for your people." Shadow Circus Troupe? Song Jian looked at the people who were busily setting up tents, his face thoughtful. Chapter 469, Increasing Favorability. People in the Shadow Circus Troupe are mainly professionals, and they're all high-level professionals, which is why they can enter Doomsday City with impunity. What Song Jian currently cares about the most is how this circus troupe managed to cross the black fog outside Doomsday City. It must be very dangerous in that patch of black fog. If not for a random system teleportation or having teleportation door technology, no NPC would be willing to enter Doomsday City through the black fog. However, this is just his first interaction with the Shadow Circus Troupe. The old beastman standing before him seems to be the troupe director, and since they're performing near his region, there will be many chances for further encounters. He can ask questions later. After finishing his conversation with Hyuga, Song Jian suddenly received a system notification. System, your territory has attracted the Shadow Circus Troupe. The satisfaction of residents in your territory increases, and all NPCs will have their work efficiency increased by 30% during the stay of the Shadow Circus Troupe. Hint, the Shadow Circus Troupe is a hidden group within the game. Players could obtain numerous valuable items through it, so players should explore by themselves. Work efficiency increased by 30%. Many valuable items? Song Jian was slightly stunned as his gaze shifted to the constructing magic tower. Indeed, the efficiency of the dozen or so construction workers seemed to have significantly increased. Joy filled their faces and each of them brimmed with energy. After hesitating for a moment, Song Jian decided to postpone his plans to explore the Abyss Demon Cave. From a distance, he regarded this strange circus troupe with a keen interest. It seemed like this circus troupe did not aim for profit. The performance venue they built was open, with no walls or fences, nor anything like a ticket booth. Anyone who was interested could come and go freely. By the time the circus troupe finished setting up their performance venue, it was already evening. All the NPCs in Song Jian's territory started to rest. After changing their clothes, they walked towards the circus troupe in small groups. Only then did Song Jian realize how many NPCs were in his territory. From a distance, the number already exceeded 100. Moreover, the Shadow Circus Troupe didn't only attract NPCs from Song Jian's territory. Even the NPCs from other players and those from several streets away were drawn in as well. This area had pretty much become a safe zone. Unknown to Song Jian when it started, no more NPCs were refreshing on the streets. But some resources would refresh inside the abandoned buildings. Every day, some low-level players would search for resources in the buildings. The performances of the circus troupe were splendid, prompting sighs of awe or laughter from the watching NPCs now and then. They clapped their hands enthusiastically. Song Jian observed them from the afternoon until he noticed that the troupe consisted of quite a number of rare professions. The beast tamer who performed animal training, the flying knife master who performed masked knife throwing, the highway knight performing stunts on a motorcycle through a ring of fire. They were all rare professions. If any players below level 10 who hadn't undergone a profession change found out about this place, it would be a blessing for them. There were still many ordinary professions in the game. For every 10 professions that one came into contact with, there would be only 1 or 2 rare professions. If they wanted to acquire a more powerful profession, they would have to try their luck in areas with higher level monsters. Many players died in those high-level monster areas for this reason. The circus troupe's performances went on until around 10 o'clock at night. They performed for 6 to 7 hours straight. For the Shadow Circus Troupe that had just come to a new place, such a long performance was quite strenuous. I wonder how long they'll stay here? Song Jian watched the busy circus performers and pondered. Honorable Lord, what do you think of our performance? Old Beastman Hueco strolled over and asked with a smile. Song Jian glanced at Hueco. Hueco had just performed a magic trick, controlling 5 or 6 burning fireballs to dance around him. He even made several seemingly dangerous moves, causing the surrounding spectators to gasp in amazement. Excellent, a spectacular performance. Song Jian praised with a smile. At this moment, an idea flashed through his mind. He said to old Beastman Hueco, as a token of my gratitude to the Shadow Circus Troupe, I would like to provide you with some provisions. As he spoke, Song Jian summoned his steward, George, and whispered a few words to him. Moments later, a group of NPCs brought a batch of food over. Most of the food was meat, with many pieces of bread and cakes as well. There were vast farms and a livestock pen in Song Jian's territory, which provided more than enough food for self-sufficiency. This is marvelous, thank you, merciful Lord. Hueco expressed his gratitude with a look of appreciation. System, you have provided a large amount of food to the Shadow Circus Troupe, earning the gratitude of the troupe's leader, Hueco. Your relationship with the Shadow Circus Troupe has improved to a friendly status, as expected. Giving gifts to NPCs is the best way to improve relations. Song Jian thought to himself. After enhancing his relationship with the Shadow Circus Troupe to friendly, Song Jian discovered while walking around the circus that the staff of the circus troupe would greet Song Jian when they noticed him. Some of them would even offer Song Jian a toast. The evening celebration entertained not only the members of the Shadow Circus Troupe but also the NPCs in Song Jian's territory. After all, big celebrations like this were rarely held in his territory. The loyalty rating of many residents towards the territory increased by 3 to 5 points. It was a clear benefit for the NPCs to boost their loyalty towards their territory. Not only would they work harder normally, but NPCs with high loyalty would also fight back when the territory was invaded. To them, defending their territory meant defending their homes. In contrast, those NPCs with less loyalty would panic with aimless running or even flee when there was an invasion. The population was also a crucial element for a territory. If the NPCs started to flee as soon as a war broke out, it would impact the development of the territory. At night, Song Jian returned to Manor Castle. After absorbing the essence of the moon for 15 minutes, he slowly opened his eyes. At this growth stage, his sense of touch was the most acute, so he suddenly felt a hint of coldness in the room. Swoosh! The vertical eye on his forehead instantly opened, emitting a silver glow, and a semi-transparent figure appeared in the room. The Eye of Discernment? A hoarse voice echoed around the room. The once semi-transparent figure wavered like water and materialized out of thin air. Chapter 470, Chi Yun appears again. At this moment, a person wrapped in thick black cloth, with only a pair of eyes exposed, appeared in Song Jian's room. The pupils of this person's eyes were as tiny as sesame seeds, surrounded by dead white eyes. Regardless of it being late at night or even in broad daylight, being stared at by such eyes would make anyone feel a chilling sensation. The man in black stared at the vertical eye on Song Jian's forehead without saying a word. It seemed that his interest in the vertical eye was much greater than in Song Jian himself. "Who are you, and what do you want from me?" Song Jian tensed up, staring at the man in black and asked. There was no information revealed about this man in black. It seemed that players could hide their information, just like Song Jian, who had nothing displayed above his head. However, Song Jian couldn't sense any player's presence from the man in black. Instead, there was a gloomy feeling, as if suddenly possessing great power but unable to control it, unconsciously leaking energy. Such a situation would not happen to a player. Even if a player had adventure and suddenly gained strength, they would master their power in a very short time and not give others this kind of feeling. "Song Jian, don't you really recognize me?" The man in black spoke, his voice rather hoarse, as if his throat was being gripped. The black cloth wrapped around his head began to unravel, controlled by a mysterious force. A pale, jade-like skull appeared in front of Song Jian. "You are?" Song Jian slightly frowned. The man before him was not a real skeleton, but there wasn't a trace of flesh on him. The skin, which was emitting a faint white light and tightly covering his skull, made him look like a skeleton. "You don't recognize me anymore, do you really not recognize me anymore?" The man in black let out a miserable scream, sounding both angry and sad. There was a soft sound as the black cloth wrapped around the man disintegrated in an instant, revealing his body. He only wore a simple white short-sleeved shirt and pants. His exposed body, like his head, was wrapped in a crystal-clear skin that made him look like a skeleton. Hearing the other party's wailing, Song Jian suddenly felt it was familiar. In his memory, he seemed to have heard the other party's voice somewhere. "You are Chi Yun?" Song Jian's eyes widened as he looked at the monstrous Chi Yun in front of him and shouted. Chi Yun, ha ha ha, that's my old name. I didn't expect you to remember." A complicated expression appeared on Chi Yun's face as a great tear rolled down from his eye. At that time, Chi Yun was forced to become Song Jian's slave. However, for some reason, he broke the slave contract later. Song Jian thought Chi Yun had died, but he didn't expect him to turn into such a ghostly appearance. "Did you use Zeus Shield Company's gene potions?" Song Jian asked, staring at Chi Yun. "Yes, I was in a coma at that time, but if I wanted to survive, I had to inject those gene potions. Fortunately, my luck wasn't bad. In the laboratory of that building, I got a perfect quality gene modification potion." Chi Yun stared at Song Jian. Perfect quality. Song Jian looked up and down at Chi Yun's current appearance. If someone said that Chi Yun had turned into a skeleton soldier, Song Jian wouldn't have doubted it. "A perfect quality gene modification potion turned you into this?" Song Jian couldn't help but ask. "Ha ha ha, isn't his great? Invulnerable to swords and spears, possessing immense strength, a long life, and even the ability to control the power of shadow." A strange smile appeared on Chi Yun's face, and a ball of shadow flame appeared in his raised right hand. In that flame, there were painful wails, as if countless souls were burning in it. At this point, Chi Yun's attributes slowly emerged above his head. Chi Yun, level 26, occupation, Shadow Priest, vitality points, 3,200 out of 3,200, spirit points, 1,500 out of 1,500. Inches a Shadow Priest? I remember you weren't. Song Jian was surprised. He wanted Chi Yun to become his slave because Chi Yun was a healing priest who could help him recover his vitality. Unexpectedly, when they met again, not only had Chi Yun's appearance changed completely, but his occupation had also changed. "All of these, I can thank you for. If it weren't for you, I wouldn't have injected this perfect quality gene modification potion, I wouldn't have possessed the Shadow Priest's bloodline, and I wouldn't have met you again." Chi Yun roared loudly. "So, you came here for revenge?" Song Jian sneered. It was impossible to assassinate Song Jian here in his territory. Not to mention the ability to teleport anywhere within his domain, In Song Jian's senses, the blood-stained, gloomy Alex had already woken up from his slumber. If anyone looked out the window at that time, the entire outer wall of the manor castle was filled with Alex's thick roots, which would attack Qi-yun instantly if he made any ill intentions. Now, the castle where Song Jian resided had become a cage, and it would be impossible to escape from it without special means. Revenge? Why would I want to take revenge on you? Qi-yun suddenly revealed a strange smile. If it weren't for you, I wouldn't have such great power. I came to thank you. Is this how you show gratitude? Breaking into my bedroom quietly at night without my consent, just like an assassin? Song Jian laughed. Song Jian wouldn't believe a single word that Qi-yun said. If their positions were switched, Song Jian would want to kill himself immediately. I came to you to seek cooperation. If you help me, I can let go of all the past events. Qi-yun said seriously. Cooperation? What kind of cooperation do you need from me? You should know that your strength now far surpasses mine. Song Jian laughed. At the moment, Song Jian was only level 22, and Qi-yun was 6 levels higher. In many people's eyes, Qi-yun, who was 4 levels higher, had an overwhelming advantage over Song Jian. Moreover, Qi-yun's occupation as a shadow priest was no less inferior to Song Jian's position as a sword controller. Before Qi-yun could speak, Song Jian suddenly looked outside the window. Is your target them, the Shadow Circus Troupe? Chapter 471, Shadow Crystal. On the first day the Shadow Circus Troupe appeared, Qi-yun also showed up. Song Jian couldn't help but suspect that there might be something Qi-yun wanted in the circus, or perhaps Qi-yun had already infiltrated the troupe and had been following their movements. How did you know? Qi-yun was taken aback, surprise showing in his eyes. Tell me, what is it in the circus that you want? Song Jian smiled slightly, sat down on a chair, and looked at Qi-yun as he spoke. Qi-yun's face darkened. Since he had injected the perfect quality gene modification liquid, his strength had greatly increased, and his potential had also grown. The gene modification liquid had unearthed and strengthened the most powerful genes in him. Originally possessing only a slight healing talent, Qi-yun had almost instantly gained the genetic talent of a shadow priest, greatly enhancing his power. Even now, he still couldn't fully control the immense energy within him. The actual purpose of this circus is to escort a shadow crystal to Dark Castle. Qi-yun hesitated for a long time before finally saying, Shadow Crystal? Dark Castle? Song Jian's brows furrowed slightly. The name Dark Castle sounded oddly familiar, as if he had heard it somewhere before. Are you talking about a level 30 dungeon, Dark Castle? Song Jian suddenly remembered and quickly asked. Dark Castle was located in the Shadowfang mountain range. In the city of hymns, Song Jian had heard that the professionals of the city considered clearing Dark Castle a great honor. Dungeon? Qi-yun was puzzled, as if he hadn't heard the term before. Song Jian immediately realized that dungeon was a term used only by players. In the game, NPCs called them secret realms. Secret realm, I meant secret realm. Song Jian said. That's right. This circus's true destination is the Dark Castle secret realm. They want to deliver this shadow crystal to the Dark Castle. Qi-yun said, my goal is the shadow crystal. Why do they want to transport the shadow crystal to Dark Castle? Song Jian suddenly asked. This is the circus's highest secret. Do you think I would know? Besides, what does it have to do with me? I just need the shadow crystal. Qi-yun cracked a smile and said. What's in it for me if I help you? Song Jian glanced at Qi-yun, summoned the Crimson Fire Heart-Ape sword, and placed it horizontally on his lap. Seeing the sword, Qi-yun's eyes showed a cautious look. He hadn't expected Song Jian's strength to have increased so quickly. If he hadn't inherited the bloodline abilities of the Shadow Priest, he might not even have had the qualifications to stand before Song Jian. What do you want? Equipment? Skills? Treasures? Qi-yun stared at Song Jian, asking, everything you want is in the Shadow Circus Troupe. If you can wipe them all out, everything in the troupe can be yours. And I just want the Shadow Crystal. You can leave now. Song Jian sneered, his eyes suddenly sharpening. Whoosh! A thick tree root broke through the window, turning into a giant python that hissed deeply at Qi-yun. Boom! The shadow energy on Qi-yun's body suddenly erupted, creating a phantom of a giant beast around him. Its eyes turned into a ghost-like green flame. You'll regret this. Qi-yun's hoarse voice had a chilling undertone. Do you believe I can prevent you from leaving this room? Song Jian laughed, standing up and gripping the Crimson Fire Heart-Ape sword in his hands. Qi-yun was immediately speechless. This was Song Jian's territory, and if Song Jian really didn't want to let him go, he could definitely keep him here. Qi-yun didn't dare to continue talking, snorted coldly, turned into a cloud of black mist, and disappeared. Alex, if you see him again in the castle, just attack. Song Jian, touching the tree roots beside him, whispered softly. At this time, Alex had fully mutated, and even the surface of his tree roots was covered with black scales, emitting a metallic luster. "Honored, Master." A resounding voice came from the courtyard. Alex's roots were actually spread throughout the area centered on Manor Castle, covering a radius of dozens of meters. After this incident, Alex had memorized Chi-Yun's aura, and if Chi-Yun dared to step into the castle again, Alex would definitely be alerted. The shadow crystal must be of great help to Chi-Yun. Just by looking at his occupation, one could tell. Chi-Yun, the shadow priest, would undoubtedly resort to any means necessary to obtain shadow power. But for Song Jian, he had no idea what the shadow crystal could be used for. Moreover, what he wanted to know the most now was the relationship between the shadow crystal and Dark Castle, and what exactly the shadow circus troupe intended to do with the shadow crystal. To think that he wants me to go provoke the shadow circus troupe, that's insane. Doesn't he know how powerful this circus is? Idiot. Song Jian muttered, staring at the still brightly lit circus camp in the distance. The next morning, Song Jian found that more and more players came to visit the circus. Various tasks could be taken from the shadow circus troupe, from supplying materials to hunting monsters, and the rewards were quite good. The arrival of the shadow circus troupe had attracted more and more players after just a day. What excited Song Jian the most was that many players became interested in his alliance of warfare and started contacting him to join. After all, the territory of his alliance seemed huge to the players, and such a large territory meant that the alliance must have formidable strength. Song Jian left the recruitment of new alliance members to Wang Shi and the others, and recruits had to go through strict scrutiny. Strolling through the shadow circus troupe, Song Jian saw various amusement facilities open even though there were no performances at the moment. The troupe members also took the opportunity to sell small souvenirs, and there were even chances to take photos with wild animals such as tigers and lions. "Kind lord, welcome to the circus." Hyuga suddenly appeared beside Song Jian, always wearing a friendly smile. Just looking around. Song Jian laughed. He wanted to see if he could sense where the circus had hidden the shadow crystal, but found nothing after walking around. If it weren't for Chi-Yun telling him the night before, Song Jian might not even have thought about it. As for the use of the shadow crystal, Song Jian was completely clueless. However, he was certain that the shadow crystal was definitely a treasure. Chapter 472, Epic Level Task. Song Jian stared at the elderly beastman in front of him. It looked about 70 or 80 years old, its face wrinkled, adorned with a kind smile. From him, Song Jian could sense no air of a strong warrior, yet he knew that this elderly beastman might be the most powerful person in the entire circus troupe. To manage such a large circus troupe, more than half of which are professionals, some even having grade 1 combat power, this old beastman is certainly not as simple as he appears, thought Song Jian. "My lord, do you know, our journey has been extremely difficult, with the wilderness teeming with monsters and plagued by bandits. I recall one time when we were passing through the desolate mountain range, we encountered over a dozen bandits. They were vicious." The old beastman started prattling on about the troupe's experiences on the road while casually scrutinizing Song Jian. After listening for a few minutes, Song Jian noticed Hueco showing no signs of ending his ramblings, which prompted him to furrow his brows. He didn't have time for the old beastman's idle chatter. Besides, Song Jian noticed that while the other man was speaking, he kept subtly sizing him up as though he had something to say. "By fog grass, is this guy trying to give me a task?" Song Jian thought, watching Hueco appear to struggle to articulate his words. "Hueco, is there anything I can help you with?" Song Jian raised the question using standard task undertaking parlance. Hueco felt he was running out of things to say. He'd even recounted his childhood story about nearly drowning while catching fish in the pond, and yet, the other man seemed not to be catching on at all. Right when Hueco was thinking about how to subtly pass the task on to Song Jian finally asked the question, signaling readiness to undertake a task. For Hueco, these words were a godsend. "Ha ha ha, lord, I do have an epic task that I wish for you to undertake." Hueco laughed out loud, speaking in the quietest voice possible. "What, an epic task?" Song Jian was taken aback. He knew the rewards for epic tasks were usually epic items. A player being assigned an epic task wasn't short of divine favor. Given the tier of this task, Song Jian naturally couldn't resist and quickly asked, "Troop leader Hueco, could you please elaborate on the task?" "Lord, do you know why we decided to stay in your domain?" Hueco asked. "Didn't you say yesterday that you wanted to rest a while before moving on? Was that not the case?" Song Jian asked, raising an eyebrow. "Of course, haha, of course it is. You know, journeying is a particularly strenuous task, and it's an honor to rest in your domain for a while," Hueco hastily said. "However, on our journey, a large demonized ant group blocked our way, and I hope, my lord, that you could help us kill all those demonized ants." "I see, But why don't you make this a public task? The more people undertake the task, the higher the chances of success, right? Songjian asked curiously. Sorry, my lord, as you know, the perimeter of the city has the protection of the divine. 1 or 2 people can use artifacts to navigate through the fog, but if there are too many, they will undoubtedly encounter misfortune in the mist. Hyuga shook his head. At present, with our capabilities, we can only allow 1 person to pass through the fog surrounding the city. What, you're capable of enabling people to pass through the outer fog? Songjian exclaimed in surprise, are you sure that you can traverse through the fog rather than opening a teleportation gate? Lord, opening a teleportation gate requires specific coordinates. Our entrance into the city also involved sending 1 person in first, then opening the teleportation device to allow others to enter. Hyuga explained. Could I ask how many members the demonized ant group has, and what's their maximum combat power? Songjian hesitated for a moment before asking. Songjian knew that there were many in the circus troupe who were higher in level and stronger than him, and yet Hyuga was offering the task to him. He wasn't sure what Hyuga was playing at. If he couldn't figure it out, even if it was an epic task, Songjian wouldn't accept it. After all, no treasure was worth more than his own life. My lord, there are many ants in the demonized ant group, at least 1,000, each one above level 25, and among them, there is a level 30 elite boss. Their ant king possesses grade 1 combat power. Hyuga said seriously. Hyuga had a clear understanding of the strength of this ant group. In fact, within this ant colony's cave, 2 level 30 bandit NPCs had met their untimely end. Only 1 grade 1 combatant boss? Why are you afraid, then? With the strength of your circus troupe, you should be able to easily wipe out such a group. Isn't that right? Songjian asked in surprise. He had seen more than 1 professional in the circus troupe with grade 1 combat power. How could such a group fear a demonized ant group? Was Hyuga joking? Well, I'm sorry, the people in our troupe can't make a move. They have other tasks to fulfill. Hyuga looked uncomfortable, as if there was some secret he wasn't sharing. Just as Songjian was about to press on, the system issued a sudden warning. System, beware, your questioning has probed into the core secret of the Shadow Circus Troupe. Continuing to question may cause troop leader Hyuga of the Shadow Circus Troupe to become hostile. Hostile? Songjian was taken aback. Suddenly, he remembered the shadow crystal Chi-Yun had mentioned the night before. Could the high combat power individuals in the circus troupe be protecting the shadow crystal, hence they can't fight the demonized ant group? But isn't there only 1 grade 1 combat power ant king in that group? With so many grade 1 combat power individuals in the circus troupe, it would be a walkover to kill the group and it wouldn't conflict with protecting the shadow crystal, would it? Songjian was at a loss, but seeing Hyuga's troubled expression, he knew he couldn't pursue it further, so he quickly said, Hyuga, I'm willing to take this task, to eliminate the demonized ant group. Upon hearing Songjian's words, Hyuga's eyes lit up, and immediate joy washed over him. He patted Songjian's shoulder and said, Haha, I knew you would take this task. You will forever be a friend to the Shadow Circus Troupe. Chapter 473, Concealment Ring System. You have obtained the epic quest Eradicate the Clan. Task content, to hunt and stop the demonized ant group of the Dark Knight Circus. Task target, demonized worker ants, 0 out of 500, demonized soldier ants, 0 out of 100, demonized ant king, 0 out of 3. Task reward, epic treasure chest, 1. Upon accepting the task, Songjian looked at the epic task description in his taskbar and nearly spat out a mouthful of blood. He had initially prepared himself to fight against an ant king with the first level of combat power, but he hadn't expected that the task target was actually 3 ant kings. Are you sure there is only 1 demonized ant clan there? Songjian's face suddenly turned ugly. Definitely. It is detailed information that I obtained at the cost of 2 lives. The old beastman, Hyuga, said confidently. Although those 2 sacrificed professionals hadn't reached the first level of combat power, hardly anyone rivaled them in stealth and reconnaissance. But why does my task involve hunting 3 demonized ant kings? Songjian said a bit angrily. Players can't display task contents like NPCs can, otherwise, Songjian would surely throw this task in the face of this old beastman. Impossible. As a clan, demonized ants would have only 1 ant king. Even if another ant king were born, the new ant king would leave the clan to establish its own. It's never possible to find 2 ant kings in 1 clan, let alone 3. Hyuga nearly jumped up, shouted loudly. What Songjian said went against common sense and seemed unbelievable to Hyuga. You're deceiving me. I think the constitution of this task violates the principle of fairness and equity. I'm going to ask the system gods to cancel this task. Songjian said seriously. No, please, don't do that. Hyuga was shocked and hastily stopped him. I'll compensate you. I'll compensate you in a way that will certainly satisfy you. Hueco took out a light blue ring from his chest and handed it to Songjian with an expression of loss. This is the concealment ring. It was originally just on loan to you, but now, as compensation, it's yours. With it, you have the ability to enter the protection black mist freely. Concealment ring, blue, an item of level 20. Equipment effect, gains invisibility, can converge all traces, rendering one undetectable. Once hostility is shown towards a target, the invisibility effect disappears. Item description: this ring is an alchemical item and needs to recharge every use, with an automatic recharge time of 12 hours. Equipment requirements: 10 spirit points. Songjian took the ring and saw that a golden gem was embedded in it. In the center of the gem was a vertical slit, like a crack, resembling an eyeball. Songjian was about to put on the ring for a try when Hueco immediately stopped him. Once the ring is used, it needs 12 hours to cool down. I suggest you get ready and put it on when entering the protection black mist. Songjian nodded, put away the ring, and Hueco seemed to heave a sigh of relief. He smiled and said, "We can't stay here for too long. You have at most 3 days to complete this task. This is the location of the demonized ant clan. Just follow the instructions on it, and you will find them soon." Having said that, Hueco handed Songjian a piece of beast skin, marking the route to the demonized ant clan. Songjian glanced at it and put it into his pack. It simply marked the direction to Doomsday City and the location of the demonized ant group. From this map, the demonized ant clan was not far from Doomsday City, probably less than a kilometer away. The task only lasts for 3 days? The time is quite tight. Watching the old beastman leave, Songjian murmured to himself. After Songjian accepted the task, Hueco just left. For him, protecting the shadow crystal was the priority. Soon after Songjian left the circus, Hueco went to another player, coughed twice, and said to the player with a solemn face, "Brave warrior, I see that you are quite strong. I have an epic task here. I wonder if you are interested." Songjian did not know that Hueco had issued this so-called epic task to many players. As long as Hueco thought their power had reached a certain level, he would issue this task to them. After all, the task reward would ultimately belong to only one person. And the more people who accepted the task, the lower the probability of completing it. Songjian quickly reached the edge of the city and looked at the rolling black mist in front of him, which surrounded Doomsday City like a wall. The closer to the black mist, the more fear and terror he felt. This was not a bad effect, but it could trigger the deepest fear in people's hearts. Even the profession with the lowest spirit perception could feel the danger in the black mist. Songjian solemnly put on the concealment ring that Hueco gave him. To wear this ring, Songjian had specifically removed the ring of the fire god. He now had 2 rings of gold quality. The ring of the fire god focused on attack power, and the other, ring of blood, focused on defense. It could activate a bloody shield with a defense of 1000. During passing through this black mist, Songjian obviously focused on defense. After putting on the concealment ring, Songjian's figure vanished on the spot. Even Songjian himself felt as if his body had become somewhat translucent. With all smells and traces completely wrapped up by a layer of invisible mysterious power, not a bit was leaked. Even stepping on the grass, the weeds didn't bend, as if he had turned into an energy body. In Songjian's status bar, there appeared a concealed status, which could last as long as Songjian didn't initiate an attack. This feeling was quite special. The instant he turned invisible, Songjian no longer felt the oppression and fear caused by the protection black mist ahead. After turning invisible, Songjian slowly walked into the black mist. Soon, his figure was swallowed by the thick black mist. Not long after Songjian left, several players arrived at the edge of the city. Staring at the black mist that seemed to be alive and constantly rolling, they all showed fear on their faces. They clenched their fingers with the concealment ring, turning their finger joints somewhat white, and their faces drenched in sweat. Even their bodies couldn't stop shaking. Does this ring really work? Cao Shui's heart was pounding violently. He felt that there was a tremendous threat hidden in the black mist, as if a giant beast was opening its mouth wide to trap them. This is an epic task. The reward is an epic chest. It might be the first epic item in the game. If you guys are scared, just cancel the task and go back. Fan Jin, a warrior, looked at the others with disdain. He snorted, put on the concealment ring, and walked towards the black mist. Chapter 474, Protection Black Mist. What kind of crappy mission is this that disallows teaming up, damn it? What if all other monsters have been gathered, but there is one modifying worker ant missing? Am I supposed to cry? After glancing at the others, LVP put on the concealment ring and said to the other players, "I'm out, good luck." Watching the players vanish one after another with their rings, Cao Shui thought of the epic treasure chest mission reward, gritted his teeth, and put on the concealment ring. After sensing the changes in his body, Cao Shui, bracing his fear, headed into the black fog step by step. Soon, all players were in the black fog. Song Jian moved slowly within the black fog. In the black fog, his sense of direction seemed entirely lost. The grass beneath his feet turned into gravel land after a few meters of progress. In the dense fog, he could barely see his fingers even with the vertical eye, only able to see about 5 meters around him. There seemed to be a strong interference here, blocking the sensory perception of the players. How big is this black fog? How long do I have to walk to get out? As Song Jian carefully groped forward, he started to talk to himself. He was unaware that several players were entering the protection black mist like him. Just then, Song Jian suddenly heard a rumble in the distance. The ground was slightly trembling, as if a giant was approaching him. Although he had concealed his form, Song Jian froze up instantly, standing in place without daring to move. Before long, he saw a robust skeletal foot stepping down from midair. As the foot landed, the ground trembled violently, leaving an imprint nearly 10 meters deep. Song Jian looked up to see a giant skeletal figure faintly visible in the midair. It reminded him of the giant skeleton he had once seen from afar on a night in Doomsday City. The skeleton is right in the protection black mist. I haven't seen it since that time. Song Jian exclaimed. The gigantic skeleton was less than 10 meters away from Song Jian. Looking up, Song Jian could only see the 2 skeletal legs, and nothing above the waist. Standing still, Song Jian felt the giant skeleton slowly distancing from him. Still, just when it was about to leave, it suddenly stopped and picked up a giant skeleton longbow from behind and shot a bone arrow towards where Song Jian was. The bone arrow, full of jagged barbs and piercing through the air, was as hefty as a siege crossbow, measuring about 12 to 13 meters in length. The arrow tore open the protection black mist, revealing a giant passage with a diameter greater than 5 meters, forcing Song Jian to step back a few paces involuntarily. Bang! The arrow hit the ground at an extremely high speed, causing a loud explosion. Song Jian heard a terrified gasp from behind him, but the sound quickly faded. There are people behind me. The look of surprise spread across Song Jian's face. He didn't expect to find that there were living beings inside the protection black mist. Cao Shui was trembling as he gazed at a deep pit less than 3 meters away from him. A bone arrow, the size of a pillar, was stuck in the middle of the pit. The pit was full of blood and chunks of flesh and bone. He had witnessed a fellow player who had entered the black fog with him get instantly killed by the arrow, leaving not a single intact body behind. Cao Shui covered his mouth, forcing back the urge to retch, trying to push away the image of his companion's body exploding. But a wave of nausea still whitened his face. The person before had been too nervous and wet his pants, which the giant skeleton had noticed, resulting in his demise. Cao Shui knew if he vomited, he would share the same fate. The concealment ring couldn't save his life. The players who had accepted the task stood motionless in place, maintaining a distance of at least 7 to 8 meters from each other, afraid of drawing the attention of the cataclysmic skeleton and endangering themselves. Boom, boom, boom. The shaking of the earth slowly died down as the giant skeleton distanced itself. Cao Shui fell hard on the ground, feeling a violent wave of nausea. He couldn't contain the lunch he had earlier any longer and threw up. Seeing hundreds, if not thousands, of game monsters killed by Cao Shui, and none of them died as terribly as this. The pungent smell of blood coming from the pit made him want to vomit. He crawled away quickly. A few players moved close to the pit, seeing the bone arrow stuck in the middle of the pit, which was emitting a heavy smell of blood. Their faces turned pale. They could imagine what had happened here, even if they hadn't seen it themselves. This is too gruesome. LV Pei glanced into the pit and dared not look again, speaking in a frightened tone. Let's get out of here fast. This place is too dangerous. I'd rather fight with a level 30 ant king than see that massive skeleton again. Someone whispered and quickly ran away. Song Jian also started perspiring profusely. He'd seen that arrow clearer than anyone else, and its image kept replaying in his brain. If that arrow had been aimed at me, could I have escaped or defended myself? Song Jian wondered, and the conclusion sent a chill down his spine. If he had indeed been the target of the arrow, there was no doubt he'd be dead. The arrow had targeted all of the players' breath entirely. Even as a bystander, I couldn't move a muscle, then how could the target of the arrow dodge or resist? Song Jian thought. Shaking his head, Song Jian tried to forget the scene. The giant skeleton was too powerful. Compared to it, Song Jian felt the gap between them was like an ant to a giant dragon. There was no comparison at all. I need to leave here as soon as possible. This place is too dangerous. Even with the concealment ring, it's not 100% safe. Song Jian thought and quickened his pace. After another 200 meters, Song Jian suddenly saw a flicker of light from the corner of his eye and instinctively froze, standing still. The protection black mist was fraught with peril, and Song Jian was on high alert. Anything unusual immediately made him pause and assume a defensive posture. Chapter 475, Legendary Herbs. What is that thing? Song Jian turned his head and looked into the distance. His current field of vision was only within a radius of 5 meters, and that was due to the vertical eye on his forehead. Otherwise, in this black mist, even his perception was compressed to a minimum. A player who entered this area could see only the surroundings within less than a meter. Song Jian stared in the direction where the glittering light had just flashed. Shortly, another burst of light flashed very quickly. If Song Jian hadn't been staring in that direction, it would have been difficult for him to notice. After some hesitation, Song Jian slowly moved towards the position of the flashing light. In no time, Song Jian saw a verdant plant about a foot high growing on a desolate land filled with rubble. This plant was jade green all over as if carved out of jadeite. It had only 7 leaves from top to bottom. The entire plant emitted a faint green glow, which resisted the invasion of the surrounding black mist. The black mist around it, constantly transforming into tentacles, attempted to uproot this plant but ended up being shattered by the plant's glowing surface. The green glow on the surface of the plant was very faint. Beyond a distance of 1 meter, no one would notice the plant. However, after every certain period, a palm formed from the surrounding black mist would emerge and try to slap the plant as if it wished to destroy it completely. At such times, the whole plant would emit dazzling light that shattered the black hand. What Song Jian had seen earlier was the plant emitting that bright light. 7 stars shard, legendary, herbal plant, harvestable, usability, 1. One of the main ingredients to make pill of tribulation, 2. When used on pets, it can significantly enhance their potential, 3. Successful harvest can directly increase the medicine gathering skill by 1 level, harvest requirements, gathering skill level 7, damn, a legendary herb. After reading the attributes of this herb, Song Jian could not help but catch his breath. He had never seen a legendary herb before. Unexpectedly, for the first time, he discovered one in the protection black mist. Moreover, harvesting this herb required the medicine gathering skill to be at level 7. It was a rarity for one's medicine gathering skill to reach level 7. Even Song Jian only had a medicine gathering skill level of 5. Luckily, I have the gear to compensate for my lack of level. Song Jian pulled out a spade from his inventory and equipped it. This spade was a silver quality spade that Song Jian had obtained, known as the purple bamboo spade. It was quite powerful, with attributes like increase medicine gathering speed by 40%, medicine gathering success rate +8, and most importantly, medicine gathering skill level +2. After equipping the purple bamboo spade, Song Jian met the requirements to harvest this herb. The moment Song Jian swung the purple bamboo spade and started digging the ground, a light blue progress bar appeared in front of him. 10 minutes? To harvest this herb, it takes 10 minutes? Song Jian felt surprised. This was the time after increasing the gathering speed by 40%. Normally, it took him only a few seconds to gather herbs. As expected of a legendary quality herb. The progress bar moved slowly. Song Jian dared not move while maintaining his herb gathering posture. Although the purple bamboo spade provided a +8 medicine gathering success rate, Song Jian's medicine gathering skill barely met the requirement for gathering the 7 stars shard, hence it did not guarantee 100% harvesting success. Just as the progress bar was about to finish, Song Jian suddenly heard the voices of a few players behind him. The light I just saw was in this direction. Be careful, this black mist is too strange. Be careful with your life, it could be some powerful monster. I don't think so, it's probably a treasure. Let's go take a look. Fortune favors the brave. If you're scared, don't follow us. Yes, this place has never been entered by players before. If there is a treasure, it makes sense. We are the first batch of players to enter here. If we miss the treasure by chance, won't we regret it to death? Song Jian's heart sank as he glanced at the progress bar, which indicated that he had more than 50 seconds left for successful harvesting. In no time, Song Jian saw about 6 players emerging slowly from the left side. All of these players were above level 20. Judging by their gear, they were quite powerful, and among players, they were considered the cream of the crop. See, I told you there was a treasure, and you didn't believe me. One player pointed to the 7 stars shard herb and exclaimed excitedly. Mistweed, a legendary ranked herb. Someone cried out in astonishment. Hey, buddy, finders keepers. You can't monopolize this herb. Stop talking and attack him. Interrupt his gathering. Right, we can't let him succeed. All at once, the players pulled out their long-range weapons and aimed at Song Jian. They only used normal attacks, without using any skills, as they merely wanted to stop Song Jian from gathering, not kill him. If they had really used skills, they would become mortal enemies with Song Jian, which would result in a fight to the death. 36 seconds left. Song Jian could feel the ill intention from these players. Seeing them raise their weapons towards him, Song Jian was taken aback. Abyssal Phantom. With a thought, a semi-transparent, gray shadow appeared beside Song Jian. The blurry figure was similar to Song Jian in stature and wore identical gear. During the gathering process, Song Jian could not suffer any damage, or else it would interrupt the gathering. Once the gathering of ordinary herbs was interrupted, it could cause irreversible damage to the herb. If the gathering of this legendary herb was interrupted, there was a high chance of it being ruined. The gear on the Abyssal Phantom matched Song Jian's exactly, but it was mere appearance without any attributes. If the Abyssal Phantom could also copy the attributes of Song Jian's gear, that would be way too overpowered. Thud, thud, thud. Several attacks were shot at Song Jian, but they were all blocked by the Abyssal Phantom. Instantly, the Phantom's 1,000 vitality points decreased by more than half. To serve as Song Jian's shield, the Phantom couldn't move or dodge, and so had to bear all the attacks. Keep attacking, let's burst this thing first. Someone yelled. The muzzle of his gun started emanating a dazzling red light. The players were blinded by the legendary herb, and all they could think about was gaining the treasure. While they were attacking, they failed to realize that once they attacked a target, or were damaged themselves, the effect of the concealment ring would dissipate. As they were jointly attacking Song Jian's Phantom, they didn't notice that their figures had already begun to appear gradually. Crack! A faint cracking sound echoed, but it was drowned out by the roar of their attacks. Song Jian nervously watched the last bit of the progress bar, turned back to look at those players, his eyes gradually sharp. Chapter 476, Sending to Death Bang. With the combined fire of 5 people, the Abyssal Phantom finally could not withstand the attacks. Its vitality points were depleted, and its body shattered like a bubble. Just as Song Jian saw the progress bar reach its end, a crisp ding sounded in his ear. Without even looking at the system prompt, he shoved the 7 stars shard into his inventory and quickly rolled away from his standing position. Whiz whiz. Several bullets pierced the ground where Song Jian had just stood, raising clouds of dust. Kill him. That's a legendary quality herb. It can definitely enhance physical abilities. Cao Shui gritted his teeth and shouted loudly. It was well known among players that certain special herbs could improve their attributes. Not to mention a legendary quality herb, even a gold or silver quality one could increase a player's attributes by 1 or 2 points. The attributes enhanced by a legendary quality herb would, of course, be much higher. The pursuit of self-improvement was the primary goal for players, especially since enhanced physical abilities could be brought back to the real world. Who wouldn't want to become a superhero in reality? Is this really a good idea? Some hesitated, sensing that Song Jian was not weak. He's just one person, and we are 5. What's there to be afraid of? Follow me. If he doesn't hand over the herb, he won't be able to leave this black mist. After a brief discussion, the players formed a temporary alliance. Initially, they didn't intend to kill Song Jian but merely disrupt his gathering so they could negotiate ownership of the herb together. However, Song Jian proceeded to gather the herb without offering any benefits, which left the 5 players feeling unjustly treated. Song Jian glanced at the 7 stars shard in his inventory. It was in good condition, so he breathed a sigh of relief. Then he looked back. The dense black mist obstructed his vision, making it impossible to see the positions of the 5 players. Song Jian felt an impulse to charge in and kill them all, but considering his current situation, he quickly dismissed the thought as if being doused by a bucket of cold water. After a moment of contemplation, Song Jian turned around and dashed forward. If he wanted to take revenge, he would have to leave this area first. The 5 players, including Cao Shui, were unaware that their concealment had worn off. They slowly crept forward, assuming that Song Jian also wanted to retaliate after being besieged for so long. Huh? How can I see all of you now? A player suddenly exclaimed in surprise. Earlier, while attacking Song Jian, the 5 had deliberately huddled together, making them aware of each other's presence but invisible to each other. However, now they could see one another. Damn, my concealment effect is gone. One person cried out in shock. So is mine, and my concealment ring is broken and unusable. What now? We shouldn't have attacked him earlier. What if we encounter that monster again? None of us will be able to escape. The players immediately panicked and started running without targeting Song Jian. After exchanging glances, they sprinted desperately forward. Gulu gulu. As the players sprinted, the ground suddenly began to shift, with debris rolling around. Pulled together by a mysterious force, the rocks fused to form gigantic stone monsters 7 or 8 meters tall. As Cao Shui ran desperately forward, a shrill scream from his left made him shudder. He continued running forward, stumbling and falling several times, his nose and face bruised and swollen, but not daring to slow down. Suddenly, Cao Shui saw a shadow approaching from the front. In a panic, he held his weapon horizontally to block it. Bang! Cao Shui felt a powerful force hit him, and his weapon let out a piercing screech. A sharp pain traveled up both his arms. A 7 or 8 meter tall stone monster charged toward Cao Shui, lifting its foot to stomp on him. A level 30 elite boss? Cao Shui's eyes widened in surprise. At least it's not that huge skeleton from before. The earlier skeleton boss had made Cao Shui give up any thoughts of fighting back. However, though the stone monster was several levels above him, it did not instill that same sense of despair. Even if I can't beat it, I can still run. Cao Shui thought. But just as he had this thought, he found himself surrounded by 7 or 8 stone monsters, all trying to block his escape route. How did this happen? Despair colored Cao Shui's face. He might have had the confidence to deal with a single level 30 elite boss, but the sheer quantity of bosses overwhelmed him. I shouldn't have attacked earlier. Cao Shui regretted his actions. Soon, he was engulfed by a swarm of stone monsters. If the protection black mist wasn't covering the area, one could see from a bird's eye view that at least hundreds of stone monsters were frenziedly charging at the players who had lost their concealment effect. Upon hearing the rumbling sounds and the shrill death screams of her companions, LVP was enveloped by a feeling of terror. She glanced at her shattered concealment ring, gritted her teeth, and took out a scroll from her inventory, tearing it open. Immediately, a blue light enveloped LVP, who vanished from the spot in a flash of light. This was a town return scroll she had earned from a quest, which could mark her location in her safe house. If she encountered danger, tearing the scroll would instantly teleport her back to her safe house. This was LVP's trump card, and she had never told anyone about it. Back at her safe house, she panted heavily, her face full of fear. Before teleporting away, LVP had seen more than a dozen 7 or 8 meter tall monsters rushing toward her. Had she been even a little slower and dragged into battle by those monsters, LVP would have been stuck in the protection black mist, unable to use the town return scroll. As he ran forward, Song Jian heard the screams from behind him. He hesitated for a moment but quickly accelerated again. This was why Song Jian did not immediately seek revenge on the players. The protection black mist was full of hidden dangers, and the slightest carelessness could cost him his life. This is an epic tier quest. Did you really think it would be as easy as just killing monsters? Song Jian thought to himself as he continued running without looking back. Chapter 477, Demonized Worker. And Song Jian had been walking within the protection black mist for over an hour. Only then did the dense mist begin to fade away. The mist blanketed a vast area, blocking all detection methods and withheld powerful monsters. Without the concealment ring, it was impossible for Song Jian to escape this area based on his strength alone. Finally made it out. Song Jian looked back anxiously at the swirling black mist. He would never have ventured into this region if not for this epic mission. It was far too dangerous. All the other players, who had accepted the same mission, had perished within the black mist. Their greed had caused the concealment ring to malfunction. However, this area was simply too dangerous for players of their level. Song Jian looked at the concealment ring and was surprised to notice another vertical scrape mark on it. The ring could only withstand another use. Damn it, I knew that old beastman Hueco was too kind. This ring actually has a usage limit. Song Jian instantly became discontent. In fact, the ring gifted by Hueco to Song Jian was already exceptional. The concealment rings granted to other players could only be used once. Any anomaly would cause the ring to shatter, rendering it useless. After exiting the black mist and crossing a field, Song Jian finally saw a wide tarred road. However, the road was now covered in wild grass. If not for the abandoned cars left on the road, Song Jian might not have even noticed its existence. The nest of the demonized ant group was near this road. By following this road, he was bound to encounter the demonized ants. Looking at the rusting scrapped cars, Song Jian lost all interest in scavenging for supplies. Generally, it was quite challenging to find supplies in the wilderness. Most materials had decayed under the exposure to the elements. Even equipment would have rusted and rotted from the weather, quickly becoming similar to these scrapped cars. But, out here, materials like herbs were incredibly abundant. As long as plants could grow, herbs were sure to be present. The higher level the area, the higher the quality of herbs that could be found. Along the journey, Song Jian gathered quite a number of herbs of blue-green quality. Although not very valuable, they were ideal for creating potions. What Song Jian found puzzling was the fact that he didn't encounter a single monster along his journey. It was widely known that even within Doomsday City, monsters ruled. The wilderness, being the natural gathering area of monsters, felt almost desolate. Only when Song Jian saw a wolf-sized ant dragging a monster 10 times its size, did he realize that this entire area was claimed by the demonized ants. No other monsters could survive in their territory. Any that did dare enter were like the monster dragged by the ant, ending up as ant food. Finally running into a demonized worker ant, Song Jian quickly whipped out his hand crossbow, shooting the ant. Despite being weakened by 80%, The crossbow bolt should still be sufficient to distract the ant. Flamed bolts shot towards the demonized worker ant. The bolt was deflected, leaving behind a white mark on the thick ant shell. Watching as a -1 damage popped up above the ant, Song Jian was stunned. It actually didn't pierce the ant's defense. This was merely a level 25 ordinary monster. There was no way Song Jian, even after reducing his damage by 80%, couldn't breach its defense. Upon being attacked, the demonized worker ant immediately flared up in anger. It dropped the food it was carrying and charged at Song Jian. It's so fast. Song Jian thought to himself. He quickly summoned the Crimson Fire Heart-Ape sword and slashed towards the ant's head. Clang! Song Jian felt a vibration within his arm as the Crimson Fire Heart-Ape sword chipped off a large chunk of shell from the ant's head. Despite being a normal attack, Song Jian's attack was as potent as a two-hit attack from other players. 2 instances of nearly 200-point damage floated up from the ant's head. The demonized worker ant had incredible defense, matching even level 30 monsters. Hitting it also caused a small counter shock. Over time, it would accelerate stamina consumption. The injured demonized worker ant became even more aggressive, its robust jaws jittering, making a clashing sound. Song Jian stared at the serrated jaws of the demonized worker ant. His expression changed. He really didn't want to directly experience the sensation of being clamped by those jaws. Sword finger. Song Jian raised his left hand, a silvery sword chi shot forward, hitting the ant's forehead. This sudden strike flopped the ant over. By the time it managed to struggle back to its feet, an ominous red long sword was already hurtling towards it from midair. The demonized worker ant might have had a high defense, but it was still just a level 25 monster. When Song Jian got serious, a few sword techniques were all it took to slice this food-hauling ant into 2 halves. Staring at the demonized worker ant, its health had depleted, its body was sliced into 2 halves, but it was still twitching its antennae and jaws. Song Jian couldn't help but marvel, these giant ants are quite resilient. Are they even able to move after their health is fully depleted? Suddenly, a cluster of black flame engulfed the ant, fiercely burning. In no time, the ant was cleanly burned up to ash, leaving behind a palm-sized shell that shone with a black metallic luster. Upon killing the demonized worker ant, no items were dropped. Initially, Song Jian felt a little disappointed, but upon seeing the ant shell left behind after being burnt to ash by the demonic flame, his face lit up with excitement once more. Fine quality demonized ant shell, blue grade, material, usage effect, can be used to create demonized worker ant set. When constructing, there is a chance to increase the gear quality by 1 grade. Usage requirements, Forge Art level 5. Demonized worker ant set? Has a chance to increase grade by 1? Doesn't this mean that I could create a silver grade demonized worker ant set? Thought Song Jian. One must know, an individual silver grade piece of gear cannot compare to the attributes of a gold grade gear. However, a complete set of silver grade gear is much stronger than several pieces of gold grade gear. If Song Jian could truly create a silver grade demonized worker set, his strength would surely skyrocket. However, to construct the set, he would need the corresponding blueprints. Plus, this small ant shell wasn't enough to complete a set. Song Jian stashed the blue-grade material into his bag, took a final look at the ant's prey lying by the side of the road, and continued on his journey along the main road. Chapter 478, and King. As he continued down the road, the number of demonic worker ants increased. These level 25 common monsters had great strength and high defense, but no other advantages. Unless surrounded by hundreds or thousands of them, they pose no threat to Song Jian. Throughout the afternoon, Song Jian hunted down these demonic worker ants. After killing several of them, Song Jian discovered that they didn't just drop materials, but also other items, albeit at a low drop rate. In the afternoon, Song Jian managed to kill more than 100 demonic worker ants. Besides collecting over 70 blue-quality ant shell materials, he also obtained a silver-quality throwing knife, several dishes that could replenish vitality points during a battle, and 2 pieces of level 25 green-quality plate armor. The quantity might not be vast, but the quality was quite good, at least compensating for the effort he put. Although the demonic worker ants did not pose much of a threat to Song Jian, if their number exceeded 5, he would have to pay a price to kill them all. As dusk fell and the surroundings became hazy, Song Jian hadn't noticed that the trees on both sides of the road have started rustling. The noise was akin to the sound of a spring silkworm munching on mulberry leaves, just 10 times louder. After Song Jian killed another demonic worker ant and picked up the dropped materials, he checked his task counter. He had already killed more than 170 demonic worker ants. To complete a task of killing 500, he'd need another 3 to 4 days. Initially, Song Jian was worried about monster scarcity making it hard to complete the task, but he realized here that the demonic worker ants were overwhelmingly numerous, in thousands and tens of thousands. It would be impossible for Song Jian alone to eradicate the entire horde. No wonder the old beastman offered this mission to so many players. What a shame, they didn't leave the protection Black Mist. Otherwise, we might have formed an alliance. Song Jian thought. However, if those players had truly left the Black Mist, Song Jian would probably be the first to attack them. If he even received the slightest damage within the Black Mist, the concealment ring would lose its effectiveness, and his fate would be no better than the other players. Swish swish swish. Song Jian suddenly felt a chill run down his spine as if a massive threat was charging at him. Turning his head, dozens of demonic worker ants popped out from the trees around him. Behind these worker ants, there were larger ants, as big as calves and with wings on their back. Demonic soldier ants? Shit, have I already arrived at their nest? Song Jian was shocked. The crowd of demonic worker ants alone was too much for him, let alone the soldier ants. In a split second, Song Jian turned into a shadow and dashed towards the back. Sword Shadow Step. It could increase his movement speed by 35%, and had a 50% chance of evading range damage for 8 seconds. When the group of demonic worker ants saw that Song Jian was trying to escape, they sped up. Those demonic soldier ants flapped their wings and quickly flew towards him. The speed of the demonic soldier ants was too fast, like bombers swooping down from the air towards Song Jian. Song Jian immediately pulled out 2 high-explosive grenades from his inventory and threw them behind, which exploded midair. 2 demonic soldier ants that were less than 3 meters away from Song Jian were capsized in the air. 2 damage points of over 200 appeared above their heads. On the ground, a carpet of densely packed demonic worker ants was rushing towards Song Jian. In the air, dozens of soldier ants were shrieking eerily, trailing closely behind Song Jian, spurting out pools of corrosive liquid that carried a strong acidic smell. This specific attack, called Acidic Splurge, was a special ranged attack of the soldier ants, extremely powerful and corrosive. Even though it was slow, several tens of soldier ants attacking together gave Song Jian a feeling of being overwhelmed. He was hit twice in the back. Suddenly, intense pain surged from his back. Song Jian could feel that his defense equipment had completely failed, and the muscles on his back were nearly corroded away. 2 damage points of over 300 floated above Song Jian's head, accompanied by the lasting effect of acidic corrosion, which would decrease his vitality points by 10 every second for 30 seconds. Song Jian stomped on the ground, his speed increased by a large margin instantly, leaving behind a white ice path. This was a life-saving skill from Song Jian's gold-quality boots called Frost Sprint, which could increase speed by 100% for 10 seconds. When he used this move, almost all of the demonic ants got left behind. The ants' acidic corrosion attacks that had been spat out towards him landed on the road instead, corroding it and forming holes. To kill the enemy, one must first injure oneself. Song Jian took out a high-level healing potion and gulped it down, replenishing his lost vitality points. However, he couldn't instantly mend his damaged equipment. The durability of ghostly leather armor dropped from 100 points to 63 points, nearly halved. If he took a few more hits from the demonic soldier ants, his silver-quality armor would be completely ruined. Although the ghostly leather armor was only a level 15 silver-quality armor, its properties and special effects were quite powerful. Song Jian was unwilling to replace it. If it got destroyed due to this mission, Song Jian would definitely have tremendous heartache. As Song Jian was sitting under a big tree to recover his vitality, he suddenly heard a terrifying roar of a beast coming from afar. Song Jian immediately stood up and rapidly climbed up the tall tree behind him to get a good look. In the middle of the wide road, a huge ant, over 3 meters tall and 5 meters long, demolished everything in its path just like a heavy armored tank. It casually tossed the abandoned vehicles parked by the road. Its jaws, over a meter long and glistening like metal, effortlessly snapped small cars in two. This giant ant was completely different from the worker ants and soldier ants previously encountered. Not considering its immensely larger body, just a thick layer of armor covering its body was enough to make anyone lose confidence in fighting against it. Is that the Ant King? Song Jian was completely taken aback. He had no idea that there could be an Ant King here. Could it be that he had killed so many demonic worker ants that he drew the attention of the Ant King? Aren't you supposed to be at the deepest part of the ant nest, waiting for warriors to challenge you? Why are you here? Song Jian muttered, furrowing his brows, and spread his senses to estimate the number of ants following. There's only one Ant King? Song Jian's eyes lit up. This was a perfect opportunity to kill it. Even though this Ant King was at level 30 and had the combat power of the first level, it would be much easier to kill it here than to venture into the nest. Chapter 479, Terrifying First Order Combat Power. The demonized Ant King, after charging recklessly for dozens of meters, seemingly sensed the presence of Song Jian and roared towards the sky. The monstrous creature then blusterously charged towards the forest. The color in Song Jian's face drained. At this moment, he was over 50 meters away from the Ant King. Such a distance would usually make one undetectable, yet it seemed to have noticed his presence. Clearly, its mental strength was not inferior to his own. Creak, creak, one tree after another was sent flying as they were struck. With only a casual swing of its mandible, as though it were a serrated scythe, rows of huge trees were cut down at their base, leaving behind surfaces as smooth as mirrors. Facing such a terrifying beast, Songjian didn't dare approach. The mere power radiating from it could overwhelmingly crush him. Songjian retrieved a potion from his pocket and forcefully threw it at the Ant King. Suddenly, the humongous figure of the demonic Ant King was shrouded by a gray dust. Its originally shimmering black metallic shell also became cloaked in gray. Eyes of doom. On top of a great tree, Songjian opened the vertical eye in his brow. A dazzling silver beam, like a lightsaber, pierced towards the demonized Ant King. In an instant, light scattered in all directions. The silver beam striking the Ant King abruptly halted it. The Ant King let out infuriated roars as its 6 legs continuously dug into the ground, trying to surge forward against the beam. However, its body was as if blocked by a thick barrier, unable to advance even slightly. It dug out several large pits beneath it in the process. Boom. 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 Every second, the silver beam caused the Ant King over 300 points of damage. This damage was not just physical, but also included mental damage. Its originally sturdy shell, weakened by 35% in its defensive degree, couldn't withstand such a vigorous attack. Its hard shell began to crack like tofu under the silver lightsaber's onslaught, revealing the purplish red flesh within. Large spurts of fresh blood and coarse muscle fiber flew in all directions. It was as if a rain of blood and flesh had fallen in the surrounding forest, where dozens of trees were splattered with blood and flesh, sizzling like they had been doused in sulfuric acid. Exhaustion appeared on Songjian's face as he hurriedly drew a vial of potion for rapidly replenishing mental strength from his pocket and drained its contents. He was incapable of producing this kind of potion. Every bottle used reduced his inventory. He had been reluctant to use it, but if he didn't use it now, he might never get another chance. The Ant King, in tremendous agony, spewed a jet of green thick liquid at Songjian. The liquid's intense sour smell reached Songjian's nostrils from afar, turning his face instantly pale. Songjian swiftly jumped up, and in midair he unfolded a pair of steel wings from his back, carrying him off to one side. The green liquid soaked the entire tree he had been standing on, from top to bottom. In a matter of seconds, the tall tree, standing several meters high, was corroded into a pool of foul-smelling liquid. Songjian's figure swirled in midair, tracing an arc, and charged back at the Ant King. In his hand, the crimson fire heart-shaped sword carved a dark red trajectory in midair, savagely hacking into the back of the Ant King. Immediately, a deep scar emerged on its tough shell. The Ant King, with its bulky body, found it hard to turn around. Songjian, now with a pair of steel wings, continuously maneuvered to the sides and behind the Ant King to launch his attacks. His rapid sword's attack speed was astounding, leaving the demonized Ant King unable to react. In vain, it kept spinning its body, kicking up clouds of dust, and letting out frustrated howls. Songjian didn't dare linger after launching an attack. He would swiftly move on to the next target location. It didn't take him long to slice off one of the Ant King's hind legs. With the loss of one of its hind legs, the Ant King's eyes gleamed a sinister red. Lowering its head, like a heavy armored vehicle, it suddenly accelerated. This seemed to be one of its skills, the strength of which lay in the fact that it didn't require much acceleration time to unleash its maximum power, thereby greatly reducing the limitations imposed by the terrain. Moreover, the sprint was incredibly fast, even faster than Songjian activating his frost sprint. Plus, given the massive size of the mutated Ant King, once this skill was activated, its power was simply unstoppable. Songjian slashed his sword through the air, striking the ground. By the time he looked up, the mutated Ant King had already charged tens of meters away, plowing a giant path through the forest. The broken trees lay haphazardly around him. This fellow actually knows how to keep a distance? Songjian was surprised. It seemed the monster's intellect was not much inferior to that of a human. The distanced mutated Ant King slowly turned its head around, its blood-red eyes fixed on Songjian. It lowered its head and activated its sprint skill once more. Damn it, does your skill not have a cool down time? Songjian's face turned pale. Before he could react, the mutated Ant King was less than 3 meters in front of him. Its speed was almost like teleportation. Instinctively, Songjian held his long sword across his chest, his body reflexively performing the sacred parry. Boom. Songjian felt as though he had been hit by a train. His entire skeleton made a frail sound, as if it would break at any moment. Both his arms were inundated with severe pain as if his bones were shattered to pieces. Songjian's body, like a baseball, flew into the air, only to rapidly descend, He hit a large tree with a pattering sound, leaving a fresh, vicious streak of blood. The vitality that had been almost full was instantly reduced by a third. This was still under the assumption that he fully resisted the assault of the mutated Ant King. If Song Jian was directly hit, even if his vitality was full, he would have been instantly killed by the mutated Ant King. Spurt. A mouthful of blood was spat out. Song Jian's teeth were streaked with blood, making him appear particularly miserable. He struggled to stand up from the ground, a trace of fear flashing in his eyes as he looked at the mutated Ant King. Is this the strength of a first-order boss? It's even more formidable than the Lion Eagle Beast by 3 points. Song Jian thought. As miserable as Song Jian was, the mutated Ant King was even worse off. The previous sacred parry had fully rebounded the Ant King's powerful attack back at it. The mutated Ant King now had a huge fissure on the shell of its head, one eye already burst open. The entire skull looked like it had been smashed hard. If it weren't for its strong vitality, it would have been impossible to rise again from such a severe injury if it were a human. The mutated Ant King was now in a state of dizziness. Seeing this, Song Jian clenched his teeth, activated the sword shadow step again, and pounced towards the mutated Ant King. I've got to risk it. The crimson fire heart-ape sword began to emit a dazzling golden light. A fierce sword chi slashed towards the immobilized mutated Ant King. With a cackling sound, the mutated Ant King let out a piercing scream. A powerful aura suddenly exploded from within it. Within a radius of 10 meters, it was as if a giant palm was pressing down from the sky, shattering all the trees into powder. Even the ground sank more than a foot in depth. Chapter 480, Golden Ant King Youngling. It exploded. Song Jian was flung 7 or 8 meters away by a powerful force, aching all over, and he didn't even want to get up from the ground. Many bosses, when nearing death, would trigger a self-destruct-like skill. This type of skill could inflict massive damage to both enemies and the boss themselves. The boss would only use this move if it was at its last resort. Of course, some bosses would flee instead of exploding when they're close to death. They often have a special acceleration skill that could only be used when their vitality points decreased to a certain level. These bosses were the most hated by players. They fought for a long time only to let the boss escape, a feeling worse than if the boss yielded a bunch of useless garbage equipment. Song Jian panted heavily with a pale face. At this moment, his status bar contained the negative effects of fracture, bleeding, and his vitality points had reached a dangerous level. The boss's explosion was too fast for anyone to react to. Since the high-level healing potion was still on cooldown, Song Jian, leaning against a tree, slowly stood up. He first cast surgery on himself to remove the negative effects, and then looked at the boss. After the explosion, the boss was no longer a threat to Song Jian. At this time, its whole body was covered with cracks, and some parts even exploded directly, revealing the purplish-red muscles inside. The pair of wings on its back broke apart, and the Ant King, which had been transformed by magic, now had trouble standing up. All 6 of its legs, except for the one that Song Jian had cut off, were broken, bending at strange angles. At this point, the magic-transformed Ant King had only a sliver of health left, less than 100 vitality points. Song Jian took a deep breath and stuffed a piece of food that could replenish vitality points during battle into his mouth. When his vitality reached 1/3, he slashed at the magic-transformed Ant King that was on the verge of death. Before he could reach the creature, he heard a pop. A crack suddenly exploded on the magic-transformed Ant King's back, extending from its neck all the way to its tail. As the shell, which was originally shining with a black metallic luster, weathered and decayed rapidly, a wet ant struggled to crawl out through the crack on its back. What is this? Song Jian was taken aback. He pulled back the sword that he had raised and retreated 2 steps, feeling cautious about the strange situation before him. In the game, monsters possessed various skills. Some seemingly unremarkable skills could cost players dearly. When encountering an unfamiliar monster, many players would hold back a bit to prevent an unexpected skill from causing them trouble. The ant trying to crawl out of the magic-transformed Ant King's body looked similar to an ordinary magic-transformed worker ant. Its size was many times smaller than the boss and even smaller than a magic worker ant. However, this struggling ant was golden in color, and even the 2 antennae on its head emitted a dark gold glow, making it look like an exquisite artifact carved from a solid gold block. Level 1? Just level 1? Song Jian couldn't help but exclaim as he saw the attributes displayed on top of the golden ant. Golden Ant King Juvenile, Rare, Level 1, Vitality Points, 500 out of 500, can be captured. Song Jian paused, seemingly realizing something, and immediately opened the taskbar to check. Sure enough, the task target Magic Transformed Ant King, 0 out of 3 inches had already changed to Magic Transformed Ant King, 1 out of 3. The Magic Transformed Ant King died? Song Jian was surprised but found no loot scattered around the surrounding area. This was a level 30 elite boss with tier 1 combat power, far stronger than an ordinary level 30 elite boss. Logically, when a boss like this was killed, the loot should be much more abundant and valuable than that of an ordinary level 30 elite boss. However, Song Jian saw no spoils around the magic-transformed Ant King's corpse. Next, his eyes fell on the Golden Ant King juvenile struggling to crawl out. Could it be that this capturable Golden Ant King juvenile is the spoils of killing the magic-transformed Ant King? Song Jian muttered to himself. Song Jian was right, the Golden Ant King juvenile was indeed the most valuable loot dropped by the magic-transformed Ant King boss. Its value was even higher than a gold-class weapon. Certainly, it couldn't compare to a black dragon hatchling, but the Golden Ant King juvenile had enormous growth potential, making it much more precious than ordinary combat pets. Moreover, the probability of obtaining a Golden Ant King juvenile as loot was not high. If it wasn't for Song Jian's high luck and that it was his first time hunting the magic-transformed Ant King, he wouldn't have had a chance of getting this rare pet. Most importantly, if the capture attempt failed, the Golden Ant King juvenile would still run away and eventually grow into a level 30 elite boss, the magic-transformed Ant King. As it was a spoil of war, the combat pet's level was only 1. Thus, capturing the Golden Ant King juvenile would be easy with just a white-quality pet contract scroll, which had a high chance of capturing it. White-quality pet contract scrolls could be purchased in system stores, and players generally carried several of them when fighting monsters since even ordinary monsters had a certain probability of dropping combat pets. However, Song Jian didn't have any pet contract scrolls in his inventory because he already had a black dragon hatchling and didn't care for ordinary combat pets. Seeing that half of the Golden Ant King juvenile's body had crawled out and that it would escape soon if not captured, Song Jian immediately took out the Book of the Abyss and started using its Abyss Temptation skill. The Abyss Temptation skill had many disadvantages compared to pet contract scrolls: longer summoning time, the need for the target to be immobilized, and the creature becoming an Abyss creature once successfully tempted, bearing a trace of Abyss aura. Moreover, pets captured using Abyss Temptation had a much higher chance of betrayal than those captured with contract scrolls. However, Abyss Temptation also had many advantages: high success rate and the ability to tempt creatures of any quality, unlike contract scrolls, which required higher quality scrolls to capture higher quality pets. Song Jian opened the Book of the Abyss, targeted the Golden Ant King juvenile with the Temptation skill, and started casting. A series of bizarre syllables came out of Song Jian's mouth, and black flames ignited on the surface of the Book of the Abyss. An Abyss aura emanated from the book, coalescing into chains in the air that wrapped around the Golden Ant King juvenile. Chapter 481, Ant King Slave. The Golden Ant King juvenile was only at level 1, so even a common white pet contract scroll could capture it, let alone the Abyss Temptation. The possibility of failure of the capture was minimal since it was a spoils of war from killing the mutated Ant King. Black gas materialized in midair, forming 3 black chains that bound the Golden Ant King juvenile firmly. The juvenile, who was still struggling to get out of the mutated Ant King's carcass, gradually felt stiff all over its body as the black chains tightened. The black abyssal aura emanated from the chains, continuously burrowing into the Golden Ant King juvenile. Before long, the original Golden Ant shell had been coated in a layer of black aura, making it look like a mini-mutated worker ant at first glance. The Abyss Temptation skill ended, and Song Jian was drenched in cold sweat, feeling almost drained. Casting this skill not only tempted the target with the abyssal words, but the caster themselves would also be tempted by the waves of abyssal words. If they were careless, they might fall into corruption, be eroded by the abyssal aura and become an abyssal creature. System, you have successfully released Abyss Temptation on the Golden Ant King juvenile. It has become your second slave, and you can rename it. Warning, you are not an abyssal creature. Each casting of Abyss Temptation will increase the temptation of the abyssal words on you. After 3 times, if you cast Abyss Temptation again, you will definitely change your racial traits and become a member of the Abyssal clan. Upon seeing the system prompt, Song Jian frowned. This warning hadn't appeared the first time he used it, and he suspected its appearance now had something to do with the game version update. Moreover, he could feel that the temptation of the abyssal words in his ears was much stronger than the first time he used Abyss Temptation. If he used it a 3rd time, Song Jian truly didn't know whether his innate skill could withstand the temptation of the abyssal words. I don't want to become a member of the Abyssal clan, Song Jian thought to himself, deciding never to use the Abyss Temptation skill again. Looking at the now freed Golden Ant King juvenile standing quietly beside him, Song Jian stroked its head. The touch from his fingertips felt as if he were stroking icy steel. He opened the attribute panel of the level 1 Golden Ant King juvenile. Its attributes were already higher than many ordinary level 5 monsters, and it also possessed 2 other skills. One was Pursuit Slaughter, the acceleration skill previously used by the mutated Ant King. The skill effect allowed the user to run at a frantic pace for 30 seconds. If the user collided with a target during that time, the skill would be interrupted, dealing physical damage equal to the user's strength minus the target's strength multiplied by 10. The target would also be stunned for 3 seconds. This skill could be used for chasing enemies or escaping, as well as a control skill to deal damage to enemies. It could be employed in various tactics, making it a decent skill. The other skill was a passive one called Spytora. Within a 5-meter range around the Golden Ant King Juvenile, all allies could gain effects such as defense increased by 30% and 10% damage reflection. The Golden Ant King Juvenile was now no different from Song Jian's pet. It was not only more obedient than pets but also had a loyalty level of adoration. Even if Song Jian asked it to commit suicide, the Golden Ant King Juvenile would carry it out without any hesitation or resentment. This was the difference between a slave and a pet, but the downside was that the Golden Ant King Juvenile couldn't be stored in the pet space like the Black Dragon hatchling. Moreover, once it died, there would be no chance of resurrection. The most important thing now is to raise your level so you won't die so easily here. Song Jian whispered as he stroked the head of the Golden Ant King Juvenile. This area was filled with level 30 mutated ants. Even if the level 1 Golden Ant King Juvenile had great growth potential, it was no match for a regular mutated worker ant. Since it couldn't be stored in the pet space, death would be irreversible. Night fell, and Song Jian spent the night hugging the Golden Ant King Juvenile on a large tree. The strength of monsters increased during the night time. Some players tried to hunt monsters at night to level up, but few persisted for long. One reason was the increased strength of the night monsters, but another was the appearance of powerful monsters at night. Escaping was even more difficult during the night, and many players found more and more monsters chasing them as they ran. Some even unintentionally ran into monster dens. Nighttime outside Doomsday City was even more dangerous. Song Jian could hear the frenzied howls of the mutated worker ants in the woods. This place was about 7 or 8 miles away from the area where mutated soldier ants appeared. Although there wouldn't be any flying soldier ants, it was still part of the mutated worker ants' territory. If any monster entered this area, it would attract swarms of mutated worker ants. The sounds of battles came from all around, and the aura of slaughter made the Golden Ant King Juvenile in Song Jian's arms feel restless. However, it was obvious that the intelligence of the Ant King wasn't much lower than a human's. It simply wriggled slightly in Song Jian's arms and let out a low-pitched hiss. The next day, as soon as day broke, Song Jian saw an injured mutated worker ant, dragging its broken body to leave the area. The mutated worker ant was heavily injured, almost half of its body had been bitten off by a monster, showing signs of being gnawed on. Its vitality points were less than 1/3, and it moved very slowly. Song Jian knew that the severely injured worker ant intended to move away from its group to die alone, but for Song Jian, it was one of his mission targets. With a thought, the Crimson Fire Heart-Ape sword appeared in his right hand. Song Jian leaped forward, and before the severely injured worker could react, the sword had already pierced its skull. Flash Thunder Strike. Pop, pop, pop. 6 damage figures appeared above the worker ant's head, its vitality points instantly depleted. To deal with this severely injured worker ant, Song Jian only needed to use one sword technique to kill it. Swish, swish, swish. 8 rays of light appeared on the Golden Ant King Juvenile's body, raising its level from 1 to 9. Checking its experience points, the Golden Ant King Juvenile was only a little over 300 experience points away from level 10. The experience points from a level 30 monster were simply too abundant for a level 1 Golden Ant King. Song Jian glanced at the Ant King, which had nearly doubled in size, and a smile appeared at the corner of his mouth. With the help of this Ant King slave, completing the epic mission would be much easier. Chapter 482, Forming a team. After killing an injured demonized worker ant, Song Jian set the Ant King slave to follow. The level 9 Ant King slave was incapable of assisting Song Jian in combat. If involved in battle, it was likely to die. Only by leveling up this Ant King slave could it take part in combat. Moreover, Song Jian had learned his lesson from yesterday. He couldn't get too close to the demonic ant nest, otherwise, he would be surrounded by the demonized soldier ants. He himself could obviously escape, but the recently obtained Ant King slave, which he had gone through great lengths to obtain, would surely die there. Song Jian began to search in the forest. The quantity of demonized worker ants here was minimal. Perhaps it was because he had killed too many yesterday. Song Jian spent more than half an hour searching but didn't discover a single demonized worker ant. Just then, Song Jian suddenly smelled a rich aroma, causing his throat to involuntarily swallow. At this moment, he noticed that he seemed to have skipped breakfast. Following the aroma, Song Jian found a human adolescent, about 17 or 18 years old, attentively applying condiments to a grill. On the grill, a worker ant's thigh was getting roasted to a golden brown. The hot oil droplets on the charcoal emitted a rich fragrance. Song Jian looked at the top of the boy's head. There was no displayed information. This meant the juvenile had hidden all his personal information. Most of those who did this were players. Though this juvenile seemed no older than 17 or 18, he exuded a unique charisma, not unlike a battle-hardened veteran who has gone through life and death experiences. The scent of gunpowder still lingered around him. "Are you a player?" Songjian tentatively asked. The teenager looked up at Songjian, then focused his attention on the Ant King's slave by Songjian's side for a moment. He released a look of admiration, but quickly turned his head back towards the roasted ant meat. "You must be hungry, come join me." The teenager invited. Songjian sat down, took out some drinks from his storage column, and speaking to the teenager, said, "I'm Songjian, here hunting demonized ants for a mission. Lumini Uan. My target is the demonized Ant King." The teenager replied in a deep voice. "That's good, how about we team up? It'll be much safer and more efficient to hunt together," Songjian suggested cheerfully. The teenager glanced at the Ant King's slave again, hesitated for a moment, then nodded in agreement to Songjian's teaming up request. Songjian smiled slightly, using the 5th battle flag to invite Lumini Uan to become a teammate. Suddenly, a pale blue halo surfaced under Lu's feet. "You can use team skills?" Surprise flashed through Lumini Uan's eyes. Having seen the increase in his own attributes, his astonishment became even more profound. "This is a skill that my equipment has. It's not mine." Songjian frankly revealed some of the attributes of his 5th battle flag for Lumini Uan to see, while carefully observing the teen's facial expression. If this teenager showed any sign of greed, Songjian wouldn't consider teaming up with him. Fortunately, after glancing at the attributes of the 5th battle flag, Lumini Uan only revealed understanding, without expressing any interest in claiming it as his own. Songjian let out a sigh of relief. There are no restrictions in the game, and the only constraints a player has to adhere to are their own moral standards and abilities. Betraying and killing another player over an equipment is common in the game. Fortunately, Lumini Uan is not such a person. Otherwise, whether for Songjian or for himself, this would not bode well. "Where were you born? Is there a city nearby?" Songjian asked curiously. "I was born in the wild." Lumini Uan spoke in a low voice, his face full of melancholy. Songjian's face filled with sympathy. For average players, being born in the wilderness meant a 90% chance of failure. Even for Songjian, if he had been born in the wilderness, he dared not guarantee that he could still be alive now. Everyone knows the dangers of the wilderness are 10 times, no, 100 times higher than those in Doomsday City, though, since there are players who can be born into the safety of the City of Hymns, being born in the wilderness is not that hard to accept. "Life must be tough in the wilderness, right?" Songjian asked. Lumini Uan fell silent, the muscles on his face started to twitch. He seemed unwilling to recall the memories of his early days in the game. He shook his head and said, "It's okay. This meat. Can we really eat it?" Songjian frowned at the grilled ant meat. Lumini Uan nodded, smiling slightly. "Yes, you can eat it. The taste is not bad. You can try it later." After grilling for another 10 minutes or so, Lumini Uan took out a small knife and cut the grilled meat into slices. It was placed onto 2 plates. He handed one to Songjian. Songjian picked up a slice and tentatively bit into it. Instantly, his mouth was filled with the richer aroma of roasted meat. The demonized ants looked terrifying, but their meat was unexpectedly tender and delicious when cooked. After eating 7 or 8 slices of roast meat, Songjian downed a large gulp of his drink. Then, he let out a content sigh saying, "This is truly delicious. Hee, my cooking skill is already at level 8. If it wasn't, I wouldn't be able to get rid of the abyssal demonic aura in the ants." Lumini Uan explained with a laugh. "Level 8? That's incredible!" Songjian exclaimed in surprise. However, he quickly realized that if Lumini Uan's cooking skill was not high level, he would have probably starved to death since he was born in the wilderness. "Oh right, where did you catch this ant pet from?" "I've tried to catch one myself but I've never succeeded. It would be much easier to hunt these beasts if I had an ant pet here." Lumini Uan glanced at the Ant King and asked. Songjian smiled slightly. Lumini Uan had been staring at the Ant King since they first met. His question must have been nagging at him for quite a while. Noticing Songjian's smile, Lumini Uan's face blushed. Before he could speak, Songjian spoke up. "I caught it when I happened to encounter a young spawn after hunting a demonized Ant King." "You hunted a demonized Ant King?" Lumini Uan looked shocked. He stood abruptly, his movement so large it nearly knocked over the grill. "I was lucky only and found a solitary Ant King." Songjian nodded and replied. "Why don't I have such good luck?" Lumini Uan expressed in a gloomy voice. Considering he dared to hunt demonized Ant Kings, it was clear Lumini Uan was confident in his abilities. Having such a strong teammate made Songjian believe there was a higher chance of completing the mission. "Let's go," Song Jian said nonchalantly as he stood up. We've eaten enough and the demonized ant population in this area is abundant. There must be more than one ant king. We'll surely encounter another ant king as we continue on. Lu Mingyuan nodded, packed up the grill, and the two set off along the road. Chapter 483, Perfect Cooperation. Although Song Jian had become team members with Lu Mingyuan, he did not fully trust him. For instance, he did not share the details of his epic-level task with Lu Mingyuan, who, in return, did not inform Song Jian of his reasons for hunting the mutated ant king. The pair had barely walked 10 meters along the main road when a mutated worker ant rushed out from the nearby woods and crashed onto an abandoned truck. With a boom, the truck was overthrown and rolled onto the road. The mutated worker ant seemed a bit dazed and stood in the middle of the road, shaking its head. Soon, the ant spotted Song Jian and Lu Mingyuan, and, turning toward them, gave a loud roar. At the stretching of Lu Mingyuan's right hand, a delicate magic staff appeared in his palm. The completely crimson staff, which looked like red crystal and was just over a foot in length, held a fist-sized red gemstone at its top. Fireball spell. Pointing the magic staff towards the mutated worker ant, the red gem at the top instantly glowed brilliantly. A hot energy gathered in the air, quickly forming 3 basketball-sized fireballs. Boom, boom, boom. Without any distinction in timing, the 3 fireballs smashed into the mutated worker ant. Damage points amounting to more than 300 each began showing above the ant's head. At this point, Song Jian understood that Lu Mingyuan was a fire element mage. The vitality points of the mutated worker ant had fallen by a great deal. Burn marks appeared on its body. The injured ant suddenly became enraged and, roaring, it charged towards Lu Mingyuan. At this point, Lu Mingyuan suddenly put down his magic staff and glanced at Song Jian. Song Jian immediately realized that Lu Mingyuan wanted to assess his capabilities. If Song Jian proved to be weak, their partnership would probably end immediately. Even though he knew that Song Jian had solo killed a mutated ant king, without witnessing Song Jian's abilities firsthand, Lu Mingyuan would remain unsure. With a thought, Song Jian summoned the Crimson Fire Heart-Ape Sword. Lu Mingyuan glanced at the dark red long sword in Song Jian's hand, a surprised look in his eyes. Weapons that could merge into the user's body were not common. Lu Mingyuan's magic staff was one such weapon. Naturally, he understood the value and rarity of such weapons. Sword silk. 3 silver threads appeared beside Song Jian. Beside the 3 silver threads of sword silk, there was an illusory sword silk which was challenging to notice unless scrutinized closely. Song Jian swung his sword towards the charging mutated worker ant, sending it flying with one stroke. Snap snap 6 consecutive sharp sounds exploded on the mutated worker ant's body, causing its carapace to break, blood and flesh to splash around, and its vitality points to plummet to 1/3 of its total. Song Jian's attack left Lu Mingyuan amazed. He had not expected that Song Jian could cause such incredible damage. Broken winged ants. The long sword struck the mutated worker ant again. The ant, the size of a hunting dog, was helpless against Song Jian. It could only suffer the damage passively, like a punching bag, as it was sent flying by Song Jian. Swish! Song Jian lightly flicked his dark red long sword from bottom to top. The head of the mutated worker ant fell off instantly. The headless body trembled slightly as if it wanted to continue its attack, but it was merely a muscular reflex. It only managed to take 2 steps forward before falling with a thud, leaving behind a palm-sized piece of chitinous ant shell. By now, Song Jian had collected more than 100 ant shells, sufficient to craft a full demonic worker ant suit. The only issue was that he still needed the blueprints. He would have to exchange them for mission points at the Shadow Circus Troupe. Clap, clap, clap. With a beaming smile on his face, Lu Mingyuan walked towards Song Jian while applauding. "I didn't expect to encounter such a powerful teammate like you," he exclaimed. "Likewise, likewise," Song Jian replied with a grin. Despite only having used an instantaneous skill, Lu Mingyuan's triple cast of fireball spell knocked off nearly 1,000 vitality points from the demonic worker ant. Such devastating damage, even Song Jian couldn't help but feel taken aback. It was clear that anyone who dared to hunt the demonic ant king alone must be a formidable individual with full confidence in their own abilities. Swish, swish. 2 rays of light simultaneously rose up. Both Song Jian and the Ant King's slave had leveled up at the same time. Song Jian had advanced to level 23, while the Ant King's slave had reached level 10. Song Jian smiled slightly as he allocated his newly acquired skill points into Sword Silk, upgrading it to level 4. The level 10 Ant King let out a painful roar as its body violently trembled. From its back came a series of crackling sounds, reminiscent of something shattering. In no time at all, 2 tender shells protruded from its back and a pair of transparent wings as thin as cicada wings gently unfolded. "Is this evolution?" Song Jian asked in surprise. "Indeed, worthy of the Ant King. Not only can it aid in attack when it matures, but it can also serve as a flying mount. Lu Mingyuan said, clearly envious. His goal had been to hunt the demonic Ant King, with the hope of acquiring an Ant King larva not absent from his mind. As for the spoils, Song Jian received the dropped materials, while the body of the demonic worker ant went to Lu Mingyuan. Lu Mingyuan pulled out a small knife from his bag and began dissecting the worker ant's corpse. Song Jian also had dissection technique, but his was only level 1 and paled in comparison to Lu Mingyuan's skill. Lu Mingyuan had advanced his culinary skills to a high level, so it was clear to Song Jian that his dissection technique must also be highly advanced. The materials obtained from the dissection were more than 10 times the amount of dropped materials. However, most were of white quality, with only a few green quality pieces and no blue quality ones. After cleaning up their loot, the two delved deeper. Song Jian engaged in close combat while Lu Mingyuan provided long-range support. They quickly found their rhythm and started to effectively hunt the demonic worker ants, considerably faster than Song Jian alone. They had killed 317 of them by the afternoon, completing nearly half of Song Jian's mission. Moreover, their margin for error had noticeably increased now that they were together. Even when faced with 7 or 8 demonic worker ants at once, they could calmly eliminate them. If Song Jian were alone, he could kill all of them but would undoubtedly have to pay a hefty price. Let's call it a day here. I'm nearly out of mana. Lu Mingyuan, his face slightly pale, declared loudly. Song Jian looked out into the distance. A mere 2 or 3 miles ahead was the place where he had been surrounded by demonic soldier ants the day before. Originally, he thought that with Lu Mingyuan's help, they could avenge that loss. It seemed like that would have to wait until the next day. As dusk fell, Song Jian lit a campfire and sat down for a rest. The Ant King's slave had reached level 19. Its size had grown more than tenfold compared to when it was first born, almost equivalent to 2 demonic soldier ants. Its shell had become significantly thicker and it had sprouted numerous sharp spikes. Its passive skill, Spike Tora, had advanced to level 3 and its stats dramatically increased. Its jagged mandibles looked even more menacing, and the fine barbs resembled a sickle, capable of easily tearing a crack in the shell of an ordinary demonic worker ant. Lu Mingyuan sat by the bonfire, entering a shallow meditative state to restore his mana. The surroundings were eerily quiet. Suddenly, a piercing scream echoed from the distant forest, abruptly pulling Lu Mingyuan from his meditative state. With wide eyes, he exchanged glances with Song Jian. The two stood up simultaneously, prepared for battle. Chapter 484, Mysterious Gold Ant-Eating Beast. Boss Lu Mingyuan quickly got to his feet and retreated cautiously about 5 or 6 steps, a distance of at least 3 meters from Song Jian and the bonfire. As a mage, distance provided a semblance of safety. 3 meters already pushed Lu Mingyuan's response boundary to the limit. Any closer, and he'd barely have any time to react or cast a spell if something unexpected arose. Song Jian swiftly put out the bonfire, plunging the surroundings into complete darkness. From the middle of his forehead, the vertical eye embedded in Song Jian's brow radiated faint light, providing clear visuality within the encircling darkness. From afar, a cacophony of growls approached, sounding like a pack of monsters frantically charging their way. The two men shared a quick look and began to climb up the nearby tree. Song Jian noticed Lu Mingyuan's eyes glowing with an unusual bluish light, indicating that he too had the ability to see in the dark. Climbing up a tree about 10 or more meters high was not a problem for the two of them. Given the urgency of the situation, it was the best available option. Before long, they saw dozens of demonic worker ants and soldier ants running towards their location. Some soldier ants seemed to sense something and glanced up at the tree where Song Jian and Lu Mingyuan were perched. Their eyes glinting menacingly. Yet, they didn't stop, swiftly scurrying past the men's tree, as if some terrifyingly fierce creature was chasing them. After the swarm of demonic ants gradually disappeared, Lu Mingyuan put away his short staff and asked Song Jian with some uncertainty, "They should have noticed us just now, but why didn't they attack us?" Whether it was the worker ants or the soldier ants, all were aggressive creatures with wide alert ranges. A slight lapse in attention could attract the attention of 2 to 3 demonic ants simultaneously. "What should we do now?" Lu Mingyuan's voice was filled with nervousness. He could feel the place was no longer safe. However, it was nighttime, and they were near the demonic ant nest. If they ran, they risked stumbling into a herd of demonic ants. Song Jian responded with a wry smile, "It seems we're not safe here anymore. Why don't we return to where we met this morning? We should encounter fewer demonic ants there. That's the best we can do." Lu Mingyuan nodded, seemingly relieved. Just as they slid down the tree to leave, they heard a sudden hissing noise growing from far to near. Song Jian reacted by quickly rolling to hide behind a large tree. With a thump, blood splattered, and a mutilated corpse of a demonic soldier ant flew past and hit a large tree, slowly sliding down, leaving behind a gruesome, purple-red blood trail. The men's eyes naturally followed the direction from which the ant's body had been flung. Their eyes widened in shock, and they held their breath. A blurry figure was slowly coming towards them. The figure stood as tall as a building, with a length of at least 8 or 9 meters. To this creature, the demonic ants seemed like babies standing next to a burly adult man. As the silhouette came into clear view, they realized it was a gigantic ant-eating creature. It stuck out its long tongue and wrapped it around the mangled body of the soldier ant, rolling it into its mouth. Its 2 sinewy forelimbs, like sickles, easily tore apart the lengthy ant. The insect's exoskeleton was fragile like a sheet of paper in comparison. The rounded head of the creature plunged into the ant's body, gnawing continuously. Its body's dark green scales shimmered even in the darkness of the night. After eating a few bites, there was little flesh and blood left on the soldier ant's body, leaving behind only the broken shell. The ant-eating creature tossed the shell away and turned its head, focusing on Songjian and Lu Miniuan. Its triangular eyes, beneath the dark green scales, glowed with a savage madness. Its muscles swelled, and it lunged towards them, revealing its sharp teeth smudged with fresh blood, and released a fearsome, shrill roar. Mystery Gold Ant-Eating Beast, Level 30 Lord Class Boss, First Order Combat Power, 9,800 Vitality Points. As Songjian reviewed the beast's attributes, he was stunned. The creature before them was a Lord Class Boss with First Order Combat Power, something too formidable for him to tackle, even with the aid of Lu Miniuan. Songjian's heart skipped a beat as he looked at the beast's slender, sharp teeth stained with blood veins. He knew better than anyone how high the defensive capabilities of the ant's exoskeleton were. Yet, the ant-eating creature's teeth could easily slice through it. If they were bitten, their equipment would likely be torn to shreds. Glancing at the beast's long, resilient tongue that could firmly grip a demonic ant, incapable of freeing itself, Songjian doubted if his long sword could even sever it. Seeing the ant-eating beast looking at him, Songjian instinctively drew his long sword but dared not make any move as its tongue was remarkably versatile. If he aggravated it, he feared he wouldn't even have the chance to escape. Lu Miniuan also recognized the attributes of the ant-eating beast, his heart racing, and his hands sweaty gripping his magic staff. Seeing the beast's attention drawn to Songjian, he felt a sense of relief. Watching the ant-eating beast lunging at Songjian, Lu Miniuan seemed to realize something and yelled out, "It's targeting your Ant King pet." Seeing the ant-eating beast charging towards him, Songjian initially planned to dodge, but upon hearing Lu Miniuan's shout, his heart dropped. His Ant King slave was currently only level 19. Even if it were upgraded to level 30 and had First Order Combat Power, Songjian believed it would be no match for the beast they were currently facing. If Songjian dodged, his Ant King slave would undoubtedly be captured, and the Ant King, which he'd worked so hard to obtain, would meet an inevitable death. Because of the abyss temptation, once the Ant King slave died, it could never be resurrected. With this in his mind, Songjian steadied himself, drew a weakness potion from his inventory and threw it at the charging beast, simultaneously stabbing his long sword towards it. "Are you insane?" Lu Miniuan yelled, looking at Songjian in astonishment. Reflexively, he began to retreat. They were currently in a team, and if he got too close, it would automatically put Lu Miniuan in battle mode. "Kill it. There's a chance it could drop some item that can restrain the demonic ants." Songjian yelled back. Lu Miniuan paused, showing a hesitant expression. After a moment's thought, he gritted his teeth, waving his magic staff. A dense ball of magical energy started to form in his palm. Chapter 485, Long Tongue. The Xoanjin ant-eating beast boss was extremely fierce, and Lu Miniuan was disinclined to provoke it. His target was strictly the mutated Ant King. However, a single statement from Songjian was enough to pique his interest. The mutated ants, in the presence of the Xoanjin ant-eating beast boss, became naught but fodder. Whether it was a mutated worker ant, or a mutated soldier ant, neither stood a fighting chance against the beast. Their only option was to run away in a scramble. Lu Miniuan believed that even the mutated Ant King itself, facing the Xoanjin ant-eating beast boss, would also be in for a tough fight. Maybe if I kill it, I might come across an item that could subdue the mutated Ant King. If I were to have such an item, I need not form a team with Songjian. The spoils from killing the mutated Ant King would be all mine. Once the thought struck, it spread throughout Lu Miniuan's mind like wildweed. Glancing at Songjian with an odd look, Lu Miniuan joined the battle. Seeing Songjian daring to rush and attack it, the Xoanjin ant-eating beast grew even more irate. In its eyes, even a mutated soldier ant was better than Songjian. Humans were too insignificant in its view. Had it not been for the Ant King by its side, which attracted the attention of the Xoanjin ant-eating beast, this colossal boss might not have even cast Songjian a glance. As the seemingly insignificant human launched an attack, the rage of the Xoanjin ant-eating beast was palpable. Bellowing in fury, it opened its gaping jaw, filled with jagged teeth, and its fluid, tough tongue whipped out against Song Jian. The beast's attack was incredibly swift, with multiple afterimages appearing midair, making it impossible to discern its actual target. This kind of soft weapon, similar to a whip, could not be fended off with a long sword. Song Jian could only leap into the air, but the beast's tongue followed suit, its serpentine antenna swiftly snaking around a large tree behind Song Jian and circled back towards Song Jian in midair. Once caught by the beast's tongue, Song Jian would face the same fate as the corpse of the mutated soldier and, getting pulled into the beast's mouth and ripped apart by its sharp teeth. Iron wings. With a mental command from Song Jian, a pair of wings glistening with metallic radiance suddenly sprouted from his back. With a sound of whoosh, Song Jian accelerated in midair, leaving the ant-eating beast's extended tongue clutching at thin air. Though the beast had shifted all its attention to Song Jian, Lu Mingyuan continued to observe from a distance. Thick magic energy swelled up around him, but he dared not release a spell. At this moment, Song Jian had not inflicted any damage on the beast. In other words, Song Jian had not firmly drawn the beast's aggro onto himself. The moment Lu Mingyuan entered the clash, the beast's aggro would quickly switch to him. Song Jian, hovering in midair, was also acutely aware of this. Seeing the beast's tongue retract, Song Jian raised his sword and slashed at the beast with all his might. Light strike. A dazzling golden light suddenly illuminated the surrounding darkness as bright as day. The golden sword Ji mercilessly slashed at the beast's neck, causing over a dozen black-green scales to shatter instantly. As Xoanjin ant-eating beast was not a shadow creature, Song Jian's holy attack was not able to deal double damage. Therefore, this strike only caused the beast to suffer around 200-300 vitality points of damage. The beast let out a painful roar. It turned around and swung its right claw in the direction of Song Jian. Three blade-shaped light traces appeared out of nowhere in midair, emitting a sharp whistling sound, and swooped towards Song Jian's chest. These three light traces left white striae in the air as if they were tearing the space apart. The light traces were incredibly fast. Song Jian had no time to dodge. By the time he noticed the light traces and planned to evade, they had already arrived at his chest. The iron wings sprung forth as if they had a mind of their own, quickly furling over from both sides to shield Song Jian. Clang, clang, clang. The crisp sound of impact echoed in midair. The iron wings gained 3 significant scratches, scattering countless dazzling sparks. The iron wings had a damage immunity limit. Song Jian suddenly felt a tearing pain in his chest, taking over 800 points of damage. This amount of damage to an average level 20 player would cause severe injury and life-threatening damage, even if it didn't result in instant death. The damage is too high. Song Jian exclaimed. After all, the equipment on him was of a far higher quality compared to average players. Even though he wore leather armor, Song Jian was confident that even a defensive warrior in plate armor wouldn't have much more defense and resistance than himself. After dealing a successful hit, the ant-eating beast boss suddenly lunged at Song Jian midair. Song Jian was shocked. He didn't expect such a huge ant-eating beast to have an amazing leaping ability. Hastily, he controlled his iron wings to dodge laterally in midair. Whoosh! The beast in midair shot out its long tongue towards Song Jian again, and its blood-red tip darted out like an arrow. Just as Song Jian evaded the beast's leap by drawing an arc in midair, he had not expected the beast's tongue to coil around his right leg from behind. Alarmed, Song Jian turned around to strike the tongue with his sword. The beast's tongue was as resilient as old cowhide. Even after 4 or 5 slashes, Song Jian failed to leave a single cut, dealing only 500-600 points of damage to the beast. When Song Jian raised his sword again to strike, a strong force pulled his right leg, making him lose balance. No matter how hard he flapped the iron wings, he was unable to control his body midair, and the flying sword in his hand was thrown away. The head of the ant-eating beast boss fiercely jerked down, causing Song Jian to fall from the sky like a meteorite and crash into the ground, creating a huge crater. Song Jian spat out a mouthful of blood, and his vitality points decreased suddenly by more than 300. Seeing Song Jian in a miserable state, Lu Mingyuan, who was prepared to attack, hesitated again. The fireball he had conjured in his hands had yet to be unleashed. Song Jian gritted his teeth, and with a thought, 2 burly fire elves suddenly appeared next to him. As soon as they appeared, they spewed scorching flames toward the long tongue wrapped around Song Jian's right leg. The ant-eating beast boss, in what seemed like a reflexive action, began to shake its tongue and growled. It tried to pull Song Jian into its mouth. Song Jian clutched the long tongue with both hands, pushed his feet against the inner wall of the crater, and pulled back. For a moment, both the beast and Song Jian were engaged in a tug-of-war with the long tongue stretched taut. The Xoanjin ant-eating beast boss let out a thunderous roar, and the force it exerted suddenly increased. Song Jian felt his body being pulled by a massive force, causing his body to get hauled toward the beast. Chapter 486, The final blow. Lu Mingyuan watched as Song Jian and the Xuanjin Anteating Beast boss fought only for a few rounds before falling into a disadvantageous position, with their vitality points dropping to less than half. He couldn't help but tremble in fear, and was already prepared to flee. Even the fireball he had been gathering in his hand for so long dissipated directly. Song Jian's heart raced as he faced the Xuanjin Anteating Beast, which already had an overwhelming advantage in terms of strength. Its attack and defense was extremely strong, and he knew if he was caught in the enemy's mouth with his current vitality, he would surely be defeated in an instant. Seeing the two flame elementals constantly spouting flames and scorching the Anteating Beast boss's long tongue, Song Jian gritted his teeth and issued a command for the flame elementals to self-destruct. Boom, boom. As they lacked intelligence, the flame elementals only listened to Song Jian's command. After he ordered them to self-destruct, the two flame elementals didn't hesitate to charge at the Anteater Beast boss's long tongue and exploded directly. The intense explosion caused the ground to tremble endlessly. Within a radius of 10 meters, it appeared as if a meteorite had struck, breaking all the trees. The dense fire elements rampaged fiercely, and almost all the trees were set ablaze. A mushroom cloud rose in the sky, and the scorching flames almost lit up half of the sky. The Xuanjin Anteating Beast let out a painful scream, and half of its tongue already lost sensation. Song Jian's eyes flickered, and with a wave of his right hand, the crimson fire heart-ape sword flew back into his palm with a spin. Flash thunder strike. Song Jian slashed at the long tongue coiled around his right leg. At this moment, the tongue had lost its original flexibility and toughness, and had mostly turned black, losing its vitality. It was like a weathered oxide. Whoosh! The crimson fire heart-ape sword easily cut off a section of the blackened tongue, revealing a touch of deep red at the very center. After freeing his right leg from the blackened long tongue, Song Jian threw it aside and glanced back at Lu Mingyuan. He didn't say a word as he took an advanced healing potion from his bag and gulped it down before rushing towards the Xuanjin Anteating Beast, which was constantly shaking its head. With a single thought, Song Jian's running figure suddenly blurred and, in the blink of an eye, split into two identical shadows charged at the Anteating Beast. Song Jian felt a peculiar sensation as he was somehow able to control both bodies simultaneously, as easily as lifting a finger. There was no delay in issuing commands, he just needed a single thought to control the abyssal phantom, as if it were simply an extension of his own body. Without its long tongue, the Xuanjin Anteating Beast boss lost its mid to long-range attack capabilities. All it could do was rely on its sharp fangs and claws on its forelimbs to battle Song Jian. The two identical Song Jians continuously attacked the Xuanjin Anteating Beast, leaving the beast boss unable to discern which was the real body and which was the phantom. The Xuanjin Anteating Beast's vitality points kept dropping, and in a short while, its vitality points plummeted below 50%. At this time, Lu Mingyuan finally rejoined the fight, with a swirling flame spreading out beneath the boss's feet within a radius of 5 to 6 meters. Song Jian was startled and hesitated for a moment, missing the perfect angle to attack the Xuanjin Anteating Beast's neck with his sword. However, he quickly realized that the flames at his feet didn't cause him any damage, and he felt relieved. It seemed that forming an alliance with Lu Mingyuan beforehand was the right choice, as teammates were immune to each other's damage during battle. The Anteating Beast stomped the ground within the flames, sending a wave of air outward. Song Jian lost his balance and fell to the ground with over 1,000 points of damage floating above his head. Almost 2,000 damage points floated above the abyssal phantom, causing its figure to disappear like a bubble with a puff sound. The Anteating Beast boss leaped up once again, this time reaching a height of 3 to 4 meters in the air. Its massive body was like a meteor, charging towards Song Jian. Aerial strike. If this attack landed, Song Jian's recently restored vitality points would likely plummet again, entering a near-death state, or even be instantly killed. Song Jian's pupils contracted as he activated his immortal sword body state. He raised his sword high and suddenly leaped towards the Anteater Beast's abdomen. At this moment, Lu Mingyuan's fireballs also struck, but the Anteating Beast seemed to have entered a tyrant body state. Dozens of fireballs struck its body, causing less than 300 points of damage. Light strike. Brilliant golden sword chi erupted, forming a beam of light that shot towards the Anteating Beast boss's abdomen. The Anteating Beast boss felt a tingling sensation in its belly, as if it was being propped up by something. Its enormous weight, combined with the additional power from its skill, made it descend rapidly. This also meant that if there was an indestructible object beneath it, the backlash damage would be immense. At first, the beast boss didn't feel anything due to the skill, but it soon felt as if a burning iron rod had penetrated its abdomen, breaking through its scales and burrowing into its body. Bang! With a loud shout, Song Jian's crimson fire heart-ape sword shone brightly as it fiercely slashed at the Anteating Beast's stomach. The sword easily pierced the Anteating Beast's abdominal scales, tearing through its defenses. The beast felt an intense tearing pain in its abdomen, causing its huge body to lose balance in midair and tumble down. Boom! The ant-eating beast boss fell from the sky, crashing through 5 or 6 large trees before coming to a stop. Copious amounts of blood gushed from its stomach, and even pieces of its internal organs spilled out of the wound. The rich scent of blood filled the surrounding area for several meters. Song Jian's eyes widened in disbelief. Even if his attack was powerful, it should not have caused such devastating injuries to the ant-eating beast boss. As they saw the ant-eating beast boss's vitality points rapidly depleting, Lu Minyuan's eyes lit up. He tightly grasped his magic staff and began to chant spells. Magical energy surged wildly towards him, and even Song Jian noticed the abnormal fluctuations in the air. Watching Lu Minyuan's actions, Song Jian's mouth curled into a cold smirk. It seemed like this guy wanted to snatch the final blow on the boss. A level 30 boss would grant massive experience points, and the players who scored the first and last blow would receive a large amount of experience. Song Jian stomped his right foot hard, sending a fang-shaped chi cluster at the struggling ant-eating beast boss. Transforming into a shadow, he rushed towards the beast boss, aiming to kill it before Lu Minyuan could intervene. Chapter 487, Silver Suit Flash Thunder Strike. Whoosh, whoosh, whoosh. 6 flows of intermingling virtual and real lightning erupted from Song Jian's long sword, striking the body of the mysterious metal ant beast. Subsequently, he activated his rapid sword skill, and his attack speed greatly increased, though the ant beast's scales had high defenses. Under the effects of the weakness potion as well as Song Jian's relentless rapid attacks, a long wound was finally torn open. The mysterious metal ant beast roared painfully, a blood arrow spraying from its vast body. The magic energy behind him intensified, leaving very little time for Song Jian. He directed all his skills toward the wound on the ant beast. The mysterious metal ant beast, originally struggling fiercely, gradually weakened. In the end, the ant beast boss staggered and lifted its head, letting out an eerie howl. The flickering light in its eyes gradually dimmed until it finally fell, heavily, to the ground. Just at that moment, a gigantic fireball, over 3 meters in diameter, was speeding toward the ant beast boss. It smashed fiercely into the lifeless body of the beast, blowing its enormous corpse to smithereens. Too late. A smile emerged on the corner of Song Jian's mouth. Lu Minyuan swiftly rushed toward the remains of the ant beast boss. If he could not claim the experience points, he would absolutely not give up the battle loot. This is the boss that sometimes drops loot that counters the magic ants. Lu Minyuan thought internally, his eyes full of anticipation. During the earlier hunting of the magic ants, the two had a good partnership and divided the spoils according to certain rules. However, in front of the loot dropped by the mysterious metal ant beast boss, such an understanding did not exist anymore. But no matter how fast Lu Minyuan ran, how could he be faster than Song Jian? As a melee combatant who had dealt the final blow, how could he possibly let Lu Minyuan snatch away the boss's drop? Song Jian stretched out his hand and grabbed the 3 pieces of equipment. The boss dropped a total of 7 or 8 items. Song Jian got the 3 most valuable ones, leaving the rest as inferior equipment or materials. This boss could be said to have been hunted by Song Jian alone, as Lu Minyuan didn't offer much help. To leave him some leftovers, Song Jian was already quite gracious. Buzz a shimmer flashed, and the Ant King slave's level was abruptly improved. It shot up from level 19 to level 25, even higher than Song Jian's level. It was due to the existence of the Ant King slave that had drawn the attention of the mysterious metal ant beast. During the battle, the Ant King slave kept hiding far away and dared not participate at all, but after the beast was killed, since it was Song Jian's slave, it gained a large amount of battle experience. Song Jian checked out the Ant King slave's properties. The physical attributes of this golden Ant King had improved tremendously. Its skill Spiked Aura was also upgraded to level 6. Spiked Aura, level 6, within a 10-meter radius around the golden Ant King larva, all teammates can get a defense increase by 80% and reflect 40% of the damage effect. The Ant King had been hiding too far away, so Song Jian could not benefit from the Spiked Aura. However, after upgrading to level 6, the range of Spiked Aura increased to 10 meters. If Song Jian encountered a similar ant beast in the future, the Ant King slave could provide the effects of Spiked Aura even if it was hiding far away. Upon reaching level 25, the Ant King slave had gained a new skill, Acid Spray. Acid Spray, level 1, sprays acid at enemies within a 10-meter radius, causing 500 points of acid damage. With an additional acid corrosion effect, target's defense decreases by 50%, and it loses 10 vitality points per second. This effect lasts 10 seconds. The level 25 Ant King slave finally possessed long-range attack skill. This attack skill was also quite powerful. Ordinary creatures rarely had acid resistance. Once hit, defenses would prove useless. All 500 points of acid damage would definitely be inflicted, and the subsequent acid corrosion effect would also bother the attacked creature. Continuous blood loss wasn't a big deal, but a 50% decrease in defense was absolutely distressing. Even defense warriors in full plate armor would feel withered when hit by the acid spray attack. After checking the attributes of the Ant King slave, Song Jian turned his attention to the 3 pieces of equipment obtained earlier. The first one was a peculiar-looking weapon that looked like a long knife. However, the tip of the blade was jagged like a saw, and several fang-like spikes extended from the back of the blade, making it look very ferocious. Savage Blade, Silver, One-handed weapon, item level 25, equip effect, attack 87 to 108, strength +5, agility +3, weapon life steal +3, special effect 1, unending bleeding, passive. When damaging the target, there is a certain probability that the target will continuously bleed for 60 seconds, losing a total of 300 vitality points. Special effect 2, Savage, active. Once activated, attack speed increases by 30% for 5 seconds, can only occur once every 5 minutes. Note, this item is one of the components of the Savage set. After completing the Savage set, special attributes will appear and be shown when equipped. Equipment requirement, Strength 30, Constitution 25. Can this item be taken out of the game? No. A silver quality set weapon? Song Jian's eyes lit up. Originally he thought that he had just acquired a silver quality weapon, but unexpectedly, it turned out to be a silver set weapon. This immediately increased the value of the Savage Blade substantially. If I can gather a full set of Savage gear, the value of this weapon could rival that of gold quality ones. Song Jian's face showed a pleasantly surprised expression. Keep in mind, once the Savage set was completed, the set attributes of this weapon would make themselves known. The originally top-tier weapon, with the addition of set attributes, could absolutely rival gold quality gear. Aside from this weapon, Song Jian also received a scroll and a gem. He had originally thought that the silver set weapon was the most valuable item dropped by the boss, but unexpectedly, this scroll turned out to be worth far more than even the Savage Blade. Scroll, Advanced Spiritual Recovery Potion Recipe. Using it, you will learn how to make an Advanced Spiritual Recovery Potion. Usage requirement, Alchemy level 5. In the game Song Jian had not yet seen potions that recover spirit points. Most items that restored spirit points mostly came from cooking or supplies discovered by players. For this reason, consumables that restore spirit points were far more valuable than those that restore vitality points. Even those consumables that restored spirit points which couldn't be used in battle, once they appeared on the market, were fervently sought after by players. If Song Jian could indeed make an advanced spiritual recovery potion, the players who wanted to buy it might well break down the doors of his shop. Chapter 488, Saving People. Song Jian glanced at the recipe for the advanced spiritual recovery potion and chose to use it right away. His alchemy skill met the requirement, so naturally, he was able to learn this formula easily. Checking the materials required to make the advanced spiritual recovery potion, he found that a substantial number of them were items dropped by level 20 monsters or herbs from areas with level 20 monsters. This, for Song Jian, was quite easily accessible. With both the Advanced Vitality Recovery Potion and the Advanced Spiritual Recovery Potion, Song Jian's monster hunting and leveling up had become safer and more enduring. Indirectly, it also augmented his power. Lu Mingyuan picked up the remaining items, checked their attributes, and his face darkened slightly. After giving Song Jian a cynical huff, he drew out his dissecting knife and started to slice up the shattered corpse of the ant. Having seen Lu Mingyuan's reaction, Song Jian gave a slight smile and began to examine the last orb. Ant Soul Orb, Silver, Accessory, Item Level 30, Equipped Effect, +5 Agility, +15% Damage, Special Effect, each time a demonic ant is killed, you gain its soul. Once a sufficient number of souls are accumulated, it can produce a daunting effect on demonic ants. The more demonic ant souls, the more significant the daunting effect. The highest daunting effect can reduce the demonic ant's defense by 50%, deduct 30% damage, and slow down the target's attack speed by 30%. Number of souls, 0 out of 1000, requirement, level 20, can be taken out of the game, no. Song Jian's eyes sparkled, he looked at Lu Mingyuan. He himself hadn't expected that this Xuanjin ant would indeed drop an item that could counter demonic ants. Although this accessory was of the silver quality, it was extremely target-specific. It was perfect for dealing with demonic ants. However, besides demonic ants, the special effect of this accessory would lose its power, leaving only the basic attributes. Song Jian seemed hesitant for a moment, but he put away his postman's bag. The postman's bag was a 12-slot bag that took up one accessory slot. After being removed, the items inside could still be taken out, but nothing could be put back in. Song Jian put 12 temporarily unnecessary items into his postman's bag and then unloaded the bag from his equipment slot, putting it into his inventory slot. After equipping the Ant Soul Orb, Songjian would need to kill 1,000 demonic ants to bring out the real power of this silver accessory. Having gone over the spoils of battle, Songjian saw Lu Mingyuan stand up, having finished dissecting the ant's corpse. Judging by his appearance, it seemed that Lu Mingyuan had managed to extract quite a few useful things from the ant's carcass, and his resentment noticeably dissipated. The presence of the ant caused all the demonic ants within a kilometer radius to vanish. The two decided to rest there for the night. Regarding the item to counter demonic ants, Lu Mingyuan did not inquire whether Songjian had obtained it. His face looked very calm, and Songjian had no way of guessing what he was thinking. The following day, the two of them got up early and continued towards the demonic ant nest. Now with the enslaved ant king, their speed at killing demonic ants had become much more efficient. In less than half a day, Songjian's task of killing 500 worker ants was finished, and they had even slain over a dozen soldier ants. Nonetheless, with the increase in the number of demonic ants killed, the number of ant souls captured by Songjian's ant soul orb also grew. He had now stored the souls of over 200 demonic ants. Songjian realized that, once the ant soul orb had acquired the souls of 100 demonic ants, it would exhibit its special effect. The effect of 100 souls was a reduction of 5% defense, 3% damage, and 3% attack speed of the demonic ants. The effect of having 200 souls was a reduction of 10% defense, 6% damage, and 6% attack speed of the demonic ants. Killing off the level 30 monsters gave Songjian and Lu Mingyuan a huge amount of experience points. Songjian had already leveled up to 23.70%, and it was estimated that he would level up again after killing several dozen more demonic ants. Lu Mingyuan, an hour ago, had already shown a promotion glow. The Ant King slave had leveled up to level 25, giving off a fierce aura. The shell of its body had become similar to spiked armor, with sharp spikes covering its whole body. Its two blood-red eyes radiated an endless brutal temperament. As soon as a demonic ant appeared, the Ant King slave would be the first to pounce. Not a single demonic ant it killed had a complete body, as all were bitten into multiple pieces. The ferocity in its fighting chilled even Songjian's heart. Each time it killed a demonic ant, the Ant King slave would look back at Songjian. Underneath its calm exterior, it seemed to be hiding a turbulent undercurrent. This pet of yours won't turn against you, will it? Lu Mingyuan looked at the frenzied Ant King slave in battle. When the fight ended and the Ant King slave quietly walked next to Songjian, Lu Mingyuan suddenly felt a chill run down his spine and couldn't help asking. Songjian was also a bit worried, as the downside of Abyss temptation was that the chances of turning the charmed creatures into traitors were incredibly high. However, now was not the time to tell Lu Mingyuan the truth, so he just silently glanced at him without saying a word. Just then, Lu Mingyuan's actions came to a sudden halt. Pointing down the road, he said, "There seem to be other players fighting up ahead." Songjian looked up, and sure enough, before long, a figure was seen running desperately on the road. The person turned out to be LVP, who had previously used a teleportation scroll to escape back to Doomsday City through the protection black mist. For some reason, he had reappeared here and was now being chased by a large group of demonic worker ants, with 5 to 6 demonic soldier ants constantly spitting acid balls at him from the air. Without hesitating, Songjian exclaimed, "Save him." As they proceeded, the number of demonic ants became increasingly larger, and the two were starting to feel overwhelmed. To hunt down the demonic ant king, they would have to penetrate into the heart of the demonic ant nest. Given their strength, approaching, let alone entering deep into the nest, would probably be extremely difficult. Now, one additional person meant one extra strength in the group. At crucial times, even if there was just one more pawn, it would still give them a higher chance of escape. Even if LVP died here, it would not benefit Songjian or Lu Mingyuan in any way. And now, saving him wouldn't require a lot of effort either. Songjian glanced at Lu Mingyuan. If it came down to the range of attack, Songjian was no match for Lu Mingyuan. At this point, Lu Mingyuan had already started calculating LVP's running speed and timing his attack. LVP felt overwhelming regret. He hadn't expected that after leaving Doomsday City again, he would be teleported straight near the demonic ant nest. As soon as he appeared, he was chased by a huge swarm of demonic ants. Just as LVP felt his strength dwindling, he spotted 2 players standing on the road ahead. His face instantly lit up with joy, as though he'd survived a calamity. Without even taking a second to discern their faces, he shouted, "Help me!" towards Songjian and Lu Mingyuan. Chapter 489, Upgrading Fiery Rain Skill. Suddenly, Lu Mingyuan raised his magic staff, pointing in LVP's direction. LVP instantly felt a surge of magic energy around him, causing his heart to sink. Above LVP's head, a large patch of crimson clouds formed. The heavy clouds began to churn, absorbing surrounding magical elements. Soon, droplets of rain began falling from the sky, enveloping the demonic ants behind LVP, The wings of the airborne demonic soldier ants quickly burned in the fiery rain, causing them to tumble down from the sky, and crash into the swarm of demonic worker ants below. Dozens of demonic ants, covered by the vast fiery rain, shrieked and roared crazily. Each raindrop only inflicted a low amount of damage, about 5 or 6 points, on the demonic ants, but within the area covered by the fiery rain, hundreds of raindrops fell every second. This damage spread densely over the heads of the ants, causing unease to anyone with acrophobia. LVP rolled and crawled over, revealing a look of fear when seeing Song Jian. However, he soon calmed himself, deeply bowing to both of them, saying, "Thank you for saving my life." Song Jian glanced at LVP and thought he looked somewhat familiar. Furthermore, he noticed that despite the fleeting expression of fear on LVP's face when he first saw him, the look was captured by Song Jian. Could it be that he was part of the group that attacked me within the protection black mist? A thought flashed across Song Jian's mind, and his gaze became more playful as he looked at LVP. "No problem, we're all players. We should naturally help each other." Song Jian glanced at the charging demonic ants saying, "Let's get rid of these demonic ants chasing you first, then we can talk later." The demonic ants who had experienced a round of fiery rain skill were all wounded. They had lost more than a third of their vitality points. Moreover, most of the demonic ants were afflicted by the adverse burning effect, their bodies turning crimson, and their surfaces ablaze with flames. The burning effect would decrease 5 vitality points every 3 seconds. Every few steps, a burning injury floated above the head of these demonic ants. With a sharp roar, before Song Jian could charge up, the Ant King slave led the flight with its wings open, pouncing on the swarm of demonic ants. A stream of acidic liquid was sprayed towards the demonic ants, soaking several soldier ants from top to bottom. Then, its massive mandible crushed the head of a demonic worker ant, while its forelimbs brutally tore the unfortunate demonic worker ant's body. In no time, the Ant King slave appeared like a tiger among sheep, wildly attacking the demonic ants. In a short while, the hatred that the demonic ants had for Lu Miniuan was overtaken by the Ant King slave. Seeing the falling vitality points of the Ant King slave, Song Jian was startled and hurriedly leaped forward to assist. LVP hesitated for a moment, before drawing out a mechanical crossbow to attack. Even though their level was much lower than the demonic ants, their momentum was like a rainbow. Further supplemented by Song Jian's Danzō orb, which reduced the demonic ants' attributes, they immediately took the upper hand. The battle began a one-sided slaughter. After about 15 minutes, the last demonic soldier ant's head was crushed by the Ant King slave. The ant's headless body convulsed as it was ripped apart by the Ant King slave, finally bringing the battle to an end. The souls of the demonic ants absorbed by Song Jian's Ant Soul Orb reached 300, changing its special effect to reducing the defense of the demonic ants by 15%, inflicting 9% damage, and reducing the attack speed of the demonic ants by 9%. A ray of light flashed by, and Song Jian's level increased to 24 with 2% experience. Looking at his skills, only the sweeping sword style had reached a proficiency of 100%. So, Song Jian directly assigned the skill point to sweeping sword style. Song Jian felt helpless regarding the upgrading of skills. Sometimes, 2 or 3 skills would reach 100% proficiency at the same time. On the other hand, sometimes he would have a skill point but no skills that met the upgrading conditions. As of now, Song Jian had adopted a laissez-faire attitude towards upgrading skills. Anything that had a skill point and whose proficiency was at 100% would be upgraded without a second thought. He was quite looking forward to what changes would occur when other skills reached 100% proficiency. Moreover, when the skills reached level 10, they could be evolved by melding with each other. Therefore, all skills were useful to him. Maybe merging 2 average skills could create a godlike skill. Seeing Song Jian advancing another level, envy appeared in Lu Miniuan's eyes as he nodded at Song Jian, saying, "Congratulations. Congratulations, congratulations." LVP also said, smiling broadly. Having had a personal experience of Song Jian's capability, LVP was amazed by his ability to react instantaneously and avoid all harm despite being ambushed by so many people. LVP admitted to himself that even if he increased his level by 10, he probably wouldn't be able to react as quickly as Song Jian. LVP had originally escaped, using his town return scroll to return to his safe house. However, after returning to Doomsday City, the more LVP thought about it, the more frustrated he became. This was an epic quest, but he had failed at the very first step. He didn't even manage to leave Doomsday City and even lost a town return scroll in the process. After thinking for a day, LVP couldn't accept his failure. So, he went to the Shadow Circus troupe and found the old beastman leader, who gave him one last chance, using the transmission array to teleport him out of the city. As a result, LVP was successfully teleported out of Doomsday City. His destination turned out to be less than a kilometer away from the demonic ant nest. Songjian and Lu Miniuan hadn't reached here yet, so the area was teeming with demonic ants. The moment LVP appeared, a large swarm of demonic ants chased after him. Fortunately, he encountered Songjian and Lu Miniuan. Otherwise, without a town return scroll, LVP would likely have perished here. LVP was somewhat anxious, unsure if Songjian recognized him. He spoke cautiously, not even explaining to the two why he had turned up here. What he didn't know was that his cautious demeanor only confirmed Songjian's suspicion that LVP had been among the group that attacked him in the protection black mist. "Let's move ahead, we're likely very close to the demonic ant nest," Songjian said. The appearance of the demonic soldier ants indicated they were near their nest, and their current location was also the place where Songjian had been ambushed. To hunt the demonic ant king, they would have to delve deep into the nest. Previously, Songjian was incredibly fortunate to encounter a demonic ant king that had left its nest to chase him. After picking up the spoils of their battle against the swarm of demonic ants and waiting for Lu Miniuan to finish dissecting them one by one, the three of them set off towards the demonic ant nest. Chapter 490, Nest. The closer the three of them got to the demonic ant nest, the more monsters they encountered. At first, only 2 or 3 would appear, but later on, groups of a dozen or more began to emerge. Oftentimes, before they could finish off one swarm of demonic ants, another swarm would discover them. "Do you see it? The demonic ant nest is right ahead." LVP pointed and exclaimed loudly. Suddenly, a sharp scream echoed through midair, and demonic ants surged towards them. With Songjian and the enslaved ant king as the spearhead, they stood their ground like a solid rock, unfazed by the waves crashing against them. Under the influence of the Danzō orb, the attributes of the demonic ants attacking them were significantly weakened. The trio fought their way through, feeling invincible. The closer they got to the nest, the fewer worker ants appeared, and the number of soldier ants began to increase steadily. Finally, they were surrounded by winged demonic soldier ants. These demonic soldier ants were agile attackers, coming at them from front, back, left, and right, as well as from the air above. At a distance, it looked as if the three of them were buried by demonic soldier ants. At this point, all three of them were fighting back-to-back against the attacking demonic soldier ants, their roles no longer distinct as close-range or long-range fighters. "We can't go on like this. I won't last much longer." Lu Miniuan furrowed his brow and shouted loudly. LVP was even more beleaguered. 2 cuts on his face were bleeding profusely. Songjian had not added him to the team lineup, so LVP had not enjoyed the attribute buffs, and the demonic soldier ants killed by Songjian and Lu Miniuan were not credited to him. Only the monsters he killed himself counted towards his quest target. By now, they had been trapped for more than 10 minutes, with demonic soldier ants continuously pouring out of the nest in front of them, surrounding them. Songjian's heart sunk as the numbers of demonic soldier ants grew increasingly dense around them, with the air above them turning dark as well. If they didn't change their strategy soon, they could very well die here. The nest is less than 500 meters ahead. Shall we charge into it or retreat? Make a decision quickly. Lu Miniuan yelled anxiously. The current situation left them with 2 choices, either retreat and abandon their mission or charge into the demonic ant nest and hope to use the terrain to their advantage against the soldier ants. After hesitating for a mere 2 seconds, Songjian shouted decisively, "Charge forward. We'll enter the nest." By now, Songjian had killed over 100 demonic soldier ants as part of his quest objective. Based on their current attacking power, they would be able to complete the soldier ant quest in at most another hour. Moreover, the ant soul orb was already close to having 500 souls. The more they killed, the more powerful the ant soul orb became. Even with demonic worker ants blocking their way, it would be more challenging to retreat than to charge into the nest, especially with the demonic ant nest so close at hand and their entire retreat path swarming with demonic ants. "I'll clear the way," Lu Miniuan shouted, swapping positions with Songjian. Holding the magic staff firmly in both hands, he waved it horizontally and chanted an incantation loudly. Scorching disintegration ray. Boom. A dazzling crimson pillar of light burst forth from Lu Miniuan's magic staff, like a laser beam, piercing through the bodies of dozens of demonic soldier ants in front of them. One after another, damage values appeared above the heads of the affected demonic soldier ants, their vitality points visibly draining away rapidly, their bodies starting to disintegrate under the impact of the light beam. Having killed the demonic soldier ants blocking the way, Lu Miniuan began to slowly rotate his body, sweeping the scorching disintegration ray around him, taking out the surrounding demonic soldier ants. This move was the perfect counter to the tightly packed formation. The area around the trio was completely filled with monsters, and this single attack displayed its full power instantly. This skill is quite similar to the I-kill technique, but it is several times stronger. Songjian exclaimed in surprise. The red disintegration ray stretched for more than 10 meters, quickly eliminating the demonic soldier ants within its range. In one strike, at least 20 to 30 demonic soldier ants were killed, clearing a path more than 2 meters wide. Go quickly. Luminuan shouted with a fatigued expression. The greater the power of the skill, the more it consumed. The scorching disintegration ray could continuously attack as long as Luminuan provided it with enough mana. However, Luminuan didn't dare to use up all of his mana now. After clearing a path, he stopped using the skill, saving at least half of his mana. The trio rushed up a mound of dirt, and before them was a huge hole more than 10 meters wide. The demonic soldier ants continuously flew out from the hole. This is the entrance to the demonic ant nest, let's jump down from here. LVP shouted excitedly. The mission interface clearly marked the location of the demonic ant nest. LVP was almost scared to death when he first teleported out. Luminuan took the lead and jumped into the hole. Midair, his body seemed as light as a feather, falling slowly. LVP smiled at Songjian and took out a pale green potion from his bag. After drinking it, he closed his eyes and jumped into the hole as well. Songjian recognized the potion. It was called the Light Body Potion, which could reduce body weight by 60% and decrease fall damage by 80%. After drinking the potion, even a fall from 100 meters would only result in a numb feeling in the legs, without causing any harm. With a thought, Songjian sprouted a pair of metallic wings from his back. He leaped into the air, folded his steel wings, and dashed towards the bottom of the nest like an arrow. Above, the demonic soldier ants swarmed like a tornado towards the nest. The slower they descended, the more attacks they would suffer midair. During the fall, Songjian didn't receive any attacks from the demonic soldier ants. His speed was too fast, and many demonic soldier ants didn't even have the chance to react before he passed them by. As he approached the bottom of the cave, Songjian's wings suddenly spread open. Flapping them powerfully, he executed a sideways roll in the air, completing 5 or 6 rolls before landing firmly on the cavern floor. Upon landing, Songjian smelled a foul odor, similar to the stench of something rotting. His vertical eye in the middle of his brow opened, and he saw that the bottom of the cave was filled with countless bones of various creatures. It resembled a bloodbath slaughterhouse, sending shivers down people's spines. Right then, Luminuan suddenly fell with a loud thud, looking somewhat disheveled. His hair was messy, and his dark gray cloak seemed to have been slashed apart, reduced to pieces of rag hanging off his back. I haven't seen him wear this cloak before. It seems to be one of his trump cards, Songjian thought after a glance, but it's obvious that, whether it's completely damaged or not, it's no longer usable. Just as Songjian was about to speak, a terrible scream came from above, and a few drops of liquid fell onto his shoulder. When he touched it, his fingers felt slippery. Blood? Songjian looked up, his brows furrowed. Chapter 491, Disperse in Midair. LVP was surrounded and furiously bitten by a group of demonized soldier ants, looking as if he were being torn apart, his body covered in wounds. As someone chosen by the Shadow Circus troop leader to take on an epic quest, LVP's strength should not be underestimated. However, when compared to Songjian and Luminuan, the gap was apparent. Songjian and Luminuan dared to jump down because they had their own trump cards to ensure their safe landing at the bottom of the cave. However, LVP thought that a bottle of light body potion would suffice for him to safely reach the bottom, clearly underestimating the demonized soldier ants swarming behind him. Plop. A severed arm fell from the sky, and LVP let out a piercing scream. It seems he is done for. Luminuan looked up at LVP, who was increasingly enveloped by demonized soldier ants, and said emotionlessly, "Weakness is a sin. In this insane game, bystanders might watch with indifference as you are killed by monsters, then loot the boxes left behind after your death." Songjian understood Luminuan's question, should they save him? Upon landing at the bottom of the cave, Songjian had already observed the surroundings. The entire cave was surrounded by deep tunnels, each over 3 meters in diameter. The demonized ants entered and left through these tunnels, leaving and returning to the lair. Save him, having an extra scout is better than none, Songjian shrugged nonchalantly. Luminuan nodded, waving his magic staff and releasing a string of fireballs towards the demonized soldier ants in midair. Boom, boom, boom. As the fireballs exploded in the sky, they instantly attracted the hatred of the demonized soldier ants. LVP, covered in blood and wounds with one arm severed, fell to the ground like a corpse. With only a fifth of his vitality points left, LVP crashed onto a rock at the cave's bottom, and after spitting out another mouthful of blood, passed out. If not for the faint movement in his chest, Songjian would have thought he had died from the fall in an instant. With the ant soul orb in hand, Songjian was much more at ease when facing the onslaught of demonized soldier ants. Swinging his sword in hand, it left dark red streaks in midair. The Ant King slave roared, and the demonized soldier ants seemed to fear it and didn't dare to attack it proactively. The Ant King slave, however, ferociously attacked the demonized soldier ants as if they were hell-bent on mutual destruction. Leaning against the cave wall, a transparent light barrier appeared around Luminyu as he continuously used instant cast magic to attack the demonized soldier ants approaching him. As the number of demonized soldier ants increased, Luminyu furrowed his brows, coldly saying, "If we don't leave now, we may not have a chance to leave later." The bottom of the cave was not very spacious, and in a short while, Songjian was surrounded by a dense mass of demonized soldier ants, with no room to even stretch his foot. Glancing at LVP, who still lay beneath the rock, Songjian noticed that his wounds were healing at a visible rate, and his vitality points, which were originally down to 1/5, had already recovered to nearly half. "Stop pretending to be dead and get into the nearest tunnel," Songjian ordered coldly, not even looking at the other two as he commanded the Ant King slave to open the path and headed toward the nearest tunnel. Luminyuan's eyebrows furrowed as he looked at Songjian, seeming to want to say something. In the end, he only shook his head, glanced at LVP lying on the ground, snorted coldly, and threw a firewall into a tunnel on the side. A path instantly opened up, and he disappeared into the tunnel. As the two vanished into the tunnel, a chill ran down LVP's spine. He quickly scrambled to his feet and hurriedly followed Luminyuan before the demonized soldier ants could encircle him. While battling the monsters, Songjian had deliberately kept some distance from Luminyuan and LVP, and thus, they didn't enter the same tunnel. He had teamed up with Luminyuan previously to complete the task, as their efficiency in defeating monsters as a team would be much higher. But now, Songjian's task was more than half completed. The number of demonized worker ants met the requirements, and he was less than 100 demonized soldier ants away from his goal, with only 2 more demonized ant kings needed. Moreover, with the ant soul orb, Songjian no longer cared about having teammates to help. All along the way, Songjian felt that Luminyuan seemed to harbor ill intentions towards him. If Luminyuan had wanted to use Songjian's assistance to hunt the demonized ant kings earlier, now, Songjian's value might be much higher than the demonized ant kings in his eyes. Taking advantage of their entry into the demonized ant lair, Songjian deliberately separated himself from the duo and entered a tunnel alone. This tunnel was spacious enough for 2 demonized soldier ants to walk side by side. The walls were made of hard rock, with corrosive acid traces visible on them. Darkness enveloped the tunnel. With his vertical eye, Songjian quickly dashed forward, soon leaving the cacophony of demonized soldier ants behind. Songjian glanced at the ant soul orb, which had collected the souls of over 400 demonized ants, nearly approaching 500. Within the tunnel, the rustling sounds of something swiftly crawling could be heard from time to time. In no time, Songjian saw a demonized soldier ant in front of the tunnel. Before he could act, the Ant King slave growled, spread its wings, and pounced at the demonized soldier ant. Before the demonized soldier ant could react, it was overturned by the Ant King slave. The serrated mandibles easily tore through the demonized ant's carapace, violently ripping apart the purple-red muscles within. Watching the howling demonized soldier ant, Songjian pointed his left finger, and a golden sword chi blossomed from it, piercing the demonized ant's skull and vanquishing its last trace of vitality. The Ant King slave's mandibles and fangs were covered in purplish-black blood. Seeing Songjian kill the demonized soldier ant, it seemed to ignite its ferocity as it turned its head, opened its mouth wide, and let out a threatening growl at Songjian. Startled, Songjian's face darkened. Perhaps to other players, an Ant King pet would be precious and needed to be carefully looked after, but Songjian did not care. Even killing the Ant King would not make him hesitate. With a thought, a black rune formed on the Ant King slave's forehead, radiating dazzling light. A wave of black aura spread through the dungeon, like blades surging towards the Ant King slave's joints. Soon, the Ant King slave lost all strength and slumped to the ground. Whip-like black auras formed small knives inside its body, relentlessly slicing it and causing it great pain. Chapter 492, Ant Eggs. The Ant King slave writhed, convulsing all over its body, its mournful howls weak and feeble. Purple-black liquid seeped from its bloodshot eyes. In a short time, the Ant King slave collapsed like a corpse, its 6 legs twitching sporadically. "Remember your status," Songjian said coldly to the Ant King slave with the language of the abyss. The Ant King slave's level now surpassed Songjian's, making the probability of a rebellion even higher. However, the superiority of Songjian's strength ensured that even without a slave mark, he could easily kill it. Feeling Songjian's chilling aura, the Ant King slave finally snapped out of its bloody frenzy. Staggering to its feet, it hung its head and let out a series of appeasing hisses after Songjian paused his punishment. "Continue forward, kill all mutant ants," Songjian commanded. The Ant King slave obediently let out a low hiss and led the way down the corridor. The nest harbored even more mutant worker ants, and the connected tunnels spanned over 100 kilometers in total. However, within the tunnels, the mutant ants were unable to surround Song Jian as before. Now, he only had to face 2 at a time, greatly reducing the pressure. Any mutant ants appearing within the tunnel could only hope to escape. As Song Jian advanced, the bodies of many dismantled mutant ants were left in his wake. The number of souls collected by the ant soul orb had surpassed 600. Song Jian had already slain enough mutant ants, and the only objective remaining for the epic quest was 2 mutated ant kings. Song Jian knew that mutated ant kings only resided at the deepest parts of nests. Therefore, no matter how diverged the tunnels were, he persistently chose to delve deeper. Soon, at a crossroad, Song Jian wanted to go straight ahead, but the Ant King's slave stood at another entrance, emitting a low hiss at him. "What, you choose this path?" Song Jian asked. The Ant King's slave gave a slight nod, glancing back at its path before returning its gaze to Song Jian. "Fine, I'll trust you this time." Song Jian laughed. The Ant King's slave had never behaved like this before. Clearly, the tunnel it had chosen contained something of interest. They continued along the path chosen by the Ant King's slave. Before long, a large swarm of mutant ants rushed out, swelling like a long black snake attacking Song Jian. Upon seeing so many mutant ants, Song Jian was unperturbed and even a little joyous. Looks like there's something valuable ahead, otherwise there wouldn't be so many soldier ants guarding it. The Ant King's slave charged ahead, Song Jian at its side. From the ant soul orb he wore emanated a faint gray aura which rendered the mutant ants charging towards him sluggish, as though bewitched, and their sturdy shells became brittle. With one swipe of his sword, blood geysered from the cracks in their shells. The intelligence of the mutant ants seemed low. No matter how many they were, they only charged forward one by one. The remaining ants could only emit anxious hisses and spin around in place, not even capable of spraying acid. Only after their vanguard was eliminated, the following ants would charge to fill the gap. The majority of the mutant ants' attacks were absorbed by the Ant King's slave. Thanks to the weakening effect of the Ant Soul Orb, the damage caused to the Ant King's slave was minimal, but it cut down the ants as easily as slicing through butter. The number of soldier ant souls captured by the Ant Soul Orb kept increasing 600, 700, 800. With every step Song Jian took forward, there were 2 or 3 corpses of mutant ants under his feet. If this place were open, there would already be a mountain of these corpses. If it were a situation like the previous cavern floor, he would have been engulfed by the swarm. It was thanks to the narrow pathway that Song Jian could kill so many. His movements became numb, and he swung his long sword mechanically, mindlessly reaping one mutant ant body after another. As soon as his skill cooldowns were up, he would throw them towards the mutant ants in front of him without even looking. Like most players, Song Jian once fantasized about such a situation, where monsters would line up for him to kill. However, after experiencing it in reality, Song Jian felt somewhat overwhelmed. This kind of hunting was indeed convenient, and the battle experience accumulated fast, but seeing the endless line of mutant ants was a deep blow to his mentality. Song Jian even doubted whether he would fully exterminate the mutant ants in front of him. It was like laboring on a factory assembly line. This grueling battle lasted over 2 hours. Song Jian had used up all the consumable items in his inventory, and the durability of his equipment had fallen to a third. When Song Jian killed the last mutant ant, he slumped to the ground, feeling like he could not get up again. If I hadn't leveled up halfway through, I probably wouldn't have made it. Song Jian looked at his 25th level status, a wry smile crossing his face. The Ant King's slave had now reached level 28, and Song Jian had leveled up too. The level 30 monster had given him a plentiful bounty, but as Song Jian's level went up, these rewards would decrease. Now, the most abundant item in Song Jian's inventory was the blue quality ant shell, a key material for producing mutant worker and mutant soldier ant equipment sets. With the ant shells Song Jian had currently, he could produce dozens of sets. Unfortunately, he still had not obtained the set recipe. The information about the mutant worker ant equipment set came from the Shadow Circus troupe. Perhaps the set recipe can be obtained from there. Song Jian thought to himself as he lay on the ground. After a short rest, Song Jian continued onward, reaching the end of the tunnel. A huge cavern opened at the end, filled with white ant eggs over a meter tall. From afar, there were at least thousands of densely packed ant eggs. Is this the incubation room for the mutant ants? Song Jian asked in surprise. The Ant King's slave let out a joyous hiss and charged towards the cavern. It rushed to an ant egg, bit into the white shell fiercely, tearing it open to devour the immature young ant within. You lead me here just to pig out yourself? Song Jian gaped in astonishment at the Ant King's slave greedily consuming the eggs. After a moment, the Ant King's slave, which was enjoying a lavish feast, suddenly felt a chill go down its spine. Turning its head, it looked at Song Jian who had murder in his eyes. Squeak 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 in a panic, the Ant King's slave quickly rolled an ant egg to Song Jian's foot, pointing to it and chirping as if offering a treasure. Chapter 493, The Ant King's Guard. Songjian snorted coldly, placing his hand on the ant egg to examine its attributes. A look of surprise quickly washed over his face. Ant egg, white, rare item, usage effect, can enhance one's own attributes after use, with strength +1 and defense +3%. This effect is only valid for the first 3 uses. What a great item! Songjian's face lit up with joy. Nowadays, it was getting increasingly difficult to improve his personal attributes. When he first started playing the game, he frequently ran into miraculous items like the attribute fruits, but once he crossed level 20, such items had become scarce. He hadn't come across any since level 20. Although equipment could increase his attributes considerably, most couldn't be taken out of the game, except for the player's inherent attribute skills. With his current strength, Songjian could be considered superhuman in the real world. In a serious fight, even if hundreds were to attack him without using any firearms, he wouldn't fear. But Songjian's goal now was to compete against firearms, so, of course, the more items he had to increase his attributes, the better. What a pity, only the first 3 are effective. Looking at the nest filled with ant eggs, Songjian's eyes revealed disappointment. Use. Songjian placed his hands on the ant egg, whispering in his mind. Suddenly, the white egg, nearly the height of Songjian's chest, began to dissolve slowly, turning into a warm current flowing into his chest. In no time, Songjian felt a warm sensation throughout his body. Exhausted from the previous battle, Songjian felt like all his cells were rejoicing and cheering, bursting with excitement. This feeling, it's truly addictive. Songjian sighed as the warm current gradually dissipated. Using one ant egg, Songjian moved to the next one. After using 3 of them in succession, he reluctantly looked away. When Songjian found out that the ant eggs were valuable, he tried to store them in his inventory but was rejected by the system. It clearly said that the item could not be stored in the inventory. Otherwise, Songjian would have cleaned out his inventory to store all these ant eggs. Even if he failed this epic task, it would be worth it if he could bring all these eggs back, but unfortunately, it seemed that the usage limit of the ant eggs did not apply to the Ant King's slaves. Seeing Songjian's happiness, the Ant King's slave breathed a sigh of relief and started to tear and devour the eggs. By the time Songjian absorbed 3 ant eggs, the Ant King's slave had already consumed over 10 eggs. The size of the eggs it consumed was many times larger than its own body, but it showed no signs of stopping as it continued to eat. Bzzz, a white light erupted from the Ant King's slave, and its level rose by 1, reaching level 29. Songjian was startled. He hadn't expected that these ant eggs could increase the Ant King's level. What surprised him more was that every time an egg was destroyed, the number of souls that the ant soul orb could contain also increased. In other words, destroying an ant egg was equivalent to killing a mutated ant. This place is simply a paradise for farming ant soul orbs. Songjian burst out laughing, swinging his sword and releasing a destructive sword chi. A dozen ant eggs were split in 2, spewing out a milky white liquid that looked like milk. The Ant King's slave gave Songjian a pitiful look, speeding up its consumption of the ant eggs. The ant soul orb had already absorbed nearly 1,000 souls after the previous battle. After Songjian continuously chopped dozens of ant eggs, the number of souls absorbed by the ant soul orb reached the maximum capacity of 1,000. In an instant, the ant soul orb emitted a strong gray aura. The aura ascended to the top of Songjian's head, taking the form of a phantom of a mysterious golden anteater beast. It roared silently towards the sky, its posture arrogant and savage. The Ant King's slave appeared to be frightened and immediately jumped out, looking at Songjian with a terrified gaze. At this moment, a terrifying aura suddenly appeared in the hatchery. At the depths of the cave ahead, hundreds of ant eggs burst open simultaneously. A creamy liquid flowed out, filling the entire hatchery with a sweet fragrant smell. On the ground where the ant eggs exploded, the earth slowly heaved upward and a giant ant king soon burrowed up from the ground. Its pair of crimson eyes fixated on the phantom of the mysterious golden anteater beast above Songjian's head. It stretched its neck and let out a shrill howl. Clap, clap, clap! All the ant eggs in the hatchery burst open at once. This gigantic mutated ant king, looking at the creamy liquid flowing on the ground, revealed a hint of pain in its eyes. There's actually an ant king guarding here? Songjian exclaimed with wide eyes, hardly believing his discovery. Roar! The ant king's slave let out a hiss and, without any command from Songjian, charged directly at the mutated ant king ahead. The mutated ant king, looking at the spiky ant king slave, showed a hint of hesitation in its eyes. But soon, it seemed to understand something and became furious. Even its dark carapace was exuding a red glow of extreme heat. The 2 ant kings collided fiercely. The ant king slave was obviously no match for the mutated ant king and was thrown backward. Before it could get up, the mutated ant king had already lunged towards it, its giant mandible aimed at the slave's skull. Earth Teeth Assault. A fang-shaped air mass whistled towards the mutated Ant King and exploded violently at its side. The powerful shockwave caused the mutated Ant King to sway for a moment, its massive body wavering. Seizing this opportunity, the Ant King slave got up and, swinging its huge mandibles, let out a howl at the mutated Ant King. Seeing the Ant King slave's bravado, the mutated Ant King became even more furious, completely ignoring Song Jian and rushing towards the Ant King slave like a bolt of lightning. It seemed determined to kill the Ant King slave, even at the cost of its own injury. Song Jian wouldn't let it succeed. He swung his sword at the mutated Ant King, letting loose a series of sword techniques that caused massive damage to the mutated Ant King. As soon as Song Jian got close, the mutated Ant King instantly felt a strange power entangling it. Its body became weak and its movements restrained, as if tethered by something. Even its attacks became sluggish. Seeing the state of the mutated Ant King, Song Jian was instantly delighted. The effect of the Ant Soul Orb on the mutated Ant King was successful. It had reduced its defense by 50% and weakened its damage and attack speed by 30%. Even if the mutated Ant King possessed first-tier combat power, it could only end up crippled now. The Ant King slave seemed to sense the weakened state of the mutated Ant King and immediately pushed off its hind legs, charging towards it. The spikes on its carapace pierced through the tough exterior of the mutated Ant King effortlessly, like a hot knife through butter. The intense pain caused the mutated Ant King to let out a painful roar towards the sky. Chapter 494, Silver Suit. The recently emerged demonized Ant King, for some unknown reason, harbored great hatred towards the slave Ant King, and its attention was completely focused on the slave. No matter how much Song Jian attacked, its target was always the spiky slave Ant King. Thanks to the existence of the Ant Soul Orb, the difficulty for Song Jian and the slave Ant King to besiege this Ant King guard was much simpler than hunting the previous demonized Ant King. Half an hour later, the Ant King guard was finally killed when the slave Ant King had less than a fifth of its vitality points left and had lost one of its front claws. After killing the Ant King guard, the slave Ant King immediately rushed up, tore open the thick armor, and devoured the purple-red flesh within. After devouring this Ant King guard, the broken front claw actually grew back slowly. Although the shell of this front claw still looked somewhat tender, it would be exactly the same as before as time passed. Regeneration of severed limbs? Interesting. Song Jian watched the fierce slave Ant King thoughtfully while stroking his chin. If this slave Ant King could really devour the flesh of other creatures to replenish energy and regenerate severed limbs, then the idea of using it as a disposable consumable would have to change. Because slaves who have undergone this temptation cannot be revived once they die, they were considered cannon fodder in Song Jian's mind. Even if they were severely injured, Song Jian would consider abandoning them. However, if this slave Ant King could regenerate even severed limbs by devouring flesh, there would be no problem with ordinary injuries. At that point, there would be no risk of being fatally injured. As long as it didn't die instantly, even if it had only a breath left, the slave Ant King could recover its combat power by devouring flesh. Well done. Song Jian patted the slave Ant King's head with a smile on his face. The Ant King guard dropped a blueprint, demonic Ant Queen's skull, helmet, forging blueprint, and a large pile of ant shell materials, among which 3 pieces were of silver quality. Song Jian's inventory was now almost full of blue-quality demonized ant shells, but this was the first time he encountered silver-quality ant shell materials. Seeing the silver-quality demonized ant shell and the forging blueprint, Song Jian had a bad feeling in his heart. Picking up the blueprint, sure enough, the demonic Ant Queen's skull blueprint was indeed part of the demonic Ant Queen set, and crafting this helmet required silver-quality demonized ant shells. Lucky me, I thought I could only get a set of demonized worker ant or soldier ant armor. I didn't expect it to drop the Ant Queen set directly. Song Jian glanced at the blueprint and thought, it's just that the materials are hard to come by, I guess they can only be obtained from the demonized Ant King. To craft the demonic Ant Queen's skull, helmet, 12 silver-quality demonized ant shells were needed, meaning Song Jian still needed to find 9 more. Moreover, the attributes of a single demonic Ant Queen's skull, helmet, were already of silver quality. If an entire Ant Queen set could be assembled, the overall equipment could be comparable to that of gold quality. Unfortunately, the forging blueprint required Forge Art Level 8 to be used. Song Jian had recruited several intermediate forging masters at the City of Him Starfire shop. He just needed to find a suitable forging master, sign a contract, and give them the blueprint for them to forge it for him. It would be great if I could collect a complete set of demonic Ant Queen blueprints. Song Jian couldn't help but think. Blueprints like these were known only to be dropped by the demonized Ant Kings. Other soldier ants and worker ants could not drop them. Moreover, not every demonized Ant King would drop them. The first one Song Jian hunted did not drop the corresponding blueprint. To gather a full set, it was estimated that he had to hunt dozens or even hundreds of ant kings. With Song Jian's current strength, having the aid of the slave ant king and the ant soul orb, he could deal with a single demonized ant king, but if the number exceeded 2, he would most likely run away. Also, with the overwhelming tide of demonized worker ants and soldier ants, hunting enough ant kings was virtually impossible. I don't even know if there are 20 ant kings in this ant nest, Song Jian said with a bitter smile, shaking his head. After the ant king guard was killed, the slave ant king seemed to sink into exhaustion, its body swaying and trembling slightly before slowly lying down and remaining motionless. Song Jian frowned slightly, with only one more demonized ant king left before the task could be completed. Once it was found and killed, he could return to Doomsday City and obtain an epic quality item. If he lost the help of the slave ant king at this point, the difficulty of the task would increase drastically. Could it be because the battle just now was too intense, and its consumption was too great? Song Jian guessed in his heart and couldn't help but reach out to shake it a few times. But just as he touched the slave ant king, he suddenly received a system prompt. System, your slave golden ant king is currently in the process of evolution. Disturbing it will cause irreversible effects. Do you wish to continue? Song Jian was startled and instinctively pulled his hand back. Evolution? At this point, Song Jian suddenly remembered the slave ant king devouring many ant eggs earlier. Maybe it's because it devoured so many ant eggs? If he were to disturb its evolution at this moment, there was a high chance that it would anger the slave ant king. Song Jian hesitated for a long time before shaking his head and walking towards the tunnel entrance. Because of the slave contract, once the slave ant king's evolution was complete, it would instinctively seek and return to its master, Song Jian. Thus, he was not worried about the slave ant king getting lost. However, there were too many demonized soldier ants in the demonic ant nest at this point, and without the help of the slave ant king, things would become troublesome. The system did not provide a duration for the evolution. It seems that I won't be able to rely on it for now, Song Jian thought to himself. Song Jian's figure vanished into the egg chamber. The entire floor of the egg chamber was covered in a thick layer of milky white liquid. The slave ant king suddenly opened its eyes, and a dazzling golden light bloomed in its blood-red eyes. It stared fixedly in the direction Song Jian had left, motionless for a long time before slowly closing its eyes again. At this moment, a strong suction force emerged from within the slave ant king's body. The surrounding milky white liquid began to ripple slightly, and then all rushed towards the ant king, forming a giant white ant cocoon over 3 meters tall in a short time. Chapter 495, Black Lake. Song Jian returned to the previous fork and chose another passage to continue forward. Demonic soldier ants swarmed towards him. Each time Song Jian advanced 1 meter, he had to kill several, even a dozen of them. Without the ant soul orb, regardless of Song Jian's strength, he could only seek to retreat under the tide-like attack of demonized soldier ants, and it would be impossible to continue deeper. The demonic ant nest was dark and gloomy, and Song Jian didn't know how long he had been killing. Unconsciously, the number of demonized soldier ants blocking his way had become fewer, while more and more bodies of the slain ants were left behind. If it wasn't for their self-immolation after a while, the entire passage would be full of demonized soldier ant corpses. After an unknown period, Song Jian suddenly found himself in a bright open space, and a vast black lake appeared before him. Above the lake, a 5 or 6 meter long spatial rift stood in midair. Endless black breath came out from the rift, which both consolidated the rift and continuously merged into the lake below. The black lake covered a large area, and Song Jian couldn't see its end. As the black breath infused the lake, its surface continuously churned and occasionally bubbles emerged, like boiling water. In the black lake, there was a small island where nothing grew, only a huge, golden ant lay, bound tightly by black chains. Some chains had even embedded themselves into the hard shell of the golden ant. Song Jian saw that numerous golden ant eggs radiated around the golden ant, forming an incubation chamber similar to the previous one. The only difference here was that the ant eggs were much larger, while their quantity was several times less. Just then, a huge golden ant egg suddenly burst open, and a wet ant squeezed out. As soon as it appeared, it flapped its wings and gave a roar towards the big ant bound by black chains. This is an ant king? Song Jian stared in amazement at the newly hatched golden ant, not expecting that all the golden ant eggs would hatch into golden ant kings. Buzz with a soft vibration, the newborn ant king rushed towards the ant bound by the black chains, and the moment it approached, it flapped its mandibles savagely biting the chains. Puff, puff, puff. Acid continuously sprayed from the ant king's mouth. Upon contact with the chains, it caused a violent reaction, and the sound of corrosion was endless. However, as soon as the black chains were damaged, the spatial rift above released a vast amount of black breath, which continuously attached to the chains, repairing them. The huge ant bound by the black chains didn't move at all, as if dead, allowing the Golden Ant King to struggle against the chains using its acid. But it didn't take long for the surrounding black breath to surge towards the Golden Ant King. Numerous strands of black breath transformed into ropes and bound the Golden Ant King entirely before slowly dragging it into the Black Lake. Song Jian suddenly found this scene familiar, as if it resembled the summoning of the abyss he used previously to enslave the Golden Ant King. Abyssal power. I didn't expect this place to be corrupted by the abyssal power too. Song Jian was at a loss for words. Although he also borrowed the power of the abyss, seeing this scene made him feel a sense of heaviness in his heart. Song Jian observed that golden ant eggs continuously hatched, and all the emerging ants were golden ant kings. Their first action after hatching was to pounce on the huge golden ant bound by black chains, using acid, mandibles, fangs, claws, and any means necessary to try to free the giant golden ant. However, due to the existence of the spatial rift in the air, black abyssal energy continuously surged out. If the black chains were damaged, it would quickly merge with them and fully repair the damage. Song Jian was convinced that the black chains on the giant golden ant were condensed by abyssal energy, and were very much similar to the chains he summoned during the abyss temptation. The newly hatched golden ant kings were soon bound by the ropes condensed from the abyssal energy and dragged into the Black Lake, never to be seen again. Song Jian could sense that the giant golden ant on the island was resisting the abyssal power with all its strength. A thin golden light barrier enveloped its body, and it continued to resist the invasiveness of the black chains even though they had deeply buried into its shell. However, all it could do was resist with all its might. But due to the existence of the spatial rift in the air, the continuous flow of abyssal energy meant that, if it didn't have any other means, it would eventually be corroded by the abyssal energy and turn into an abyssal creature. At that moment, Song Jian saw that the edge of the Black Lake began to churn vigorously, as if bubbling like lava. A pitch-black ant king slowly emerged from the water. A demonized ant king, this is. A demonized ant king? Song Jian stared at the ant king that had just emerged from the lake, with a look of surprise on his face. Suddenly, a thought flashed through his mind. Could it be that all the demonized ant kings in this nest were produced like this? Were the golden ant kings dragged into the lake, transformed into demonized ant kings after being corroded? But this didn't add up. The demonized ant king that emerged from the lake turned its head to look in the direction of the island. Its crimson eyes glared and opened its mandibles, roaring loudly before slowly walking towards a passage. At this moment, Song Jian saw the motionless golden ant suddenly open its eyes to look at the demonized ant king, its gaze full of helplessness and sadness. Song Jian hesitated for a moment, glanced at the newly transformed demonized ant king, and moved towards the Black Lake. He could sense that the Black Lake was filled with rich abyssal power, and any ordinary creature that came close would likely be transformed into an abyssal creature immediately. The moment Song Jian approached the Black Lake, 5 or 6 black tentacles suddenly shot out from the churning waters, flying towards him. Chapter 496, Legendary Creatures. These several black tentacles shot towards Song Jian, attempting to confine him. The abyssal power harbored a greed that wished to transform all entities into abyss creatures. As soon as it perceived the presence of other organisms, it would adopt this coercive means to make others succumb. Boom! Suddenly, a raging flame erupted on the surface of Song Jian's body. The black flame was far darker than the surrounding lake, immediately causing the tendrils that were reaching out at him to stiffen, hanging in the air in a flustered manner. Song Jian summoned the Book of the Abyss. A rich abyssal aura emanated from it. The few black tentacles originally stretched out towards Song Jian, suddenly softened down and lay on the ground as if subjects beholding their monarch. The black tentacles began to disintegrate, turning back into liquid, and slowly flowed back into the lake. Upon witnessing this scene, Song Jian finally breathed a sigh of relief. As his thoughts stirred, the burning black flame on his body instantly transformed into a suit of armor, protecting him all around. Song Jian slowly stepped towards the Black Lake. The moment he stepped on the lake's surface, a sudden feeling of hardness was felt underneath his feet, as if walking on solid ground. A thought arose in Song Jian's heart, and he moved forward. Indeed, with every step he took, the churning water of the lake quieted down, turning into a solid-like entity, supporting Song Jian to walk forward. Soon, Song Jian arrived on the island in the middle of the lake. Calling it an island is a bit far-fetched. In reality, it's a massive rock devoid of any vegetation. The jet-black rock was indistinguishable from the Black Lake water. Only after Song Jian stepped onto the island did he realize that the massive golden ant in front of him was even larger than the one he had seen on the lake's edge. This giant golden ant was more than 10 meters tall, comparable to a tower. Its entire exoskeleton was streamlined, exhibiting a strange sense of beauty. The hard shell shimmered with a golden luster, akin to an armor. Underneath the hard golden shell, Song Jian could sense chunks of flesh filled with power releasing a vigorous life force, conveying a sense of strength and vitality. A series of question marks hovered over the head of this giant golden ant, faintly yellow in color, indicating that this is a neutral-type monster. Thick black chains were wound around every joint of this giant golden ant. These abyssal chains had merged with a small black rock island beneath its feet, making it impossible for it to break free. As soon as Song Jian set foot on the island, the giant golden ant seemingly sensed his presence. It abruptly opened its eyes and stared at Song Jian. The eyes of this giant golden ant were like massive flawless jade blocks, emitting a dark green radiance. Human, I can sense that your soul has not been corrupted by the abyssal power. Why are you here? The voice of the giant golden ant resounded in Song Jian's mind. The voice was deep and husky, calm, unencumbered by the shackles of imprisonment. I am just an adventurer who stumbled upon this place. Song Jian stared into the eyes of the giant golden ant as he spoke. The enormous monster before him was the second largest creature he had ever encountered in this game, surpassed only by a gigantic skeleton towering over 100 meters high. In this game, a monster's power was often proportional to its size. The larger the monster, the stronger it was. Although this golden ant was tightly bound by the black abyssal chains, Song Jian could still sense the formidable vitality within it. The closer he got to the giant golden ant, the stronger this feeling became. Song Jian even had the illusion that if this giant golden ant wished, it could escape the shackles of the abyssal chains at any moment. Adventurer. The giant golden ant fixated on Song Jian. His voice reverberated in Song Jian's mind. You carry the scent of my spawn, uncorrupted by the abyssal power. Although I am restrained here, I can still sense their existence. An idea came to Song Jian's mind. The ant the golden ant mentioned must refer to his enslaved ant king. With a slave contract in place, Song Jian naturally bore a trace of the ant king's scent. I have a golden ant king as a battle partner. We have fought together, but it is currently on the brink of evolution, so it is not with me at the moment, said Song Jian. He did not disclose that he had a young golden ant king as a slave to the colossal golden ant. If the creature learned of it, the giant golden ant would probably, in its fury, struggle free of its shackles and kill him immediately. You are fortunate, so is my spawn that encountered you. The giant golden ant's antennae twitched and it pointed at Song Jian. A white light enveloped Song Jian entirely. You will have my blessing and I hope it will assist you, the voice of the giant golden ant echoed in Song Jian's mind. System, you have received the blessing of a legendary creature, the Emperor's Mark. It intimidates all species whose rank is lower than that of a legendary creature. Intimidation effect? Surprised, Song Jian raised an eyebrow. Any creature of lower rank than the massive golden ant here would first response upon meeting Song Jian would be to flee. Even if they were to fight Song Jian, they wouldn't be able to unleash their full strength. If this effect persists on Song Jian, it would make his future monster hunting and leveling up much easier. Thank you, honorable legendary creature, for your blessing. Is there anything I can do to assist you? Song Jian said as he bowed to the golden ant. After bestowing the blessing, the giant golden ant showed signs of exhaustion and its antennae drooped. It then said to Song Jian, this is your due, and moreover, there's something I need you to do for me. A faint smile crawled up Song Jian's lips. As expected, the giant golden ant blessed him because it had a request. It might have sensed the pure ant king scent on Song Jian, but it surely needed something from him. If there is anything I can do to assist you, please let me know. Song Jian said. Do you see that spatial rift in the sky? That's a spatial crack leading to the abyssal land. I want you to mend it for me, said the golden ant. Mend the spatial rift? Surprise flashed across Song Jian's face. He replied, given my current strength, I'm afraid I might not be able to complete this task. Don't worry, as long as you do as I instruct, it will be easy to accomplish this task. The golden ant assured, if you can mend this spatial rift, I will present you with a treasure as your task reward. Chapter 497, Ant King's Treasure Chest. After listening to the colossal golden ant's words, Song Jian hesitated. He could feel a lack of sincerity from it, thus insisting to hear the details of the task before making the decision whether to accept it or not. It had been a long time since he joined the game, and Song Jian had realized how merciless the game's tasks could be. Moreover, not all tasks could potentially be completed with his current strength. Many of the NPCs which assigned tasks often had ill intentions. Young human, this really is an extremely simple task, particularly for you. I can sense that you have a strong power within you, said the golden ant. The golden ant, eyeing Song Jian, slowly closed its emerald eyes and spoke. This rift is a passage for the abyssal land to violate the space law and invade reality. If overlooked, it will continue to grow larger, eventually forming the abyssal gate. By then, the abyssal forces will keep showing up here. To seal this rift, a treasure with the power of space is necessary. This black lake was originally my dwelling place, but it has transformed into its present state due to the invasion of abyssal power. I need you to delve into this lake, and find a necklace from within. Only by finding the necklace will it be possible to mend this spatial rift. System, do you wish to accept the commission from the legendary creature, Tauros, the progenitor of the Golden Ant King? Find the temporal spatial chain, time limit 1 hour. Penalty for mission failure, level drops by 1 hour? This lake is so big, it's impossible for me to retrieve a small necklace from the bottom of the lake within such a short time. Song Jian looked at the system notification. Surprisingly, the giant creature before him was the progenitor of the Golden Ant King. This revelation caused quite a surprise, but seeing the time limit and punishment for the task, he couldn't help but furrow his brows. In reality, you won't need the full hour. The item is at the depths of the lake under my feet. You just need to dive down following this islet and circle around it at most once to find the necklace. Moreover, there are other treasures along with the temporal spatial chain. If you find them, they are all yours as a gift. Just circling around the bottom of this small island lake? After eyeing the piece of black rock under Tauros, the progenitor of the Golden Ant King's feet, Song Jian mulled it over for a long time. Finally, he nodded and agreed. Upon seeing Song Jian's agreement, a heavy burden lifted from Tauros. A smile spread across his face, human-like. Even though his eyes were shut, he still managed to nod towards Song Jian. Currently, all his energy was being used to resist the erosion of the abyssal power. Any movement would drain his energy significantly, which was why he dare not move at all. System, you have accepted the commission from the legendary creature, Tauros, the progenitor of the Golden Ant King. As Song Jian saw the countdown appearing in his taskbar, he leapt into the black lake. Tauros opened his eyes, watching Song Jian dive into the lake, stirring ripples in its wake. His eyes held a trace of expectation. The abyssal power concentration in the lake matched that of the real abyssal land, threatening to corrupt any creatures that entered and rob them of their consciousness, turning them into creatures of the abyss. Only Song Jian, who could control the abyssal power, could leap into the lake unscathed and search for the temporal spatial chain at the bottom. Upon entering the lake, Song Jian could barely see his own hand in front of his face. It was as though he had jumped into a vat of ink. Furthermore, the lake was full of abyssal power. After entering, he could even feel the water around him turning into countless tentacles, trying to wrap around him. However, as these tentacles approached him, they sensed the aura of his abyssal demon armor and retreated instantly, leading Song Jian to sigh in relief. With the help of the abyssal demon armor, Song Jian managed to descend to the bottom of the lake without any hiccup. The vertical eye on Song Jian's forehead emitted a faint light about 3 inches long. It was barely enough for him to see his surroundings within a meter's radius. In such a low-visibility environment, finding a necklace was like looking for a needle in a haystack. Thankfully, Tauros had given Song Jian the search parameter, otherwise, even if he were to search the lake bed for 3 days and nights straight, it would be impossible for him to locate the quest item. Song Jian arrived at the bottom. He seemed to have stepped on something, which on closer investigation turned out to be a crispy and brittle skeleton. Ant King? Song Jian was startled and he focused on it intently. Indeed, underneath him was the skeleton of an Ant King. It was unclear how long it had been dead. Its flesh had completely decomposed, only leaving the shell covering its body. The shell, however, had already been eroded by the abyssal power, becoming brittle and rotten. A simple touch would cause a massive hole. Suddenly, Song Jian recalled the Golden Ant Kings dragged into the lake by the water. It seemed as though not all Golden Ant Kings had been transformed into demonized Ant Kings. Many had simply perished in the lake. Upon realizing this, Song Jian was taken aback. Within his field of vision, at the bottom of the lake, lay a thick layer of Golden Ant King skeletons. It seemed that many Ant Kings died here without turning into demonized Ant Kings. Song Jian shook his head slightly. Just one abyssal rift had wreaked such havoc upon an enormous species. Should such a rift appear in the Doomsday City, the whole city might eventually become abyssal land. No, it's not like there aren't any abyssal rifts in the Doomsday City. It's just that those places have evolved into instances of special dungeons limit in the game, securely restricting the scope of the abyssal rift, preventing it from spreading out like it has done here. Song Jian thought of the towering columns of black demonic fog he had seen before, and of the black pyramid in the middle of the city, which caused him to shudder involuntarily. I have no clue where the temporal spatial chain is. Fortunately, this island isn't large. It should be easy to search. Song Jian started to look around slowly, moving along the huge black rock beside him. Tauros had mentioned that the temporal spatial chain and a pile of treasures were together, and would be conspicuous. Now, Song Jian had no other choice but to broaden his search as much as he could. After all, he could only rely on his vertical eye for now. Soon, Song Jian circled to the back of the island. On an outcropping rock, he saw a golden treasure chest over a foot tall, radiating dazzling light. Amidst the black lake water, it shone like a radiant sun. I've found it. A look of elation crossed Song Jian's face. Chapter 498, Abyss Ant King Skeleton. Upon catching sight of the golden chest before him, Song Jian finally heaved a sigh of relief. After all, this mission was time-sensitive and the penalty for failure was a reduction of 1 level. Song Jian was already at level 24, and every increase in level required several times the prior experience. Falling a level meant that all his efforts over the past few days would be for nothing. Checking the time, Song Jian saw that he had more than 40 minutes left. He should have ample time. He carefully approached the golden chest. The closer one gets to completing a mission, the more cautious one has to be. He wasn't sure if one more step would render the mission accomplished and reward him handsomely or turn out to be a trap, a metaphorical abyss that would cost him his life. Just as Song Jian was about to reach the chest, he suddenly felt a dark shadow rushing towards him. There were 2 balls of green flame burning in the shadow, which stared at Song Jian as if regarding him as prey. What is this? Song Jian was taken aback. He hadn't anticipated the presence of a monster in this lake filled with abyssal power. His previous caution paid off. Song Jian quickly reacted, pushing off a rock beneath the chest with his foot and propelling himself backward. Whoosh! A sharp streak of white light flashed by, cutting through the lake where Song Jian had just been standing. Only then did he get a good look at the creature. It was a skeletal creature made entirely of ant bones. Although its size was significantly smaller than that of Toro, the golden ant gladiator, it was still twice the size of a typical charmed ant king. Its entire body was constructed from a black shell, but at the joints and seams of the shell, it was clear that there was not a shred of flesh inside this giant creature. Deep green light emanated from these joints and seams. It had a pair of broken wings, black wisps hanged from the edge of the wings, making it look like their extensions. Abyssal Ant King Skeleton, Level 30, Lord Level, First Stage Combat Power, Vitality Points, 9,000 out of 9,000 inches. The abyss is watching you. The abyssal ant skeleton moved its lower jaw slightly, uttering a deep voice in Song Jian's mind. The language of the abyss. Song Jian's heart tightened. The creature in front of him, although it was only a skeleton, was a genuine abyssal entity. Most of the entities Song Jian had encountered so far were creatures or monsters corrupted by the power of the abyss and possessed only a trace of the abyssal aura. They were not fully transformed. Even the charmed ant kings could not be considered true abyssal entities because they did not understand the language of the abyss. Only a creature that understood the language of the abyss could be identified as an abyssal entity. After finishing its speech, the abyssal ant king skeleton opened its mouth wide and the sharp energy burst forth. This energy stirred the lake's water, forming a water dragon that charged towards Song Jian. Song Jian swung his sword at the water dragon, and with a loud explosion, reminiscent of a dynamite blast, a column of water shot 5 or 6 meters into the air. Over Song Jian's head, there floated a figure indicating over 100 points of damage. Despite shattering the water dragon, it had exploded into countless black icicles that hurled towards him. The abyssal ant king skeleton moved swiftly in a lake that was saturated with abyssal power. Just as Song Jian steadied himself, the abyssal ant king was already charging towards him. A ball of pitch-black liquid spewed from the abyssal ant king's mouth. Song Jian had no time to react before the black liquid slammed into his chest. A critical damage point of over 600 popped up over Song Jian's head. The burning pain in his chest made him groan in agony. Staring at the green flames burning in the eye sockets of the abyssal ant king skeleton, Song Jian gritted his teeth. A roar burst from his throat, and his sword radiated a dazzling golden light. He swung his blade upwards, striking a golden sword chi. The sword energy sliced through the black water and heavily slashed at the abyssal ant king skeleton. With that, the abyssal ant king skeleton was thrown back. Its massive body leapt high and let out an eerie shriek in midair, before it heavily plummeted back into the lake. Divine power inflicted the most damage on abyssal entities. Caught off guard, the abyssal ant king skeleton was unable to withstand the divine power that was seething within its body. Crack, crack, boom. Half off the abyssal ant king skeleton began to shatter piece by piece. A sudden surge of intense, golden energy burst from within, causing its hard shell to explode. For a moment, a green light, akin to blood, ejected from the abyssal ant king skeleton's body, splattering everywhere. A hint of a smile appeared on Song Jian's lips. He glanced down at his chest. He saw his previously silver armor had been heavily corroded, its durability decreased to less than 10 points. Even the flesh on his chest started to dissolve, and his vitality was continuously decreasing. Song Jian's eyebrows furrowed. The ant soul orb he was wearing seemed to have no effect on the abyssal ant king skeleton. Just then, the abyssal ant king skeleton suddenly let out a stern howl. The bubbling water of the lake started to continuously wash over its body. The green light that was previously gushing out began to recede back into its body, and its exploded body began to repair itself surrounded by streams of black mist. In no time, the severely injured abyssal ant king skeleton had completely recovered. With eyes wide and mouth agape, Song Jian suddenly realized how foolish it was to battle an abyssal creature in this environment saturated with abyssal energy. Damn it! A thought crossed Song Jian's mind and a pair of steel wings sprung from his back. His body shot toward the sky like an arrow, leaping out of the black lake and flying into midair. However, the abyssal Ant King skeleton didn't lag behind. With one flap of its broken wings, it followed Song Jian out of the lake. In midair, Song Jian and the abyssal Ant King skeleton faced each other. On the island below, the ancestor of the Golden Ant clan, Toro, lifted its head to look at the abyssal Ant King skeleton and showed a hint of surprise. This is... It couldn't sense any trace of the Golden Ant clan from this abyssal Ant King. It was an entity entirely formed by the power of the abyss. Only its shape and the material that constituted its body, the shells and bones of the Golden Ant King, resembled the Golden Ant clan. Sacrilege! This is a sacrilege against the Golden Ant clan. Toro, the ancestor of the Golden Ant clan, suddenly became infuriated and let out a roar that shook the sky and earth. Chapter 499, 10 Seconds in the Eyes of the Golden Ant King. Toros, all members of the Golden Ant clan were its children. Even those who were tainted by the abyss and had become part of the magical ant clan were merely temporarily fallen. As long as the gap in the abyss was filled and the abyssal energy was completely dispelled, these magical ants would eventually return to being part of the Golden Ant clan. However, it never expected that deep within the Black Lake, there were indeed golden ants who had completely fallen and become abyssal creatures. There was not a trace of the Golden Ant clan Zoran on the abyssal Ant King's corpse, which was fighting Song Jian in midair. The appearance of the abyssal Ant King skeleton made Toros feel a thread of fear. Once they had completely become creatures of the abyss, there would be no turning back. Angry Toros began to struggle. Even though it was tightly bound by abyssal chains, it exerted its full strength, with energy surging like tidal waves throughout its body. Boom! The entire black rock carrying Toros trembled, and the black abyssal chains squeezed even tighter. Some had even embedded themselves into Toros's shell. If not for the faint golden light barrier blocking it, these black chains would have shattered Toros's entire shell, dealing a fatal blow. Crack, crack, crack. One by one, the abyssal chains were broken by Toros, and the abyssal energy could not repair them in time. Toros suddenly stood upright, although several abyssal chains were still tightly bound to the lower half of its body. Its height had already reached that of Song Jian's. Annihilation, blasphemers! Toros roared in anger, causing the entire cave to tremble slightly. Its massive front claws swung towards the abyssal Ant King skeleton, and 3 brilliant waves of energy radiated dazzling light as they flew towards the abyssal Ant King skeleton. Inexplicably, the abyssal Ant King skeleton's body stiffened, and it didn't even attempt to dodge the 3 dazzling golden energy waves. Swipe! A crisp tearing sound, and the body of the abyssal Ant King skeleton was directly torn apart by the 3 brilliant golden energy waves. Song Jian was stunned. He hadn't expected that despite being bound by the abyssal power for countless years, Toros still possessed such terrifying strength. After releasing this attack, Toros still wore an angry expression. Its body began to plummet towards the ground. Boom! With a loud crash, Toros's body slammed onto the black rocky island, and the surrounding lake waters surged violently, rising to a height of several dozen meters. Song Jian watched the shattered body of the abyssal Ant King's skeleton fall into the lake, feeling a sense of unreality. When he looked back at Toros, though, he sensed intense sorrow in its eyes. Countless black mists poured from the gap in the abyss and transformed into thicker and stronger chains that wrapped around Toros. Toros didn't move, allowing these abyssal chains to tightly bind it. Song Jian frowned slightly as if detecting something. His steel wings flapped, and his figure shot into the black lake like an arrow, diving into the depths. Song Jian could feel the abyssal power in the lake quickly surging towards the spot where the body of the abyssal Ant King skeleton had fallen. It seems that in such an environment, abyssal creatures are immortal. Song Jian's heart sank as he quickly rushed towards the Ant Emperor treasure box. Song Jian didn't know if Toros could still burst forth again. If the abyssal Ant King's skeleton truly recovered in this environment, he would have no chance of defeating it with his current strength. Song Jian dashed to the treasure chest and touched its lid. System, do you want to open the Ant Emperor treasure box? Warning, if you open the box without the permission of the Ant King ancestor, you will be pursued relentlessly by the Golden Ant clan. Open it. Song Jian immediately chose this option, as every second was crucial. He could feel that the Abyss Ant King ancestor was rapidly recovering. A progress bar appeared before Song Jian's eyes, indicating that it would take 30 seconds to open the treasure chest. System, Ant Emperor treasure box opening. 3.5%. Roar! A beast-like roar exploded in Song Jian's ears. He felt that the flow of water beneath the black lake suddenly accelerated, as if someone was stirring the lake water vigorously. At this point, the Abyss Ant King skeleton had fully recovered with black hair lingering around its body. Its figure seemed to have grown larger, and a sharp horn grew on its forehead. Its wings turned into bat-like wings, with black wings and dark red meridians. At the joints, a bone claw was slowly emerging. Song Jian remained motionless, nervously opening the treasure chest, its progress inching forward. He could feel the horrifying aura emanating from the Abyss Ant King skeleton, which had now fully recovered and was even stronger than before. Song Jian's vitality points had dropped to less than 1,000, and all his supplies had been used up. He could only rely on his vitality recovery speed to regenerate, but he was no match for the Abyss Ant King at this moment. Hurry up, faster! Song Jian was extremely anxious in his heart. Every second of the 30 felt like torture. If the Abyss Ant King interrupted his progress of opening the chest, he might never get another chance to touch it. Boom! The Abyss Ant King soared into the sky, and its ghostly green eyes stared intently at Song Jian, who was opening the treasure chest. The black lake water seemed unable to block its vision, and it didn't even glance at the Golden Ant King ancestor. Song Jian suddenly felt his muscles tense and his hairs stand on end, as a huge sense of threat enveloped him like a net, immobilizing him. It's noticed me. Song Jian's heart sank, and he immediately felt despair. It would take another 10 or so seconds to open the chest, but Song Jian knew that the Abyss Ant King wouldn't give him those extra seconds. 10 seconds. I only need 10 more seconds. Song Jian screamed in his heart. He hoped that the Golden Ant King ancestor could help him stall the Abyss Ant King for a moment, but the Golden Ant King ancestor was firmly bound by a dozen abyssal chains, unable to move at all. At this moment, Song Jian suddenly remembered that he still had the Abyssal Phantom skill, but the clone it created would be illusory, so he wasn't sure if it could fool the Abyss Ant King. With a thought, a replica identical to Song Jian appeared next to the chest. As soon as the doppelganger appeared, it burst out of the lake, brandishing its longsword and rushing towards the Abyss Ant King. The Abyss Ant King showed a human-like confused expression on its face, glancing at the approaching clone, then looked back at the treasure chest beneath the lake, completely ignoring the incoming clone. It folded its wings and dove towards the location of the chest. Chapter 500 Book of the Abyss. Song Jian saw the Abyssal Ant King skeleton charging straight towards him, and his heart suddenly sank. Could it actually distinguish between the Abyssal Phantom and the real body? Is it because of the thick abyssal aura on the Abyssal Phantom that it was detected by the enemy? There were less than 10 seconds left to open the treasure chest, but 10 seconds was enough for the Abyssal Ant King to kill Song Jian 3 or 4 times. Under Song Jian's control, the Abyssal Phantom swung its sword and rushed towards the Abyssal Ant King. But first it struck, only to be blown away by the opponent's wing. The sharp bone claw created a wound over a foot long on the Abyssal Phantom's chest, with dense black chi spewing out like blood. In an instant, the Abyssal Phantom became much more illusory, its figure slightly flickering, as if it would disappear at any moment. Song Jian was greatly surprised that the Abyssal Phantom was no match for the Abyssal Ant King skeleton. Roar! The Abyssal Ant King spread its wings and roared at the black lake surface. In an instant, an invisible tornado rose from the lake's surface, and a large amount of black lake water was rolled up to form a true black tornado. Song Jian suddenly felt lighter around him. In a radius of 10 meters around him, there was not a single drop of lake water, all of it being rolled up into midair. The abyssal power formed a circular wall, blocking the surrounding black lake water outside, creating a depression in the area. Song Jian pressed his left hand on the Ant Emperor treasure box, his right hand clenched the crimson fire heart-ape sword, and, looking up, saw a hint of mockery in the eyes of the Abyssal Ant King skeleton. The Abyssal Ant King tilted its head back and gathered a thick black chi in its mouth. Soon, it condensed a huge black energy ball with a diameter of over 1 meter. Now, Song Jian couldn't move at all, like a fixed target, and could only let the Abyssal Ant King accumulate power and perform its most powerful attack. I can't go on like this. I must find a way not only to open the treasure chest but also to avoid being killed by the opponent in one hit. Song Jian's eyebrows furrowed, cold sweat running down his cheeks. The Abyssal Ant King skeleton, after being revived, was even more formidable than before. Otherwise, the Abyssal Phantom, possessing 70% of Song Jian's strength, would not have been so severely injured that it couldn't even withstand a single confrontation. Song Jian thought quickly, what methods do I have to stop it? Just then, the Book of the Abyss in his danchan suddenly bloomed with dazzling brilliance. Song Jian was startled, and a light appeared on his face. Damn it, how could I forget the Book of the Abyss? With this thought, Song Jian sent a mental command, and the Book of the Abyss flew out of his body and floated in front of him. Splash! The Book of the Abyss opened itself, its pages flipping rapidly. When the pages stopped, a heavy sigh suddenly echoed across the entire lake surface. Upon hearing this sigh, the Abyssal Ant King, which had been charging towards the lake surface like a cannonball, suddenly stiffened and stopped abruptly. A look of terror appeared in its ghostly green flame eyes. Immediately, its 6 legs lay on the cold lake surface, its flesh wings drooped, and its head did not dare to rise, looking like a giant reptile trembling all over. The black tornado had already begun to attack Songjian, but the moment the Abyssal Ant King skeleton lost control, the uncontrolled tornado suddenly exploded with a loud bang, instantly shattering. Tons of black lake water fell from the sky, as if it was a heavy downpour. Due to the protective wall formed by the abyssal power around Songjian, not only was the black tornado explosion blocked, but even the heavy rain was kept outside. Seeing the Abyssal Ant King in such a state, Songjian was overjoyed. Only a few seconds were left to open the treasure chest, but he didn't expect that the Abyssal Ant King skeleton would actually be so humble in front of the Book of the Abyss. What Songjian didn't know was that, the moment the Book of the Abyss appeared, the priestess, who was originally sitting and reading a book in the new media library, suddenly paused, closed the book, and looked towards the direction of the demonic ant nest. Her deep gaze seemed to be able to penetrate through millions of obstacles, and after a long time, the priestess sighed deeply, her eyes filled with a touch of sadness and compassion. Standing up, the priestess drew a pale blue portal in the air, and stepped into it, disappearing from sight. In a temple of the goddess of dawn, a brave dawn knight was kneeling on one knee, holding a sword in one hand and pressing it against his chest, bowing his head in prayer to the goddess statue. At this time, a pale blue portal appeared behind him, and the priestess Cecilia stepped out of the portal. Seeing the praying dawn knight Ia, a smile appeared on her face, and she nodded slightly. Ia. The priestess called out. Ia raised his head, revealing a handsome and resolute face. Since being brought back to the temple of the goddess of dawn by Cecilia, Ia had been under the tutelage of the Knights of Dawn. By now, Ia's level had reached 30, and as long as he passed the first order combat power test, he could be promoted from a Dawn Knight to a Knight of Dawn. Lord Priestess. Ia stood up and bowed deeply to Cecilia, speaking respectfully. Ia, the power of the abyss is growing stronger and stronger. I need you to return to Songjian's side and help him fight against the abyssal power. Cecilia said. As the spokesperson of the goddess, it was normal for the priestess to command the goddess guardian knights. All the knights of the goddesses must obey the priestess' orders. Upon hearing this, Ia's eyebrows furrowed, and he looked into the priestess' eyes and said, Lord Priestess, although Songjian is a god-favored one, he is not a follower of the great goddess of dawn. Moreover, I can also sense the presence of abyssal power on him. Didn't you also feel the presence of divine power on him? The priestess suddenly retorted. Ia remained silent. The main reason he was willing to follow Songjian and become his follower was that he sensed the divine power on Songjian, and since Songjian could also use the sword technique that only Knights of Dawn could use, Ia naturally considered him a follower of the goddess of dawn. However, after being brought to the goddess temple by the priestess, he realized that Songjian was not a follower of the goddess of dawn. As a result, he didn't care much about being his follower and didn't even want to return to Songjian's side at all. All of this is the goddess' will. The priestess emphasized, you must do your best to assist Songjian, even if it means sacrificing your life. Ia shuddered, surprise appearing on his face. But when he saw Cecilia's determined expression, he bowed his head and knelt on one knee before her, promising, Dawn Guardian Knight Ia obeys Lord Priestess's command. Chapter 501, Backlash. Songjian was chanting an abyssal spell, casting the Abyss Temptation skill on the corpse of the Abyss Ant King. Applying Abyss Temptation to an Abyss creature seemed to be highly successful. The Abyss Ant King, which had already reached the surface of the lake, was frozen in place, and its eyes full of fear were glowing like ghost fire. If the Abyss Temptation was cast for too long, once other creatures sensed the power of temptation, it would surely incite them into rage. No matter how strong their previous enmity was, they would charge directly at Songjian if not restrained. Yet the corpse of the Abyss Ant King did not dare to move. It was lying on the surface of the lake, wailing constantly. Even the progenitor of the Golden Ant clan opened its eyes to look over, the surprise evident in its gaze. A soft click. Songjian had successfully opened the Ant Emperor treasure box. As Songjian reached into the bottom of the box, he quickly took hold of a cross necklace tinged with a deep hue of purple that had become entangled around his hand, drawing it out. Then, he found a palm-sized pet egg. The egg was entirely snow-white, with faint golden patterns shimmering on its flawless, crystal-clear surface. Songjian was overjoyed. He hadn't expected to acquire a pet egg. Typically, the chances were high that a pet egg found in the nest of the Golden Ant clan would also be from the Golden Ant clan. At the very least, it was an Ant King egg if it was stored inside the Ant Emperor treasure box. Songjian placed the pet egg in the bag, felt around the treasure box a bit more, and found a gauntlet that resembled an ant leg. At that moment, due to the interruption of Abyss Temptation, the Abyss Ant King's corpse gave out a mournful roar and struck violently towards the surface of the lake. With a bang, water sprayed several meters high. Songjian's surrounding wall of abyssal aura also collapsed at once. Wave after wave of lake water tumbled toward him like a charging mountain. Grabbing the gauntlet, Songjian rummaged through the box a couple more times. Finding nothing else, He leaped out of the water. "How do I use this?" Song Jian shouted to the progenitor of the Golden Ant clan, clutching the cross-light sword necklace. "Throw it into the space-time rift." The progenitor of the Golden Ant clan had excitement in its eyes. It roared with a voice that echoed fortissimo in Song Jian's heart. It was likely the only chance for the Golden Ant King to escape his predicament. If he failed, no matter how strong his power, he would eventually sink under the relentless, drip-by-drip erosion. With a roar, Song Jian threw the cross-light sword necklace towards the space-time rift. In midair, the necklace suddenly burst into a dazzling purple-red light, transforming into a giant cross-sword. The sword blade was aflame with golden fire. The cross-sword struck the space-time rift ruthlessly as if wielded by a person. The golden fire spread, engulfing the entire cavern in its flames. Boom! A loud noise reverberated, causing the entire underground cave to shake violently. Debris tumbled from the ceiling, and the Black Lake, seemingly enraged, raised a series of high tides that pummeled the surroundings. The corpse of the Abyss Ant King let out an angry roar. Under the illumination of the golden flames, its enormous body began to erode and burn, quickly crumbling into sand-like particles that were blown away, leaving no trace behind. Song Jian also felt an intense burning sensation. Seeing that bubbles started to form on the surface of his abyssal demon armor, he dismissed it in the blink of an eye. With no trace of abyssal or remaining on him, the curtain of golden light felt warm on his skin, replacing the searing temperature he had previously felt. The space-time rift in midair disappeared, as did the cross-light sword necklace. They seemed to have destroyed each other, or perhaps, the necklace had filled the rift. The golden flame still roared in the cave. Black water in the lake started boiling, with towering flames ignited on its surface, seemingly burning down the abyssal power within the lake. With an excited roar, the progenitor of the Golden Ant clan used its 6 sturdy legs to lift its mountain-like body. Crack, crack, crack. One after another, the abyssal chains wrapping around the body of the ancestor of the Golden Ant clan shattered, but at this point, there was no more abyssal power to mend these black chains. In just a short while, the ancestor of the Golden Ant clan regained its freedom, but upon shattering the chains, it seemed to have exhausted too much strength, collapsing back onto the ground, panting heavily, its visage fatigued. "Thank you, human warrior, you have saved the Golden Ant clan. From now on, the Golden Ant clan will forever be your friend." The progenitor of the Golden Ant clan looked at Song Jian and spoke gratefully. "System, you have been recognized by the progenitor of the Golden Ant clan. Your relationship with the Golden Ant clan has been elevated to reverence." Song Jian was taken aback, a smile spreading across his face. "This relationship is upgrading at a fast pace. To think that I've advanced directly to reverence, I'm just one step away from awe. Thank you, great progenitor of the Golden Ant clan. I also hope to become forever friends with the Golden Ant clan," Song Jian said, bowing to the progenitor of the Golden Ant clan. At that moment, something stirred within Song Jian, and he turned to look at the tunnel from whence he came. An ant king covered in spikes and cloaked in a tough, black shell shuffled out from the tunnel, fluttering its wings. The behemoth, its eyes blood-red, was 3 to 4 times the size of a typical mutant ant king. Each step it took etched a deep scratch on the ground. "Is this the evolved ant king's servant?" Song Jian, startled by the faint connection he felt with the creature in front of him, wore an expression of shock. At this point, the power of the cross-shaped temporal spatial chain had completely counteracted the space-time rift, and what was left were massive areas of golden flames burning vigorously on the Black Lake's surface. Evidently, the flames wouldn't be extinguished until they fully consumed the abyssal power within the lake. The level of the Ant King's servant had reached 30, and it had evolved into a level 30 elite boss. It roared in fury at Song Jian, flapping its wings and charging at him like an arrow. A backlash. Song Jian's face clouded over. Although he had already expected it, the rebelling Ant King servant still incited a rush of anger within him. Chapter 502, Ant Emperor Pearl. Song Jian gritted his teeth, leaped with all his might and swung his long sword, hacking at Slave Ant King. Though Slave Ant King had become a level 30 elite boss, it had never achieved the first rank in combat power. The gap in strength between it and the Abyss Ant King skeleton was vast, not to mention compared to the ancestral Golden Ant King. Song Jian had managed several rounds with the Abyss Ant King skeleton, so dealing with a level 30 elite boss, 6 levels higher than him, was a piece of cake. After several dozen rounds with the Slave Ant King, Song Jian had almost fully grasped the Slave Ant King's skills. Yet, the Slave Ant King had never seen Song Jian's trump cards. After fighting on the ground for several rounds, Slave Ant King soared into the air, and a jet of black blood slowly trickled out of its jagged mouth, dropping onto the lake surface ablaze with golden flames. Boom! A bushel of golden flames suddenly flared up, burning away all the black substances. Slave Ant King seemed to feel the power in the golden flames and its eyes showed a hint of terror. It involuntarily rose higher into the air. Song Jian snorted coldly, and slowly spread a pair of wings, which shone metallically, out from his back. With a flick of these wings, Song Jian rocketed towards the slave ant king. Since you could become my slave, I can subdue you. While he was fighting the slave ant king, Song Jian suddenly thought of Qi Yun, who had now become a shadow priest. Qi Yun had also been his slave once. Die. Song Jian swung his sword, sending a scintillating golden sword Qi, more than 10 meters long, slicing toward the slave ant king. Bang! A loud noise rang out as half of the slave ant king's body was obliterated by the golden sword Qi. Its hard black shell was instantly turned into ashes, purple blood was splattered, and even one of its legs was severed at its base. Although the slave ant king could still stand, its agility had evidently decreased significantly. Just as Song Jian was about to pursue a killing strike against slave ant king, the ancestral golden ant king behind him heaved a heavy sigh, stopping him. Human warrior, could you spare its life? After all, it has only been corrupted by the abyssal power. As long as the abyssal power is expelled, it will remain a member of our golden ant clan. Song Jian's sword-swinging arm halted, and after watching the slave ant king, who was still defiantly glaring at him, deliberated for a moment. Then he snorted coldly, sheathed his sword and stepped aside. Seeing Song Jian giving up on killing slave ant king, the ancestral golden ant king revealed a gratified smile and said to slave ant king, "Come, my child." Slave ant king sensed a strong threat, and immediately shifted its gaze from Song Jian to the ancestral ant king on the rocky island. Hiss, roar with a roar, expressing fear in its heart, slave ant king stepped back to the path behind it. At that moment, a strong force tightly bound slave ant king, as if it were holding a sandbag. It was hauled into the air and flew toward the rocky island. Song Jian watched as the slave ant king lightly landed on the island. The ancestral golden ant king exhaled a breath of golden air towards slave ant king. In an instant, starting from the antennae of slave ant king, the black on the surface of its body gradually receded, and golden light burst out again. Just then, Song Jian was startled and suddenly felt that the connection between him and the slave ant king shattered abruptly. His face turned white, and he couldn't help spitting out a mouthful of blood. The abyssal power in slave ant king was completely expelled by the ancestral ant king, and even the spikes on the shell covering its body retreated one by one. It returned to the streamlined shape of golden ant king. As he watched Song Jian spit out blood, the ancestral golden ant king revealed a regretful look. He spewed out a golden bead from his mouth and presented it to Song Jian. "Human warrior, my child can no longer assist you in battle from now on, it has regained its freedom. This is compensation for you, I hope it can slightly make up for your loss." Song Jian picked up the golden bead and immediately broke into a joyous smile. Ant Emperor Pearl, a wonder. Usage effect: after consumption, it can increase vitality points by 200 and increase 1 attribute point immediately. Usage requirements: it must be gifted by an ancestral ant king and the user must be revered by the golden ant clan. It was evident that the ancestral ant king had seen Song Jian spit out blood earlier, so he compensated him with this pearl. And, this pearl could only be used by Song Jian. If given to others, they would not be able to use it. Without wasting any time, Song Jian swallowed the bead. The Ant Emperor Pearl melted as soon as it entered his mouth and turned into a warm current that rushed into his stomach. A surge of power erupted from Song Jian's body. The increase in 200 vitality points allowed Song Jian's vitality points to break through the 2000 mark, reaching 2160 points. And that extra attribute point was added to Song Jian's strength attribute. At this point, Song Jian's strength attribute, along with various items bonus, had reached 50 points. The moment Song Jian's strength hit 50 points, he suddenly felt something inside his body break, as if a shackle binding him had suddenly come off. System: player Song Jian's strength attribute broke through 50 points. He qualified to challenge the first rank of combat power. Would you like to challenge the first rank of combat power immediately? What, I already qualify to challenge the first rank of combat power. Wasn't it said to be available for challenge only at level 30? Song Jian looked astonished. After a moment's hesitation, Song Jian asked, "If I give up now, will I be able to challenge again in the future?" Soon the game system gave a reply. System: can be challenged at any time before level 30. If the player's level reaches 30, a challenge will be compulsory. If the player fails the challenge, then the player's level can never be advanced. So, that's how it was. Song Jian suddenly understood. It seemed that he didn't need to worry about challenging the first rank of combat power until he reached level 30. Moreover, only his strength attribute had reached 50 points at the moment. If he could raise his other attributes to the 50-point limit as well, it would further enhance his strength. Wouldn't that make the challenge simpler? Just as Song Jian was contemplating the attribute limit, he suddenly heard a rustling sound from the surrounding channels. Soon, He saw countless abyss ant kings emerging from the tunnels in droves, jumping into the lake ablaze with golden flames, without any reservations. There are so many abyss ant kings? Song Jian looked surprised as the number of abyss ant kings that appeared before his eyes had already exceeded 100, and the number was still increasing. What surprised Song Jian even more was that behind the abyss ant kings, lines of abyss soldier ants and worker ants crazily followed the abyss ant kings and jumped into the lake. The calm lake's surface began to ripple. The ancestral golden ant king, with a look of sorrow on his face, watched all these happen without moving an inch. Chapter 503, Transformation. Song Jian watched as groups of black ants fearlessly jumped into the burning lake, but only a handful could crawl back out and transform into golden ants. Earlier, the golden ant king ancestor had several light gold ant eggs around him. After the newly hatched ant kings were dragged into the lake, they sank and became demonic ant queens. Only 1 or 2 of them out of more than 10 could crawl back onto land. Now, these demonic ant queens wanted to transform back into members of the Golden Ant clan, but the trials they faced were more than 10 times as difficult as before. Among hundreds of demonic soldier ants and demonic worker ants, only 1 or 2 could transform back into golden soldier ants and golden worker ants. After watching for a while, the golden ant king ancestor trembled and slowly closed its eyes, 2 large tears running down its hard cheeks. Although the vast majority of the demonic ants couldn't make it out of the burning lake, this didn't stop them from eagerly rushing into the water. All the ants that had transformed back into members of the Golden Ant clan climbed onto the rocky island together, surrounding the Golden Ant King ancestor and cheering excitedly. My children. The Golden Ant King ancestor looked at the increasing number of golden ants on the island with a complex expression. As Song Jian saw fewer and fewer demonic ant queens coming out of the passage, he felt a strange sense of forgetting something. After a long while, Song Jian finally realized, mist grass, if they all turn back into the Golden Ant clan, what will happen to my epic task? Keep in mind, Song Jian had only killed 2 demonic ant queens, but his task required him to kill 3. If all the demonic ant queens turned back into golden ant queens, his task would surely fail. To fail at the last moment, Song Jian would definitely lose his mind. Upon checking his task list, Song Jian was surprised to find that his task had already been completed. How is this possible? I only remember killing 2 demonic ant queens. Confused, Song Jian opened the task information panel and flipped through it. Oh, after obtaining the temporal spatial chain and filling the space-time rift, this epic task was completed. Does this mean the abyssal ant king skeleton that was destroyed by the divine power counts as a demonic ant queen as well? Song Jian stared at the task information panel and speculated. Keep in mind, the demonic ant queens were merely ant kings that had been corrupted by abyssal power. The abyssal ant king skeleton, on the other hand, was a dead ant king that had been completely corroded by abyssal power, turning it into a true abyssal creature. Compared to the demonic ant queens, the abyssal power in the abyssal ant king skeleton was 10 or even 100 times stronger. It wasn't impossible for the system to consider it as a demonic ant queen as well. Looks like I got lucky. Song Jian's mouth curled slightly into a joyful expression. At that moment, a golden teleportation gate suddenly appeared in front of Song Jian. Friend, I hope you don't mind if I give you a ride. Song Jian heard the voice of the golden ant king ancestor in his mind. Song Jian looked up and saw the ant king ancestor nodding at him. With a slight smile, Song Jian stepped into the golden teleportation gate and disappeared. Not long after, LVP, who had lost an arm, and Lu Mingyuan, in a disheveled state, crawled out of the passage. They stared, dumbfounded, at the scene before them. Both of them had chosen the same passage, but the swarming demonic ants were like a tidal wave. The two were forced to collaborate, fighting and retreating. If the passage hadn't been so narrow, they would have been swallowed by the demonic soldier ant army long ago. Just when they were about to give up, the demonic soldier ants attacking them suddenly retreated and quickly climbed along the passage, their actions full of urgency. Out of curiosity, the two followed the demonic soldier ants all the way to the cavern. How? How is this possible? The two looked at each other in astonishment. Countless demonic ants rushed into the lake that was burning with golden flames. A giant golden ant stood like a ruler on a huge rocky island. Immovable, body surface shimmering with golden light, the ants followed it without a sound. How? There are so many demonic ants. LVP hadn't even fulfilled the required number of demonic worker ants in his epic task, let alone demonic soldier ants and demonic ant queens. If it came to a one-on-one fight with a demonic worker ant or even a demonic soldier ant, LVP had confidence in defeating or even killing his opponent. However, with his current strength, it would be very difficult for LVP to kill a demonic ant queen by himself. This was the reason why he wanted to team up with Song Jian and Lu Mingyuan. Lu Mingyuan's target was the demonic ant queen. With his strength, if he met a demonic ant queen alone, he could kill it with some effort. However, encountering a lone demonic ant queen in this lair was almost impossible. Along the way, he and LVP had cooperated to hunt down many worker ants and soldier ants, but they had not encountered a single ant queen. That's why they had followed the passage all the way here. There are so many demonic ant queens. Lumini-Uan exclaimed in surprise. Ming, brother Ming, do you think are they committing suicide? LVP pointed at the ants jumping into the lake with a stunned expression. After watching for a while, Lumini-Uan slowly shook his head and said, they're trying to expel the abyssal power from their bodies and return to their golden ant clan status. But a puzzled look spread across LVP's face. He pointed at the lake, unable to think of what to say. Keep in mind that only 1 or 2 out of nearly 100 demonic ants could transform back into members of the golden ant clan. The rest would dissolve and vanish at the bottom of the lake. In LVP's eyes, there was no difference between this and suicide. What a pity. It seems my mission cannot be completed. Lumini-Uan sighed and shook his head. The number of demonic ant queens was dwindling, and there were quite a few golden ant kings. Unfortunately, they were all clustered around the golden ant king ancestor. Even if Lumini-Uan was confident in himself, he didn't think he could handle the challenge of reaching the island to kill an ant king. My mission. That's right, my mission. I haven't completed it yet. As if remembering something, LVP glanced at the dwindling number of demonic ants in the passage and his face became flustered. At that moment, Lumini-Uan suddenly noticed that the halo beneath his feet had disappeared. Startled, he called out, Songjian, where did Songjian go? Chapter 504, Magic Tower. Lumini-Uan and LVP suddenly realized that Songjian seemed to have left the ant nest. Looking at the mission bar, LVP noticed that more than 100 demonic worker ants, over 60 demonic soldier ants, and 3 demonic ant queens remained unslain, and his face immediately fell into despair. He knew he had lost his eligibility to complete this epic-level task. If only I had his power. LVP silently thought to himself, glancing at Lumini-Uan. LVP had not fully appreciated Songjian's ability. Inside the protection black mist, he had assumed it was merely a stroke of good luck for Songjian. However, in the tunnels of the nest, faced with countless creatures, he and Lumini-Uan were forced to collaborate. Lumini-Uan had revealed nearly 80 to 90% of his strength, which not only surprised LVP but also ignited a slow burn of jealousy within him. Meanwhile, Songjian had returned safely to Manor Castle through the golden teleportation gate. Although the intense monster hunting had significantly increased his level, the mental exhaustion couldn't be alleviated by a few potions. Songjian inspected his gains: over 1,000 pieces of blue-quality ant shells, 3 silver-quality ant shells, a blueprint of the demonic ant queen set's gauntlet, and a golden ant king egg. In exchange, he had completely depleted the supplies in his inventory, even the high-grade healing potions, and, more critically, lost a powerful demonic ant queen slave. However, the minions gained through the Abyss Temptation skill had a high chance of betraying and backfiring. Should their power surpass Songjian's, the likelihood of betrayal would shoot up to nearly 100%. With this in mind, Songjian resolved to treat any minions gained through the Abyss Temptation skill as expendable resources rather than dedicating himself to training them as combat pets. Now, the only thing troubling Songjian was the Golden Ant King egg. Songjian already had a black dragon hatchling, an elite companion. He felt it would drain him to nurture another Golden Ant King, but then again, an elite flying pet like this was a rare find, and he was reluctant to sell it. I'll keep it in my inventory for now and turn in the epic task first. I'll decide what to do based on the task reward, Songjian decided, glancing at the Ant King egg in his hand. He shook his head and put it away again. Leaving Manor Castle, Songjian headed towards the Shadow Circus troupe on the border of his territory. It had only been 2 or 3 days, but the Shadow Circus troupe's reputation had already spread throughout Doomsday City. The circus was now swarming with people. Aside from the multitude of leisurely NPCs, the number of players had also multiplied. Hey, I've been given another scavenger hunt task. The reward is a silver quality shoulder pad. Incredible. So what? I heard someone received an appointment task here and gained a rare profession. Have you seen that night elf lady? I heard if you build up your relationship with her to worship status, you can invite her to be a follower. Most of the players visiting the Shadow Circus troupe were there for the missions it offered. The rich mission rewards of the Shadow Circus troupe attracted a considerable number of players. As Songjian approached the circus, a deafening rumble suddenly resonated in his ears, as thunderous as a clap of thunder, making everyone in the territory gasp. He turned his head and saw a 7-story tower in his territory emitting radiant, colorful light. Intense magical energy was blossoming from the pinnacle of the tower, flowing down the left side and seeping into the tower's base. Then, the magical energy flowed from the tower's base to its pinnacle via the right side, forming a constant cycle. Is this the magic tower completed? Song Jian wondered to himself. Once the magic tower was built, as long as a mage resided in the tower, the safety level of Song Jian's safe house could be elevated another level. Behold the magic tower. Ha ha ha, my master built this for me. Praise be upon you, my greatest master. You've breathed new life into me. Your servant, Wallace, pledges undying loyalty to you. In midair, a naked figure suddenly flew out of Song Jian's manor castle, hovering and laughing in ecstasy. Wallace, put some clothes on. Song Jian yelled, furrowing his brow. Clothes. Oh my god. Wallace's figure suddenly dispersed, transforming into a swarm of red bats and flying towards manor castle. It seems the mage presiding over the magic tower is already in place, Song Jian shrugged, continuing his journey to the Shadow Circus troupe. As soon as he entered the circus, he saw Hueco the old beastman leaning on a cane, slowly walking towards him. Hueco, I'm delighted to see you. Song Jian laughed, opening his arms and walking towards Hueco. I seem to recall that you didn't have this cane the last time we met. Why are you using it now? His gaze fell first on Hueco's cane. The cane appeared to be carved from a single piece of wood, its surface ornate with intricate designs. Some details were indistinct due to years of use. The cane radiated a sense of the passage of time and the weight of history. Having handled various valuable items, Song Jian had developed a strong ability to assess them. He noticed the cane the moment Hueco appeared on the stage. If this cane is a piece of equipment, it's at least silver quality, or perhaps even higher, Song Jian thought to himself. Ahem, I've been hit with a chill these days. My strength is greatly reduced, and even moving around has become harder. I had no choice but to rely on my old friend here. Hueco coughed, smiling weakly. Song Jian was taken aback. When he focused his attention on Hueco again, he realized that Hueco did seem much weaker than before. He had felt threatened by Hueco's power when they had first met, but it seemed like Hueco had suddenly lost most of his strength, becoming a true old man. The loss of power, a common cold couldn't cause such significant damage. This thought immediately flashed through Song Jian's mind. However, he didn't show any confusion on his face, but gently patted Hueco's shoulder and said with concern, My old friend, you must take good care of yourself. It's all destiny. Hueco gave Song Jian a meaningful look. I can tell that you've perfectly completed the task I gave you. Here's your reward. I hope it satisfies you. With that, Hueco handed Song Jian a treasure chest the size of a soccer ball and slowly walked away. Chapter 505, Blueprint of the Suit System. You have completed the epic quest given to you by Shadow Circus Troop Leader, Hueco, and have obtained an epic chest. Your favorability level with the Shadow Circus Troop has been elevated to respect. You have gained 500 Shadow Circus Troop points. Upon seeing the system notification, an excited smile appeared on Song Jian's face instantly. An epic chest. This is truly an epic chest. If it yields any gear, it would probably be the first epic gear in the game. Compared with the epic gear, the favorability level, the Shadow Circus Troop points, they all were trivial and unworthy of mention. Song Jian didn't even glance at what purpose Shadow Circus Troop points served. His eyes were solely fixed on the chest in his hand. However, this is not the place to open the epic chest, so Song Jian suppressed his excitement, and stored the chest in his inventory. The abnormality in Hueco's behavior that he displayed earlier, Song Jian had already forgotten about it. His whole being was fully engrossed in the epic item. As he was eagerly turning around to return to Manor Castle to open the chest, a player suddenly yelled out loud, Ha ha ha, I finally traded for the blueprint of the Golden Worker ant set. Song Jian froze for a moment, turned his head to look. Not far away, in front of a tent, a player wearing leather armor was waving a forging blueprint in his hands, showing off excitedly. The blue set blueprint's indeed good, but do you have the materials to forge this gear? A player next to him snorted disdainfully. What do you understand? Since we can exchange for blueprints, we definitely can obtain the forging materials, it's just that we haven't found it yet. The player who received the forging blueprint calmed down a bit, glanced scornfully at the mocking player, and stored the blueprint in his inventory. Exactly, and most importantly, this circus won't stay here forever. Once they depart, the Golden Worker ant set will become out of print. Another player sighed. As we know, once any item in the game becomes out of print, it will be adored by a vast number of players. Remembering that the items exchanged from the Shadow Circus Troupe would no longer appear in the future, a large number of players instantly became restless and blocked the tent where the blueprints could be exchanged. Seeing that he couldn't squeeze in for a while, Song Jian glanced at a player next to him, nudged toward the crowd with his lips, and asked, Hey, brother, can you tell me what that guy has traded for? You just got internet connection, don't you even know this? This player was actually a stutterer. He looked down at Song Jian and his tone was filled with an inexplicable sense of superiority. You just have to complete the tasks, tasks posted by the circus, then, you can get points. You can use these points to exchange for a lot of out of print treasures. Although the player's speech was strenuous to listen to, Songjian attentively listened and soon understood that so many players came to do the tasks published by the Shadow Circus troupe not just for the hefty task rewards. Each completed task not only gave out task rewards, but also provided points which could be used to exchange for a lot of good stuff from the Shadow Circus troupe staff. Hey, I traded for a helmet blueprint of the Golden Soldier Ant set, who wants to buy it? Highest bidder gets it, no poor offers. At that moment, a player flourishingly waved his forging blueprint, emerged from the tent, and yelled loudly as he walked. Assembling a set requires too many forging blueprints. If you only get 1 or 2 pieces, you cannot fully utilize the advantage of the set, so some players often sell the blueprint after trading for it. The Golden Soldier Ant set is better than the Worker Ant set by a long shot. The stuttering player adjacent to them said enviously. Golden Worker Ant, Golden Soldier Ant, then is there an even better set? A thought occurred to Songjian and he quickly asked. Of course there is, compared to Golden Worker Ant and Soldier Ant sets there's the Demonic Worker Ant, Demonic Soldier Ant sets. Hearing Songjian's query, the player next to him immediately answered, as if knowing something Songjian didn't made him something of a higher rank. Songjian just smiled, not minding the stuttering player's attitude, and continued to ask, are there even better set blueprints? The stuttering player paused, looked Songjian up and down, and said with surprise, It seems you really are a bit not ordinary. Of course there are better set blueprints, but I'm afraid it will scare you. The stuttering player glanced at Songjian and said, Golden Ant King set, Demonic Ant King set. All these 2 sets are the top tier sets, but pity that you can't trade for them. Golden Ant King set, Demonic Ant King set? A corner of Songjian's mouth slightly turned up, seems like his guess was correct, the Shadow Circus troupe really did have the blueprints for these 2 sets, if only there was Golden Ant King Ancestor set. Songjian secretly thought to himself. You know something. The stuttering player deliberately looked around and whispered something in Songjian's ear. What? According to rumors, the Shadow Circus troupe has gold quality set blueprints. The stuttering player spoke softly. Gold quality set blueprints? Songjian was startled. As we know, the Worker Ant and Soldier Ant sets were blue quality, and the Ant King set's individual pieces were already silver quality. If there really are gold quality set blueprints, then it must be the individual pieces of the Ant Emperor Ancestor set. So there really is an Ant Emperor Ancestor set? Songjian spoke to himself. What did you just say? The stuttering player asked, puzzled. Oh, nothing. Who can I get the gold quality set blueprints from? Songjian asked. Hey, anyone else wouldn't know this. The stuttering player grinned proudly, but I happen to know. While saying this, he stretched out his right hand, and rubbed his thumb and index finger in front of Songjian a couple of times, raised his eyebrows, and looked at Songjian with a smile on his face. Songjian paused, took a deep breath, took out 1,000 doomsday coins from his inventory, and handed them to the other party. Only 1,000. Do you want it, or should I take it back? Songjian's face sank as he spoke. 1,000 is okay. The stuttering player quickly took the doomsday coins and whispered into Songjian's ear, according to rumors, you can get the news of the gold quality set blueprints from the circus leader. Hueco? An astonished look appeared on Songjian's face. Chapter 506, Equipment Box A, you actually know the name of the circus boss? The stuttering player looked at Songjian in astonishment. Songjian gave a faint smile, and after observing for a while, slowly exited the crowd. The stuttering player glanced at Songjian's fading figure, appearing as if deep in thought. After hesitating for a moment, he gritted his teeth and followed Songjian out of the crowd. Hueco? I can't believe he actually possesses the blueprint for the Ant Emperor Ancestor set. Songjian mumbled to himself as he walked. After asking around, Songjian arrived at Hueco's tent. Despite being the leader of the Shadow Circus troupe, Hueco's dwelling was far from conspicuous. The tent was small and an unremarkable gray, its edges weather-worn, and a large patch of white cloth sewn into the left side. If Songjian hadn't triple-checked, he would never have thought that Hueco lived here. There was no guard outside the tent, only a half-rolled curtain. Songjian approached, lifted the curtain and saw the old beastman Hueco sitting at a wooden table, slowly sipping a thick, green liquid. Seeing Hueco's wary expression, it was obvious the green liquid was as unpleasant as the smell it gave off. Hearing the curtain rustle, and sensing someone come in, Hueco eyed his visitor warily, his right hand quickly moving to his waist. "Why, it's you." Recognizing Song Jian, Hueco immediately relaxed, then frowned and took another sip of the green liquid, coughing twice as he asked, "Are you ill?" Song Jian sniffed the pungent smell in the air, recognizing one or two of the herbs. However, with his basic knowledge of alchemy, Song Jian could only identify a few of the components. "Cough, didn't I tell you, a bit of a cold?" Hueco squinted at Song Jian and asked, "What brings you here?" Song Jian smiled slightly. The excuse of a cold was absurd, and probably even Hueco didn't believe it. Song Jian, however, didn't call him out on it. "I heard you know about the Ant Emperor Ancestor set?" Song Jian asked straightforwardly. By now, his favorability with the Shadow Circus troupe had reached reverence, so asking Hueco for information wouldn't be rejected. If it were any other player, without reaching a certain level of favorability, not only would they be unable to inquire from Hueco, but they would probably also face Hueco's wrath just by entering his tent. Hueco was silent for a while, then asked Song Jian with a strange look, "Haven't you looked at your task reward yet?" "Too many people, haven't had time to open it, plan to look at it when I get back," Song Jian casually remarked with a shrug. "Why not open it now?" Hueco suggested. Song Jian paused, seemed to realize something, then took the epic level chest from his inventory and placed it on the table. "Open it now." Song Jian rubbed his hands and glanced at Hueco. Hueco smiled and nodded. Song Jian placed his right hand on the epic level chest. "The reward chest of the task doesn't require time to open, it can be opened directly." Kachuk, the epic level chest opened, a faint purplish red light emanated from the chest, though the glow was very weak. Song Jian opened the chest completely, and the epic level chest disappeared. In its place on the wooden table was a square metal box with a handle. On the four sides of the metal box, there was a relief of a giant golden ant. This metal box looked rather old, with rust stains at some corners, and numerous marks of cutting and hacking on its surface, as if it had been through many battles. Hueco's equipment box, special item, epic level, item description. This is Hueco's former battle gear. It has accompanied him through countless battles and is his most intimate companion. Equipment box? Song Jian looked at the attributes of this metal box and was stunned. "Open it and see." Looking at the metal box, a gentle smile surfaced on Hueco's face. Song Jian grabbed the round handle of the box and pulled hard. Clatter, the sound of gears grinding and turning came from within the box. The entire box opened completely to reveal a model of a golden ant regally roaring towards the sky. No, this isn't a model. This is equipment. This is a complete set of equipment." Song Jian was dumbfounded. He didn't expect that the reward for the epic level task assigned by Hueco would be a full set of equipment. "This is the Golden Ant King Ancestor set." Hueco sighed softly as he touched the set. Golden quality, it is all golden quality." Song Jian carefully examined each piece of equipment in the Golden Ant King Ancestor set. Each individual piece was of golden quality, and the full set combined was of epic level 30 equipment. "But this durability is a bit too low, isn't it?" Song Jian scanned it carefully. Upon completion, he couldn't help but frown. The set was complete with a helmet, chest armor, shoulder guards, gloves, trousers, leg guards, hand guards, boots and a belt, 9 items in total. And 2 pieces of equipment together added an extra attribute. Each extra piece added another attribute. With 9 pieces, there were 8 additional attributes in total. These 8 additional attributes made the whole set of epic level. What slightly upset Song Jian was the low durability of the set. All were below 10 points, the chest armor durability was even reduced to 3 points. Song Jian suspected that if he wore this set of equipment, roughly half the setup would be ruined after fighting for 5 or 6 hours. Although its epic level,